Chapter 120, Still Original Bell. On the way, he passed one of the tables and picked up 2 glasses of drink to accompany them and continued his way. He calmly walked up to him. This is the first time they meet anyway, Xin want to see what kind of change Freya to this little rabbit. The first thing he noticed when he left the hall for the balcony was the starry sky. This world always intrigued him. Despite being in the busiest city on the planet, there were many parts with breathtaking views of the sky. I see you're here alone, Xin said, putting a smile on his face as he approached the solitary bell on the mansion's balcony. God, Xin. You're here too. Bell commented. I came when I spotted you. Why are you here alone? I thought you might want to talk to the young ace or other girl, since we're at a social gathering, Xin teased. What? Of course not. I mean, yes, no, not really. Bell stumbled over his words as his face turned redder with embarrassment. It's good, he's still not polluted. I don't know what kind of face Zeus will make if he see Black Bell after he come back. Take this drink, it will help you deal with it. Xin handed an extra glass to Bell. Bell, who was so nervous and didn't know how to hide his face after that question and his current embarrassment, quickly took Xin's glass and drank without realizing the contents. When he realized he was drinking whiskey, his face turned green from the strong drink, and he spit out everything in his mouth quickly. What the devil is this? Bell cursed. Hey, that's a good drink, don't spit it out like that. Xin scolded. But I don't even drink. Bell tried to protested. I think you're right. Listen, Bell, don't tell this to anyone, understood? Xin quickly said, not wanting to hear that lowly reprimanding him for giving alcoholic drinks to underage child. Why? Just don't tell her, under any circumstances. Xin almost threatened him with an intense look. Yes, sir. He said quickly, and Xin smiled amusedly right after. Look there, Bell, our newest friend. Xin changed the subject as soon as he saw Hyacinthos meeting Soma in the garden as in the anime, but he wanted to make a show here. That Bell let slip. Hey, Bell, don't be like that. Isn't he a great friend? Hey. Listen. Hey, Hyacinthos. The sudden shout made Bell quickly cover his ears, while both Hyacinthos and Soma looked quickly to the balcony at the sudden shout. There, they saw Xin on the balcony, which made the captain of the Apollo family look at him with hatred. Since he saw Xin in the hall, his first instinct was to make him pay for all that humiliation he suffered from his children a few days ago, but he held back following Apollo-sama's plans. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 121, Made Up Fate. Long time no see, how are you? The last time I saw you, you looked like a stray dog in a dirty alley, your face seemed uglier than a reekling, which is a goblin, not to mention your pathetic show of strength that. Shut up. Say one more thing and I'll kick you out of here by force. Hyacinthos, unable to bear it any longer as his name along with these insults were heard throughout the mansion's courtyard. Perhaps inside the party, it could be drowned out with the bard's band, but all the gods and adventurers who were outdoors heard it and began to whisper and laugh at those words, wondering who that man on the balcony was talking like that to the host's banquet captain. Even with the threat and the tone of hatred, the other party seemed to ignore it and continue to mock. Don't talk like that, we're friends now. We didn't have our fun time a few days ago. We played that quite entertaining game, while you were the stray dog and I was your owner who left you in the alley. The voice echoed again through the mansion's entrance, making many look stunned while others covered their mouths to avoid laughing out loud. You will pay for this, I'm telling you, I swear you will regret this, damn you. Hyacinthos shouted with fury and stormed out, ignoring Soma and the others' stares. Hey, what the hell was that? Belle commented stunned, not believing what he had just done. Didn't I say we were friends? That's how friends are. Maybe I can teach you how to make friends too, since I'm the older brother here, Xin said, smiling, making Belle sweat at that statement. He didn't think he would learn anything good or anything that matched his character from God Xin. He clearly isn't your friend. Belle exclaimed, unable to bear that absurdity any longer. You're too young to understand, lad. When you grow up, you'll learn, Xin said as if he were a wise man, but Belle didn't seem to believe him. Hey, what was that shouting? It even drowned out the bard's music inside the hall. A new character arrived, and unsurprisingly, it was Hermes again, while scratching one of his ears with his pinky finger, feigning pain, at the same time he approached us. Well. Belle was about to give an excuse, but Hermes silenced him before he could say anything. First of all, young Belle, aren't you going to dance? Hermes said with a mischievous smile. I've never tried. Belle said timidly, a bit lost with the sudden question. You're at a party, a place full of beautiful women, you have a chance to get to know them. But if you're not going to dance, I will. Hermes said, stunning the young man in front of him, as he began to move away from Belle and Xin. Xin looked amused at this, despite knowing the manipulative side of this god, he knew Hermes had a good sense of humor in the end. Belle was stunned when Hermes stopped in front of Ace, who was alone in a corner near them. Riveria should have been with her, but she was trying to get Loki and Hestia to stop fighting, as another commotion started again when they bumped into each other at the banquet. As in the show, Hermes made up an excuse and asked Belle to dance with the Sword Princess, while the boy was too nervous to speak to Ace. Hermes pushed him to face the Sword Princess and returned to Xin's side. They make a beautiful couple, don't you think? He asked, trying to start a conversation. They remind me of the story of the Argonauts. Xin knowing said. Hermes. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 122, Fabricated Story. So you know something. Hermes said while trying to hide his expression using his cowboy hat. Do you think it's absurd to remake something is already finished? But, if we don't do this, there's no more fairy tale will going to appear. Fairy tale is a fabricated story, especially one intended to deceive. You can fool everyone to a make-up one, but eventually, something will going to discover it in the end. Xin helpless said. For writer like Xin, making up a story for the world to know is good, maybe even excellent based on the content of the story. But if you just remake a story that is already finished, you can only get a sequel and not a original. And sequel never win against original on every aspect. After all, people like to hear something new and not same story that everyone know. You are right, but the plan is already here, I can't stop even I want to, after all, the fate of the story is already rolling in. Hermes then left, followed by Asfi. While walking, Asfi noticed that Hermes' expression seems to be bad, so bad that she start to feel nervous. Don't be nervous, I just feel angry after knowing that someone already see the surprise. Hermes helpless said. Is it God Xin? Hermes suddenly stop walking, and then continue while whispering. Scary youngster. I don't know if he will going to be blockage or just a audience. Go, enjoy the night, I need some silent for meantime. Yes, Hermes-sama. Xin remained silent as Hermes walked away. After a while Belle danced with Ace, the young mage of Hestia saw the result of Hermes's machinations. This guy is a manipulator, but sometimes he gives you great opportunities, I can't deny that, Xin thought as he looked at Asfi holding Hestia and Loki in each of her arms around her waist, while Riveria stood slightly lost on the side. Xin sighed and, after gathering some courage, finally took the initiative to approach her. He noticed that the hall was even more crowded than before, but he kept his eyes fixed on the emerald elf, no longer caring about the people around him. "Hello, I see you've been quite busy," Xin commented as he reached the side of the elf and looked at the goddesses being held by Asfi, who seemed to ignore the protests of the divine beings in her arms. "It's true, it's not easy when the goddess Loki and the goddess Hestia are together, it's always like this," she calmly commented, but seemed frustrated with the immature personalities of those goddesses. "Now that the situation is under control, why don't we enjoy a dance?" Xins, wasting no more time, smiled with his best smile at those words. He went straight to the point, since if she questioned him again about the recommended books, she would become an impenetrable ice wall in teacher mode, where Xin would have less than zero chances of flirting or inviting her to dance. Even now, he didn't have much hope that she would accept. "Is it fine? You know, Goddess Freya is eyeing on you," Reveria said. "Come on, it wasn't that bad. While everyone is busy, I want to experience to have a high elf to dance." Xin smiling at the elf. Reveria blushed and stared at Xin for a while, thinking about how bold this god was, but deep down, she liked his presence, and he had proven himself intelligent and diligent with the task she assigned him. "Okay, but just one dance," she finally said, which pleasantly surprised Xin. "That's good," Xin smiled radiantly and knelt before his lady, making a classic gesture of an invitation to dance. "Would you give me the honor of this dance, milady?" He gave a playful look to the elf as he extended his hand to her, waiting for Reveria to take it. With a touch of blush on her face, Reveria extended her fingers and delicately touched his hand in response. "I would be flattered," she said with a shy tone. Feeling the lady's hand, Xin slowly stood up and led her to the center of the hall. Once they reached a good spot, he turned gently to face the lady in the emerald dress, matching her natural colors. Xin admired her beauty for a few seconds before raising the hand connected with hers next to their bodies, while slowly placing his free hand on her waist, ready to start their dance. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 123, Dance with the Elf. "I believe you have impeccable dance skills, don't you, princess?" He smiled at her while asking, never taking his eyes her face. "I learned a bit from my friend, Aina. We used to practice in my quarters many years ago in the forest of the High Elves," she said categorically, as if experiencing a nostalgic feeling. This surprised Xin with the elf's expression. "It's the first time I've seen you smile like this." Xin couldn't help but comment with a raised eyebrow. "What do you mean?" she countered with a question. Meanwhile, Xin began to lead the elven beauty in the midst of so many couples on the dance floor with the first steps. Even Belle and Ace were dancing there. "I always see you with a serious or uncomfortable face. It's the first time I've seen you look so, let's see. Natural, I believe that's the right word." Xin laughed amusingly while the elf inclined her head to his chest, consumed by the embarrassment of facing this bold god. While this woman was consumed by the embarrassment of the declaration, Reveria naturally followed Xin's steps, who led the dance, and it was something that surprised her too. After a while, her state of embarrassment passed, she looked at the man in front of her, lifting her head, revealing a look that conveyed surprise and perhaps a hint of admiration. "And you, what's your story with the ability to dance? You seem quite natural at it too." She praised him as he took control here, with quite splendor in her opinion. "Before I become a god, my family is noble. I grew up with some lessons about things my parents expected from one of their children and hoped I wouldn't embarrass the family. So, I had many lessons on language and writing, laws, etiquettes, dance, and military training, a complete package, you know." Xin joked with a wink in the last part. Reveria laughed pleasantly at this, exposing another natural smile. "Ha ha ha, I understand, I can relate because I didn't have a very different life from yours then." she said with good humor. So, a dance to our families and the expectations they held for us. I disappointed my family, I don't know about you. Xin announced and continued to dance with a response of a playful laugh from the elf. Well, I guess we are more alike than I imagined. She had to admit as she followed Xin. They didn't even notice how time was flowing around them, each step of Xin in perfect harmony with the background music. As the dance continued, they became the center of the place, as Xin merged the dance style he learned in this world with that of his past life, creating a unique and eye-catching aspect. Rivera, in turn, could only follow him as he tossed and twirled her several times, but she was naturally enjoying it. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 124, God and Elf. Xin guided Rivera in smooth turns, keeping her close before releasing her gently, creating a feeling of lightness and fluidity. In a special moment, Xin spun Rivera while holding one of her hands, and she extended the other as if tossing petals into the wind. At moments, they glided across the dance floor in coordinated steps, maintaining a charming closeness as they moved with grace. The gracefulness of Xin's movements, combined with the beauty of the elf, drew curious looks from everyone around. The hall seemed to revolve around them, as if the dance were a magical manifestation transcending time and space. The sparkle in Riviera's eyes indicated that she was not only surprised by Xin's skill but also enjoying the experience of being led by this weird god. Mom! She's being corrupted. Xin-kun, let me dance too. Loki couldn't help but cry, looking at the couple that attracted the most attention on the dance floor. Xin-kun, don't get involved with that damned Loki's daughter. Hestia shouted beside her. The two goddesses made a scene for the entertainment of those close to the area. He, it looks like there's a couple are having quite a bit of fun. Hermes couldn't help but look amused at the two pairs he subtly paired, while Asfi looked at him huffing, as she had the task of keeping those goddesses from interfering with the ball. Isn't that the elven princess? How can she be dancing with that god? Someone in the crowd of spectators spoke. That's surprising, are they a couple? I mean, she has the purest elf lineage, I doubt it's a romantic relationship. They're just dancing. That's true, I never imagined Larfuljo's elf allowing his only daughter to be involved with another race, tarnishing the purity of his lineage even he is a weird god. Anyway, it's quite interesting. A beauty like Princess Riveria is coveted by many, but no one has ever come close to anyone. It's the first time I've seen her so close to the opposite sex. But you have to admit they're really good. I've never seen anyone dance so well, I'll invite him to dance with me. Besides dancing, that man is quite handsome too. I think they make a beautiful couple. The princess seems happy. Do you think this will cause any tension between the families? Elves are very protective of their lineage. He is that god from the Hestia family, so nothing wrong, I think. Yes, God Xin. I heard rumors that his child humiliated Hyacinthos a few days ago, and now he's at this banquet, from Apollo's own family. Yes, that's the one, hero. They've been causing a stir lately. I hope they keep dancing. It's like a show. Phew. It seems that tonight will be even more interesting than I thought it would be. Some show will begin soon. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 125, It's About Time. While the gossip and murmurs were heard among the spectators, Xin don't really care of these comments as he spun Riviera once more to conclude this dance. That was quite enjoyable, thank you God Xin. Riviera couldn't help but comment at the end when the bards finished the music and were about to start another. How about this lady granting me one more dance? Xin asked, raising an eyebrow with a playful touch. It seems God like you is quite demanding. She countered with a smile and continued. But I can be available for one more enjoyable dance. She responded with a smile, as these moments were rare for her, and she was finding them quite pleasant. So, with the first melodies of the instruments, Xin took his first steps while Riviera followed shortly after. Strange, I believe Apollo should have already made his move with Hestia, but for some reason, he's still silent. While Belle and Ace were starting the new song together, Xin thought as he danced with the elven princess. Any problem? Riviera asked as they danced, her thoughtful expression not going unnoticed by her. It's nothing, just had a strange thought, Xin said and quickly changed the subject. They seem well. Xin commented as he looked at the younger adventurer from his family with Ace. They do seem so. I'm happy for Ace. Riviera couldn't help but comment as she looked at them. She always saw Ace as an adopted daughter, whom she had instructed from a young age, and knew that she was consumed by the flames of revenge, so much so that she attacked a goblin of the man in front of her in a commotion some time ago due to her hatred for monsters. But Riviera was genuinely happy for the emotionless girl experiencing new things like a simple dance with the opposite sex, especially with someone who seems to like her a lot and she seems to reciprocate the same feeling. My precious Ace. Mommy. My Xin. While they danced, there were two goddesses unable to enter the dance floor to stop all this absurdity. Seconds in their heads, they could only keep shouting their names. Xin and Riviera just smiled at each other as they heard the antics of their goddesses. They were having fun there, even though Riviera was quite reserved, she was experiencing new things like Ace without realizing it. The music continued until it reached its limit, with Xin making a playful Riviera, often laughing in surprise as he spun her rapidly while controlling the elf with his hands and feet. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 126, Freya Force Herself. I think we can't have another song, those goddesses need someone to control them. I don't want Ace's moment to be ruined now, dear God here must forgive me as I go try to control the situation, as Miss Asfi seems to be reaching her limit. Riveria said with a tone of regret. I understand, then I'll release you this time, but you owe me another dance some other day. He said, smiling. How demanding, maybe I owe you another dance then. I just don't know when I could pay, as I intend to squeeze all your knowledge in the coming weeks. She warned, imitating Xin's smile. For me, it's fine, but it's a debt you'll have to pay quickly, as I usually charge interest. Xin said calmly. Ha ha ha, it's a deal then. She confirmed with a small, natural smile and began to walk away. After releasing Riviera to control the goddesses, Xin prepared to leave the middle of the dance floor when he heard a voice calling him from behind. Hello, Xin, could you give me a dance too? Hearing a female voice, Xin turned to face this woman, waiting for him to take her hand to dance. He stared at her for a few moments with an indifferent face before accepting her outstretched hand and holding her waist to start their third song of the night. They began to dance in silence. Lucius didn't say anything while dancing with his new partner, but he stared at her, expecting some explanation of why this here and now. You danced well, but I can tell you've significantly improved your ballroom skills. She commented in a playful tone while ignoring the questioning look from Xin. Let's get straight to the point. Tell me what you want. I'm not in the mood for games, Freya. Xin got straight to the point, his mood wasn't as good as before, souring a lot compared to when he was with Riviera. Is that how you treat me after a while? Have you forgotten about your ex-girlfriend, Xin? She said, maintaining a neutral smile, not liking Xin's treatment after almost a year without seeing him. I only accept you after you said you will never bother me in Hestia. Haha, I really don't know what kind of spell did Hestia put to you that you protecting that small god from everyone. The only thing I can see from her that is good is that two huge piece of meat hanging on her chest and nothing more. Hestia is unique, she is the first god who willing to befriend me even thought that I'm just a mortal god. She is also pure, just like her heart of fire, she don't have any dark spot on her and any dark history. While her personality is childish, she is the best companion I can find in the heaven. Freya look at Hestia who arguing with Loki with eyes full of jealous and envy, she don't see anything good from being pure except from her bright soul. What about Hephaestus and Loki? There is Astrea, Artemis that twin hunters? That shorty Brigid, that mother Demeter, and that by *ch Hathor. Xin was speechless, he did not expected that he knew to many goddess that god in the heave, much more Freya know everything, you really can't hide from the goddess stalker. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 127, Freya's Fear. Is that how you treat me after a while? Have you forgotten about your ex-girlfriend, Xin? She said, maintaining a neutral smile, but her smile is pretty dangerous. After hearing these words, Xin couldn't help but snort at it. This goddess is not only dangerous, but also a huge pervert, being his boyfriend don't bring any advantage or any useful things but only anger and hatred coming from all the gods she charm. Now she thinks everything is okay between them, as if nothing happened, and as if they continued being friends. As far as I remember, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. So, I'll ask you again, what do you want, Freya? Xin had a neutral voice, showing that her presence wasn't welcome. Do you hold a grudge? She asked calmly. No, I actually don't hold any feelings. I don't even blame you. But you've shown yourself as someone I should treat indifferently, and I certainly don't intend to dwell on the past. Xin scoffed. This woman wasn't someone he wanted to converse with, he just wanted to move on with his life. He has other goals and another love interest now. Just answer me one thing. She said slowly, not liking how Xin was snubbing her. Why did you hide your strength all this time, and why show it as soon as you entered a created family? She asked. Why would I answer that to you? Everyone have their own ways in doing right. Xin wasn't lying. Xin know that Freya do more than what a goddess should do, while Xin on the other hand do what he is capable to do. How can you say that, after all we went through together? I never betrayed you, we could have stayed together if you want. She lamented, but Xin wouldn't fall for this game. What nonsense! Xin scoffed. I saw you dancing with Riveria, is she your type of woman? Do you want me to change like her? Freya said, thinking it was impossible for her ex to like Elf as he never show any interest to anyone except for the other goddess he think is good. Save me from these words and your jealousy, Freya. You saw me as someone weak at the time we broke up, someone who didn't deserve your attention. But when I did all those god who pestering you, you become different, right? I really don't hate you for it, but I don't intend to have any kind of relationship with you anymore. So, please stop trying to talk to me and move on with your life, alright? Xin said with indifferent eyes as he distanced himself from her in the middle of the dance. Wait. Freya grabbed his arm, making him stop. What do you want? Can't you see I don't want to have any contact with you? Xin spoke mockingly, wanting to get away. Those bitches coming to see you. She said hesitating, finally revealing her intentions for approaching. Oh? Since you're here, it means he is too, obviously. Xin said and continued. But tell them that I don't care about them, and it's better for them not to mess with me again. I always show my weak side, but I never said I'm weak. I don't like trouble, but I never said I won't fight back. Ragnarok ended last 500 years ago and I don't want to start another one because of some stupid god and goddess who is lacking with attention. Freya can't help but shudder remembering something dreadful, her face full of fear while taking couple of step back until Xin left from her sight. Still cold as always Xin. That's why I like you more and more. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 128, More Goddess. In front of him, in the place where Freya was until a few seconds ago, now stood a beautiful woman. She had blonde hair and emerald eyes that sparkled with her sensual white dress. Aphrodite. Xin raised an eyebrow at the sudden presence of the goddess of love, whom he knew all too well, perhaps too well. I'm so happy to see you here, she announced with a seductive smile as she approached him, appearing quite familiar. Well, I can say the same for you, as you're saving me from such a boring situation. Xin couldn't help but smile at the sudden appearance of this mischievous goddess. With her here, Freya would have no choice but to distance herself from them. But before Xin could react, Aphrodite grabbed him in a dance position, smiled, and spoke softly as she rested her head on his chest. So, I did right by intervening. Why don't we take advantage and dance a little? You owe me that. She spoke calmly, and Xin nodded. Ignoring Freya for a moment, Xin enjoyed the next two songs with Aphrodite, surprising not only the goddess of love but also everyone around with his unique dance style. Xion's graceful and captivating movements were a perfect match for the melody, creating a magical atmosphere in the hall. Aphrodite, initially surprised, soon surrendered to Xion's captivating energy. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she followed the god's bold and elegant steps. The goddess, known for her skill in seductive dances, found in Xion a worthy partner, creating a symbiosis of movements that elevated the banquet's atmosphere even more. The audience around, already intrigued by the unlikely pair, was now completely engrossed in the unique performance. Murmurs of surprise and appreciation echoed in the hall. While Xion, Aphrodite, and Riviera continued their captivating dance, the gazes of the present gods were fixed on this bold and strange god who shared such intimate contact with the goddess of love. The atmosphere was charged with surprise and, for some, even jealousy. Freya, hidden in a corner with her children, couldn't hide the mix of emotions flooding her. This is making me jealous. I'm rejected, but Aphrodite was so well received by him, lamented Freya. Freya-sama, should I get rid of this man? Hythe asked angrily, not resorting to violence like most of his family but expressing his indignation at what he considered an insult to the goddess. He don't care even if they are human, hero, or god, he will kill just for Freya. No, can't you see he's so interesting? Even Aphrodite seems enchanted by him. The goddess of love couldn't help but smile as she watched the couple dancing calmly. Let them be, Hythe. It seems Xion has something special that attracts the attention even of goddesses. Aphrodite. Hestia shuddered beside Loki and Riviera, while the elf gave a strange look to the new couple dancing. As the music ended, a shadow appeared between the couple on the dance floor. Aphrodite, may I borrow this man for a moment? A new voice reached them when the music ended. They turned to the source and saw a woman with orange hair, a body and face above most mortals, approaching them. Demeter. What do you mean by borrowing Xion-kun? Aphrodite protested, as she didn't want to stop dancing with the blonde man who had captivated her in recent weeks. Hello, Demeter. Xion smiled at the woman. It's been a while since I last saw you, as you haven't appeared in my room for a while. Demeter said with a seductive tone. I've been quite busy lately. How have you been? Xion asked amiably. I'm fine. You've become famous lately. I thought you had forgotten about this humble goddess. Demeter joked as she swung her breasts. Wait a minute. Do you two have a thing as well? Aphrodite exploded after hearing the whole conversation. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 129, Helplessness. Get out of here, Demeter, I saw him first. Shouted the petite goddess as if they were fighting over something precious to her. You've already danced with him. I want him now. Demeter said calmly, but a vein could be seen on her forehead, barely visible, overshadowed by her beauty in a golden dress. No way, he's mine. Aphrodite shouted, grabbing one of Xion's arms. Why are you so insistent? I doubt you can satisfy this man. Demeter said, looking at Aphrodite's breasts and comparing them with hers with a victorious look. What? How dare you? I am the goddess of love and fertility. Of course, he can fall in love with me, and I satisfied him very well the last time. She said angrily as her cheeks flared up, but she had a proud look when she spoke the last sentence, remembering the intimate encounter they had in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Xion was caught in the middle of two goddesses fighting each other while his arm was being pulled. He know that he have small group of friends in heaven and that is including this two girls, but he never expect them to be this close to him. What's happening here? How can I get out of this situation? It was the only thing he could murmur as he was pulled like a puppet. What are those two goddesses doing with my Xion? Hestia on the other side shouted in amazement, while her heavenly colleagues caused a commotion in the middle of the dance floor over her unusual lover, her own husband, attracting everyone's attention at the party. That Xion, he wants to corrupt mom when he already has two divine lovers. Loki shouted next to Hestia with equal dissatisfaction. Riveria listened to this and held back as much as she could from hitting Loki, but she felt strange as she saw Xion being torn between two goddesses, causing a kind of scandal. Am I jealous? She asked herself internally, feeling conflicted, a feeling she thought she wouldn't have with anyone, not in the next 100 years. Aphrodite-sama. Demeter-sama. The daughters of both goddesses seemed quite concerned. Look at this human again, first the elven princess, now two goddesses. Where does this luck come from? I didn't know that Aphrodite-san and Demeter-san shared a lover, an immortal at that. How intriguing! That brat! How can he change so much in just 2 months? He used to be a waste. How can he have changed so much, to the point of becoming a lover of other goddesses? A relatively young man, blonde hair and arrogant purple eyes, spoke while looking at one of his daughters and asked, seeing her so disheartened after returning from a task he asked her to do with empty hands. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 130, Real Party Starts. And he refused to come talk to me? The god asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Heimdall-sama. He said to tell you that the threat he made to Karina wasn't just words. Litsi said while also watching the scene. That weak god. He thinks he can threaten me. I am a guardian god. How can he become so arrogant? You'll pay for this, Xion-kun. I'll see you begging for forgiveness one way or another. Heimdall spoke with venom in his tone. This same god took a look around the party, while most were paying attention to the goddess's argument with the strange mortal. Heimdall's and Apollo's eyes met, there was a nod of understanding, and their eyes said that something would begin there. Suddenly, the lights went out. Xion, who had one hand on each divine waist after calming the girls, looked at this scene with a small smile. So it begins. He murmured while detecting movements in the shadows and darkness through his spell, detecting life. As soon as the lights went out, many people were stunned, both gods and their own children, but a part of them remained quite calm and curious, thinking that Apollo had organized some kind of event and entertainment in the middle of the banquet. Apollo appeared with a light above him to grab the attention of everyone present. Everyone, I hope you're enjoying the banquet. He said, maintaining a friendly smile as he walked among everyone to the dance floor, standing in front of Belle with a smile that seemed quite unpleasant and disgusting to the poor young man. Another light covered Xin on the dance floor, illuminated by one of the adventurers in the dark. Xin. Hestia stepped in front of Xin to protect him from Apollo as soon as she saw the eyes and smile of her former heavenly colleague. Hello Hestia, I heard that your children had some trouble with some of mine a few days ago. Oh, sorry about that. Hestia was nervous now, looking guilty. Xin looked at this pathetically. Since they were the ones who planned this, there was no reason for his goddess to apologize in front of everyone. He found it humiliating. Could you accept your apologies in front of all those present? My children were injured by them, so I want proper compensation, he said, forming a greedy smile. Zenobia and the girls also came back injured. It wasn't our fault. Hestia tried to argue. Can you still talk after seeing this? Apollo struck a ridiculous pose, pointing his finger behind him, and a new light showed a palm, tied up all over the body, injured and disoriented with a quite ridiculous scene, in Xion's opinion. Ouch! Too much! Help me! The little hobbit screamed in the middle of all that staging. These guys have no shame, do they? Xion said to himself, stepping away from the divine wastes he had in his arms and starting to walk to where Apollo and his family were. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 131, War Game and a Slap. Xion-kun. What are you going to do? Both goddesses couldn't help but ask as Xion moved away from them. There was a tone of concern in them, as it involved Hestia and an Xion children. Me? I'm just going to join in on this fun too. Xion said with a rather diabolical smile, leaving them stunned. The girls, did they really do this? Hestia was nervous, believing in this staging, much to Xion's displeasure as he approached. Of course not. But Hestia protested immediately. She know they are equally innocent and naive. But I have witnesses. Apollo pointed behind the injured Palom, and other adventurers showed up with a new light on them, all with sadistic smiles on their faces. It didn't take a genius to figure out that they belonged to the Apollo family as well. This was staged. People in the dark murmured, the scene clearly obvious to them. Meanwhile, even Hestia saw this with angry eyes now. This is nonsense, let's find Hephaestus and leave, Xion-kun. Hestia said, ready to take Xion away. You refuse to take responsibility, Hestia. Apollo said with a crooked smile and raised his hands to emphasize his next words. Very well. I challenge the Hestia family to a war game with my family, the Apollo family. He announced, leaving almost everyone stunned with that statement. Ow! Yes, a war game. That's so cool. Apollo is so brutal. I wanted to see this. That's right, and if I win, I'll take Hestia and all the member of your Familia. As for that god Xion, I will send him back to heaven. Apollo announced. This alarmed Hestia, especially with Apollo's not-so-hidden intentions. The goddess was nervous behind her due to these sudden events. She even forget that Xion suddenly disappeared behind her. It was in this excited moment that no one noticed some footsteps approaching behind Apollo. While everyone was imagining the expectations of seeing a war game, no one noticed a new individual in the center of the dance floor as he raised his hand calmly. Slap. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 132, Xion's Unique Ways of Accepting Challenges. The loud sound of the slap echoed through the hall, interrupting the commotion and creating instant silence. All eyes turned to the origin of the sound, surprised and curious about what could have caused this abrupt interruption. Hestia and Loki, who were closer to the scene, had eyes as white as eggs, shocked by the sudden turn of events. However, they weren't the only ones. the rest of those present at that banquet were also stunned by the unexpected slap that reverberated through the hall. Apollo, who was smiling seconds ago, suddenly felt a sharp pain on the right side of his face, forcing his head to move to the opposite side. Startled, he staggered with the shock and ended up falling directly on the dance floor. Incredulity took hold of him, unable to comprehend how someone dared to hit him from behind. "Who dares?" Apollo's voice echoed as the only sound in the banquet, filled with fury. His enraged eyes quickly turned to the assailant, revealing a man in a black tuxedo, black hair, and a star tattooed on his iris. Apollo's anger gave way to a stunned expression when he realized that the man was smiling at him as if he had found prey. The surprise wasn't limited to Apollo. Everyone present at the banquet was stunned witnessing Xin assaulting Apollo without him being able to react. The shock was even greater because he really dared to strike a god in front of their peers, apparently unconcerned about possible divine consequences. "You!" Apollo couldn't contain the cry of incredulity at what was happening. Everything seemed to be going well, and he was about to involve his friend Heimdall to accuse the mortal and try to recruit him for his family again. "If you really want a war game, let's set aside all this theater." Xin interrupted the silence that had settled, speaking with a mocking tone. Xin then remove his white gloves and throw it on Apollo's face. "And let's give you a real reason to have this game." Without waiting much, he pointed a hand in the direction of the Palam who was still pretending to be sick behind him. The Palam was alarmed by Xin's hand pointing in his direction. It didn't take long for a 30-centimeter diameter fireball to form and be launched at him point blank. The surprise attack caught everyone off guard, breaking the tension of the moment and eliciting various reactions from the crowd. Firebolt! Without time to react, both the Palam and the Apollo family adventurers behind him were engulfed by the explosion. Boom! Ah! That hurts! Cries of pain echoed, but the explosion muffled their sounds for the rest of the people present. All adventurers instinctively positioned themselves in front of their gods, ready to protect them from this sudden chaos. Xin demonstrated a behavior that none of them would ever dream of or had seen in their years in Genkai. He assaulted a god and attacked his children like a ruffian in their own home, something that alarmed and left everyone bewildered. "Hey! Is this really happening? I can't believe what I'm witnessing. This god has guts, I have to admit. It's no wonder Aphrodite and Demeter are his lovers. Look at this human. So fearless." Hestia was paralyzed, she couldn't believe her troublemaker friend could act this way. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 133, Xin, God of War, the Rouge of Heaven. "What are you doing?" Apollo shouted, alarmed, unable to believe that things were taking this turn. He had never been assaulted by a mortal in his life in Genkai and never thought it would happen. He believed that, as a god, mortals should revere him, but now he realized how deceived he was. He thought no one would dare to attack him, but there he was, deliberately being hit by one. And it didn't seem to be over, as Xion's mocking gaze returned to Apollo. I'm just giving you what you want, you sex maniac. Now pretending innocence? If you want a war game, then I'll give you a good reason for it. Xion said, starting to walk again and approaching an alarmed Apollo. "Wait, Xion! What are you doing?" Hestia shouted in fear. She heard that Xion is a rude fellow back in heaven when he first arrive. He beat anyone who want to anger him, he will never decline any challenge and never leave his opponent unscratched. Hestia ever see this side of Xion, so dominant, rude, and same time, cool. She like Xion more and more. I'm giving him exactly what he wants, and he'll have this war game one way or another. At least, let's give a reason worth it. Xion said with a malicious smile. As he walked up to the grounded Apollo, several adventurers from the same family rushed to try to stop Xion from reaching their god, but it was already too late. Xin lifted Apollo by the collar, with the sun god's frightened eyes. You! What are you doing? I am a god. Slap! As I said, I want this war game to start with a good reason. You can't. Slap! Stop! Slap! 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 Xin began to slap the god suddenly with his own hands, leaving everyone speechless. Apollo's cheeks turned red after the sequence of slaps, silencing him, unable to utter another word. Meanwhile, Captain Hyacinthos, who was quite far away, tried to prevent Xin from further hurting his god. He ran with all his might to reach Hestia's mage. I will kill you for this. Hatred was evident in his voice. He already didn't have a good history with Xin, and seeing him assaulting Apollo-sama in front of him drove him mad. Ah, you want him, don't you? Then take this. Xin, seeing the man approaching, smiled as he tossed the god like a puppet onto that adventurer. Although he was a mage, Xin had enough strength to throw the god quite easily, turning the divine into something akin to a kicked dog. Xin smiled as Hyacinthos quickly caught his god carefully, who was swollen in his cheeks, losing all the glory that showed until a while ago to look like a kicked dog now. Stop this, Xin! A new voice appeared with a new individual stepping in front of Xin, almost before he could react. Seeing this new person and where the voice originated, Xin smiled and calmly said, not caring about the at least 20 Apollo adventurers surrounding him at this moment. Want to fight me? Maybe you don't know, back in the heaven I always get Apollo to become my punching bag. Of course, if you want to try I'm willing to give you same treatment. Every god and goddess finally snap out, how can they forget how Xin got his title war god? How can they forget who is the young go who start the last Ragnarok at the same time ended because he is bored? He is Xin, god of war, the Rouge of heaven. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 134, Scheming of Two Gods. You're really daring and quite different from what I remember, Xin-kun, I've never seen this side of you. A voice entered the scene in the midst of that confusion, someone Xin wasn't in the mood to see, but since he was already here, Xin smirked mockingly. It's been a while since I've seen you, Heimdall. He said calmly. It's Heimdall-sama to you. Loras, who was in front of him, said angrily at the disrespect Xin was showing to his former god. Calm down, Loras, it seems my former friend, the one I expelled from group, has become quite rebellious. He declared in a regretful tone, gaining many surprised looks and murmurs since no one knew about this event. Even Loki and Riviera expressed some surprise now that they knew Xin was expelled from that group. That's true, and I must thank you, Heimdall, because continuing under your mediocre command would have kept me stuck at lowest level. Xin taunted, making even the arrogant Heimdall, who had been quite arrogant until then, look angrily at Xin. Who? So that's how it is. You speak like this after unjustly attacking my adventurers as well. You are so arrogant to attack two families like this, as besides attacking my family, you also participated in the beating of the Apollo family and attacked them openly at this banquet. Heimdall announced, gaining even more surprised looks since almost everyone. Ha 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 ha. Xin began to laugh loudly, causing astonishment from both divine beings and mortals present, who saw him laugh as if he heard a great joke. You're hilarious, Heimdall. 15 Monster House, 20 Level 3 Monster, 2 Monster Rex, almost non-stop monster stamped and still with so much calculation and scheming you still lose to a 2 young girls who is not even level 1, I despise you Heimdall. Xin had no fear of expressing this openly, gaining even more incredulous looks and a glint of anger from both Heimdall and his own commander, Loras. How can Xin don't know why those girls is having problem every time they enter dungeon, if there is no mastermind, Xin will never accept that the girls are unlucky when they enter. The gods now seemed to be genuinely enjoying all this confusion. A mortal was so audacious that it left them speechless, and he seemed to be embarrassing two families with just his words, leading to much gossip and even laughter at Heimdall and Apollo, which left the latter quite grumpy. They had a plan, but somehow, Xin ruined everything. Even though it led to their real objectives, they didn't seem to like being approached this way. It was very humiliating, and no one expected Xin, from the Hestia family, to have so much audacity, despite being historically arrogant. Do you really want to die, Xin? You're surrounded, all members of the Apollo family are looking at you with deadly hatred. Have you lost your mind while insulting two families? You know I'm not those goddess and can end you right here. Heimdall warned angrily, not liking much the responses Xin was giving, embarrassing his god in front of so many others. Let's stop all this theater, Heimdall. I like to get straight to the point without beating around the bush or going through any schemes. You want a war game, so you'll get one. Xin looked at both gods and shouted with a dangerous smile on his face. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 135, Challenge Declaration. I declare a challenge to the Heimdall and Apollo families in a war game. Two families against one, do you accept? Xin announced, gaining even more surprises in the place. People were really excited for a war game, but they never imagined things would unfold this way. It was brilliant. This? Really? Ha ha ha. So amusing. How daring. Meanwhile, Hestia and Hephaestus fainted without him noticing, right behind him. You! Apollo shouted, already a bit better. That's good. If I win, I want you die here. Heimdall, who had already lost his patience, shouted at this moment with his declaration. And I want Hestia and Al your member. Apollo shouted at his side after getting up. Oh? Want to kill me? Amusing, there's so many god and goddess that want my life, and Heimdall, you are not included to those who I waiting. Xin taunted Heimdall, but he didn't respond, so Xin continued. Anyway, we're accepting the war game. If we win, I want all your wealth and properties inside and outside Orario. Disband Apollo and Heimdall Familia, and accept my challenge of Ragnarok. I also want that girl right there. Xin quickly pointed to a frightened girl with navy blue hair, while putting his hand on his chest as a form of protection after drawing attention from Xin. Is this happening as I dreamed? She said, terrified and lost, as if she had predicted all this. Her. Apollo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow to this, staring at Cassandra Ilion, wondering why this hateful human wanted her. He always found the girl quite pitiful and never paid her much attention for long. What? Ragnarok? Are you insane? Heimdall can't help but to step back. How can Xin just casually announce Ragnarok so much easy? But Xin don't care, with his authority, he have right to start one if he wanted. As for that girl. Of course, with Xion's knowledge, he knew that Cassandra Ilion possessed the special ability, precognition, a hidden gift that can see images of the future, especially when crises are about to happen, but she has a kind of curse since no one can believe her. Yes, I want her in the Hestia family since the rest is just a waste, so I'm not interested. Xin openly mocked, his disdain now gaining even more hateful looks from Loras and members of the Apollo family present. You'll pay for all this. Loras growled angrily, not liking how arrogant Xin was now. Save your anger for the war game, you'll need it. Xin taunted. Meanwhile, the crowd's voices continued. Hey, is this really happening? This is Ragnarok, this is not a joke. Two families against one. Didn't you notice that it wasn't even little Hestia who issued the challenge? Yes, it was that scum god, he took the lead. Look at the state of Hestia. Clearly, she's broken. I feel sorry for the virgin goddess. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 136, God's Amusement. I remember she used to be quite clumsy and always cleaning her temple flame. Who would have thought she'd come to this world causing so much chaos with her children? Hestia already has the record holder, now there's this man who not only like to hits a god but also challenges two families at the same time. Really, I never imagined seeing so many surprises from a human since I came to the Genkai. Ha ha ha. This is getting so much fun. I wish I had a child like that too, Hestia is so lucky. Damn chibi, I wish I had such a fun too. Loki couldn't help but complain, while crying next to his daughters, thinking about how her life would be never boring at all when causing chaos in the city with such a shameless god like Xin by his side. Even though he was stealing mommy and was angry about it, she still recognized his value. Xin. Hestia was very nervous, while feeling fainting under so much pressure and an extremely arrogant Xin, unafraid to confront two gods and face a war with two whole families. Phew phew phew. This is really interesting. More interesting than I could imagine. You always amuse me. Xin Kun Freya couldn't help but look fascinated by this, speaking as if she feeling pleasure to what happening right now. Anyway, I hope to see you soon, let's organize this event. I hope you don't run away. Xin smiled at the two gods who looked stunned at the mortal. Shall we, Hestia? Xin turned to leave. Even though he would like to stay a little longer dancing with Riviera and her friends, he knew he couldn't stay at the venue. However, when he turned to face his family, both seemed to be having some kind of convulsion while trembling and chattering their teeth. You initiated a war game. Xin, hit a god again. They looked like two ghosts almost fainting. Xin sighed at this and picked up both in each arm to leave the party. Well, hope to see you later, I'd love to kick your divine asses, both the sex maniac and my former group leader. Xin announced at the exit, earning many laughs from those present. With that, his banquet night ended with him exposing a satisfied smile as he headed to the mansion's gate. Hey, how long are you guys going to act like this? Xin questioned impatiently, looking at the two paralyzed individuals, Hephaestus and Hestia, as they arrived at the abandoned church. Seeing that both remained silent, Xin let out an audible sigh, expressing his frustration at the lack of response. What happened to them? Ari exclaimed, astonished, observing the disturbing state of Hephaestus and Hestia. Utah couldn't help but express his bewilderment next to Ari. They're fine, we just had a bit of stress at the banquet, nothing too unexpected, Xin replied calmly, as if downplaying the situation. How can this be nothing unexpected? Look at their condition. Ari was visibly concerned about the goddess, grabbing her and shaking her in an attempt to bring them back to his normal state. Xin simply turned his back, ignoring both Utah's suspicious expression and Ari's efforts to revive Hestia. His posture indicated that he didn't want to deal with the emotional reactions of that moment and was focused on other thoughts. Anyway, I'll read my books before sleeping, see you later. The family main god simply left them in front of the kitchen, while they were still in a state of shock, unable to react, much to the despair of the others. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 137, Morning Danger. That night, Xin dedicated his time to reading, immersed in his books and preparing for the upcoming events. He understood the need to strengthen the girls' power before the imminent war game, which, following the canon, would become the castle game. Satisfied with his studies, he went to sleep peacefully, anticipating what was to come. The next day, Xin woke up with Hestia completely out of control, hovering over him. It seemed she had recovered from the previous condition. Xin. Why did you do that? The girls are good and excellent, but they still need time to their full potential. Hestia hooked Xin's neck and shook him while crying. Good morning, Hestia. He murmured sleepily, as if the situation were not an urgent matter. Good morning. I don't know what you thinking. I heard you are a war freak back in heaven, but I never expect that all gossip about you is true. She helpless said. Don't worry, we would have had this fight anyway. I just advanced a few things to put on a show at the banquet. Xin said, yawning, as if dealing with something routine. Anyway, I know you won't let the girls fall in danger, but still, look at them. Hestia said, pointing to nervous Asia, who had already recovered physically but was still trying to deny the reality. Ari was equally in a state of depression, and Irina maintained a downcast look, aware of the gravity of the situation. Hey, let's have breakfast first, then we'll discuss everything we're going to face, how about that? Xin suggested, making Hestia loosen her grip, watching him cross his arms. I hope you have a solution, because I don't see how we're going to fight against those two families. They're levels 4 and 3. How are we going to win? She sadly said. Xin ignored her and headed to the kitchen. He was the only one to boil water with the firebolt and prepare the first meal, as everyone else seemed quite dejected. While eating, he couldn't help but look at the other family members and comment. How long are you going to stay like this? You need to feed your stomachs, because we'll need your strength in the next few minutes. Xin said calmly, interrupting the melancholy that hung over the table. What do you mean? Ari asked, confused. Xin just looked at her for a brief moment before continuing. We have a group of adventurers preparing to blow this place up when we leave through that door, so you better get ready. His statement cast a shadow of shock over them. What? Hestia was the first to react, jumping in alarm. They're going to attack us? Asia asked, his face expressing alarm. I thinks we're screwed. Ari murmured, disheartened. And how do you know this? Hestia couldn't help but look at Xin, demanding explanations. I have a spell that can detect living beings. I can see at least 40 adventurers positioned on the roofs, all facing our direction. The walls don't limit this magic of mine. Xin explained, and his revelation left everyone surprised, except Zenobia and Utah. The small being's gaze already indicated that he might know more than he was letting on. What are we going to do? Ari asked, alarmed. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 138, Chaotic Morning. Let's first secure the most important things underground so they can't be destroyed in the fight. Second, let's set up some traps since we'll catch the enemy by surprise. Xin smiled as he outlined this plan, determined not to let the church be easily destroyed. He was resolved to turn the imminent attack into an opportunity to counterattack. Quickly. Hestia was the first to act, followed by Ari, Irina, and Asia, who hurried to follow Xin's instructions. Don't forget to eat. Xin murmured to his frightened family as they ran to the corners of the church. Xin finished eating and went to help his family, starting to store their belongings in deeper locations in the church, which would offer better protection against the impending attack. It's a shame I don't have any magical trap spells or anything in the stealth category. It would be quite useful in moments like this, Utah sadly said while carefully storing his most precious possessions. What do we do now? Hestia asked fearfully, once they had stored all valuable belongings. We have no choice, we'll face them head on. Xin said calmly, as they didn't have another feasible plan. Yes. Zenobia commented with determination. Hestia, and Asia, stay behind and move away when the fight can no longer affect you. Xin said, heading towards the church door. Ready. Xin smiled at the girls. The girls nodded. Let's start a show. Xin said, making the motion to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, the morning sun already illuminated the roofs filled with adventurers. Without wasting time, numerous fireballs materialized around Utah, each aiming at one of the adventurers nearby. The first wave of attacks was fast and relentless. The explosions echoed through the area, standing out against the morning light. Their targets were mercilessly hit, caught completely off guard. The stunning effect of these fire explosions gave girls the time he needed to advance towards the still disoriented adventurers. Boom! 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 Firebolt! Utah shouted, adding an extra fireball and hitting someone from the enemy group. As they recovered from the stunned state, the adventurers retaliated by launching their own fire magic, directed straight at the church. Anticipating the imminent danger, Hestia and Asia ran to protect themselves and moved away from the area. Asterisk. The resulting roar of the explosions did not go unnoticed for those on the street. Chaos ensued, with curious onlookers trying to understand what was happening. The destruction caused by Utah's first wave not only surprised the attacked adventurers, but the explosion from this attack was heard by at least 20% of the city, drawing the attention of part of the city illuminated by the early morning sun. Many gazes turned to the distant echo of the explosions. What? What is this? An explosion? Monsters! Don't be foolish, it's obvious that families are fighting each other. Will there be a war game? It's been months since the last one. Someone complained, knowing about the unfolding war game announced last night. I'm more concerned about the chaos here. They could save this for the war game and not destroy the city. Another commented. Isn't that where Ari and Utah lives? A waitress said, looking towards the commotion. Yes, I heard rumors about some problems with God Xin and Apollo. There was a banquet yesterday among the gods. Maybe something happened, meow. Another waitress spoke beside her. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 139, Chaotic Morning 2. Meanwhile, in the midst of chaos. These damn bastards really destroyed our church. Zenobia growled angrily, observing the aftermath of the chaos she had unleashed. The walls of the old church now displayed large breaches and debris. The roof, once intact, was partially collapsed, and charred debris covered the floor. The church collapsed. Asia exclaimed with concern. Zenobia, aware that the abandoned church was only a temporary meeting point, felt a tightness in his heart witnessing the ruin of the place. His place, however ephemeral in its importance, represented a refuge for the Hestia family, and seeing its structures destroyed stirred a mix of emotions, including anger directed at those responsible for the invasion. Enough of this, let's teach them a lesson, Irina. She said and quickly ran forward. Determined, Zenobia advanced towards the 40 adventurers positioned on the rooftops of the houses. Her steps were agile and decisive, cutting through the space between them with speed. With a determined look, she raised her hands, pulling her sword out. The intense glow of the flames reflected in his eyes, which emanated a mix of anger and resolution. Without hesitation, Zenobia threw a flying slash towards the buildings, each one targeting one of the adventurers. The sound of impact and the subsequent explosions echoed through the environment, creating chaos of flames and debris. The adventurers, caught off guard, barely had time to react. Alarm cries filled the air as some tried to dodge, but most were hit by the flying slash. The scene turned into a chaotic spectacle of fire and smoke, with Zenobia leading the attack with unwavering determination. Utah started to cast her spell and use her powerful explosion magic around. As the explosions continued, the buildings were consumed by the fire, creating a curtain of flames that illuminated the scene of destruction. Zenobia, advancing relentlessly, while Utah continued to cast his spells, leaving behind a burning and challenging trail. The message was clear: he would not allow his family to be attacked without a fitting response. Boom! 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 Damn! We're getting hit here. Let's retreat, we've taught them a lesson. I don't intend to let this slide. Zenobia growled and ran after them when they started trying to escape. The sound of her footsteps echoed through the structures as fire spells fly rapid succession from behind, targeting the adventurers attempting to flee. The scene unfolded amid cries of alarm and confusion. The adventurers, once confident, were now in full retreat, seeking refuge on the roofs to escape Zenobia and Utah's wrath. Some turned to retaliate, casting spells back in an attempt to stop their pursuer. Damn! Someone make this bastard stop, we're getting hit here! Shouted one of the adventurers, while others retaliated, but they continued trying to shake off their pursuer. Meanwhile, seeing the abandoned church, Irina decided to stay to see if Hestia and Asia are okay. Asia! Are you okay? Hestia took the initiative to return with Irina and found Asia with no sign of any enemies nearby at the moment. I'm fine, but Zenobia went after them. What does he intend now? I has a bad feeling about this. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 140, Counter-Attack. During the pursuit, people on the streets looked up, confused and astounded, as fast-moving figures and magical sparks crossed the sky above them. The thunderous sound of spells and explosions echoed through the alleys, creating an atmosphere of chaos and urgency. Some instinctively sought protection, fearing that the magical confrontation would extend to the streets. Pedestrians hurriedly moved away, trying to find shelter and safety in the face of the unlikely and dangerous spectacle unfolding in the skies. Some murmured among themselves, trying to understand what was happening, while others simply watched, fascinated and apprehensive at the unusual magical clash taking place above their heads. Someone inform the guild. Call the Ganesha family. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Explosions were heard above the houses, with Zenobia hitting Apollo's personnel who were retreating. Damn, can't anyone stop him? Zenobia looked to the side and saw something interesting at that moment. You like attacking others' homes, don't you? Let's see how you feel about this. Zenobia said and began to use the evasion spell to have more speed than these adventurers, changing direction quickly. She attacked us so far to suddenly run away. One of the masked men spoke. Wait, look at the direction she's going. What? We can't let this happen. They were already close to the headquarters but intended to shake off Zenobia before returning to the Apollo mansion. The only thing they didn't imagine was that Xin out of nowhere took the initiative and was heading towards their house. He's crazy. Xin was already approaching the wall of the place and jumped over, quickly alerting some guards and adventurers in the mansion. Before anyone could react, Xin cast spells against the location. Fireballs flew towards the structure without resistance. The walls in the mansion began to explode with his fire attack. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. What's happening here? Apollo was frightened by the noise and the mansion shaking like that. While he was in his personal spa wanting to fix his face marked by slaps, he just didn't expect an attack from the same adventurer who did this to him a few hours ago. Just like Apollo, stunned, trying to make sense of the sounds of explosions with the entire structure that was his home shaking shortly thereafter, he quickly emerged from his personal spa after putting on some clothes, opened the door demanding to know what was happening. What's going on? He shouted quickly as he saw his children running scared down the hallway. Apollo-sama, this is terrible. An attack, someone is attacking our mansion. Luan Espel appeared, covered in bandages. His palm this time wasn't pretending, he was truly injured and burned by Xion's sudden attack during the party performance. Who dares to attack the headquarters of the Apollo family? Apollo shouted and began to go out to see the author of this attack. This is terrible. He came sooner than I imagined. A timid and fearful voice was heard next to Daphne Loros. What now, Cassandra? Daphne looked at her friend with raised eyebrows. It's him. He came for revenge, she said with fear in her tone. Spit it out, are you going to say you had more weird dreams? Her friend commented as they ran outside as well. Yes. The adventurer who hit Apollo-sama, I knew challenging him was a mistake. Are you sure it's him? And why did he seem so interested in you? He even insisted that you go to the Hestia family. I don't know. Maybe he knows about my powers. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 141, Counterattack 2. Nonsense, you just dream of strange things, that's not a skill, just your imagination. Daphne spoke. Cassandra lamented, as her visions were also a curse, and no one believed her, treating her as weird because of it, except Daphne, but that didn't mean her friend believed in her predictions. Maybe he believes in me. Cassandra couldn't help but murmur, remembering Xin demanding her as a reward in a war between families. As soon as Apollo, Luan, Daphne, Cassandra, and the rest of the family arrived outside, they could see the mansion side in flames. They watched helplessly as the flames engulfed their grand mansion. The screams of their followers and servants echoed, blending with the explosions, and it didn't stop. Xin, in a calculated fit of fury, continued his relentless attack. His fiery spells turned the mansion walls into flaming rubble. Apollo's guards and adventurers tried to organize a defense immediately, but the surprise and fierceness of Xin's counterattack were overwhelming as flames flew in their direction. Apollo's adventurers, regardless of their past actions, quickly gathered outside the mansion. The sound of explosions and the roar of the fire served as a wake-up call, summoning them to face the unfolding threat before their eyes. Among them were those who had previously attacked the church, as well as other members of the Apollo family who were not present in the previous assault. Determined faces and expressions revealed their readiness to fight in defense of their home and reputation against Xin, the relentless, mad, and unpredictable mage from the Hestia family. Swords, staffs, and bows were wielded as they organized to confront the invader. The burning flames surrounding the mansion cast dancing shadows over their figures, adding a dark aura to the tense atmosphere. You! How dare you do this to my home, you wretch! Apollo seemed like a madman in rage seeing such a thing. Once again, he was stunned by this scum acting in a way he had never seen from anyone since he came here, and he never imagined anyone among God would behave so recklessly. Apollo, you finally arrived. You like attacking other people's houses, don't you? Let's see how you feel about this, Xin proclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. Fire bolts. Xin cast his magic towards the already destroyed part of his house once again. Boom! The nearby residents watched, astonished, the unfolding spectacle of destruction. Xin, in his thirst, now completely immersed in battle, showed no signs of backing down in the face of the growing crowd around him. He aimed not only at Apollo's adventurers but also at the very structure and symbols of his rival family's influence. With a part of Apollo's mansion cornered by fire, the flames danced in the now shattered windows, creating a hellish spectacle that stood out even against the morning sun's rays. Smoke rose in the middle of the city, leaving witnesses stunned. This guy was too reckless. Meanwhile, news of the conflict began to spread through the city, fueling fear and speculation. The Ganeash family and the Adventurer Guild would soon be informed, as the explosions and smoke were undeniable witnesses to a magical war that threatened to involve everyone in that part of the city. But it would take time for them to arrive. The situation was about to unfold into a battle between the two rival families, with the city as a silent witness to a dispute that surpassed the limits of diplomacy and traditional rivalry at this moment. The fate of both sides was now in the hands of the imminent confrontation, even if this imminent confrontation of Xin against the entire Apollo family as they surrounded him. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 142, Xion's Magic Power. This wretch, besides hitting Apollo-sama, he destroys our home. We attacked his lair for revenge. I never imagined the conflict would escalate to our headquarters. This is terrible. Look at my room. It's destroyed. Let's finish him. Yes. He came alone, he can't fight against the whole family. What is this god thinking? Attacking the mansion of the Apollo family alone? He's completely crazy. Does he really think he can defeat us? We are an entire family. This is unbelievable. How does he still have the courage to come here and cause more problems? This insolent. He will pay dearly for invading our home. Let's show him the power of the Apollo family. It's madness. How can he be so confident? No matter how strong a god is in heaven, this is the mortal world, God don't have power here, facing the entire Apollo family is suicide. This audacity is unacceptable. Don't underestimate the enemy, but also don't let him destroy our reputation. Fight at full strength. Hyacinthos Cleo growled. Meanwhile, Daphne and Cassandra observed, each with their own concerns. Daphne, determined to protect her family, wielded her sword courageously to join the attack. Cassandra, distressed by the visions she had, feared for what was to come. He came for revenge, Cassandra murmured to Daphne. I knew challenging him was a mistake. Nonsense. You just dream of strange things, that's not a skill, Cassandra. We're facing a mad god who decided to attack our home. Let's focus on defeating him. Daphne responded, trying to stay calm. The battle began with a whirlwind of Apollo family adventurers converging on Xin. Xin, aware of his own strength and armed with infinite magic, rose to the challenge with calm and confidence. His eyes gleamed with an intense magical aura, indicating that he was not afraid of the numbers surrounding him. Xin raised his hand, instantly summoning a fireball in his palm. The fire spell, Fireball, rank 3, was ready to be cast. In a smooth motion, he aimed at the first group of approaching adventurers, releasing a series of flaming projectiles at a pace he could utter more rapidly with his voice. Fire spell, Fireball. Fire spell, Fireball. Fire spell, Fireball. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. The fire bolts hit the adventurers, wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. However, the Apollo family was numerous and determined, and many continued advancing from all sides, prepared to subdue this mad god. As the adventurers closed in, Xin channeled his magic uniquely. With his unique divine power, a mysterious ability, nullified any mana expenditure, allowing him to use his spells without worrying about exhaustion. This made him a feared force since he could cast powerful spells repeatedly. Anticipating the imminent attack now coming from all sides, Xin activated his rank 3 magical aura to stun the enemies around him, which worked well. Everyone advancing with swords and melee weapons felt the magical explosion from the wizard and a pillar that rose to the sky with it, as Xin released the spell at full force. The blue energy pillar didn't hurt them, but the wind it generated and the initial surprise made them falter, causing them to pause their attack for a few moments. What is this? Magic! I've never seen anything like this. Don't stop, this doesn't seem to hurt, he's just showing off. One of them said, trusting their instincts. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 143, Xion's Magic Potent. However, in the meantime, Xin had already cancelled the aura to create a spell with his ability, Charged Magic. He held the magic for twice the normal cooldown time and then released it at once. Multiple fire bolts surrounded him from all sides and were launched at all the adventurers with powerful force, catching them off guard. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Firebolt might not be the most powerful spell, but it is certainly effective against level 1 and 2 adventurers attacking him only this level to prevent any death and trouble after this. The resulting explosion caused a momentary dispersal in the enemy formation, opening up space for Xin to plan his next move. Watching closely, he chose to cast support spells to enhance his own abilities for melee confrontation. Spells like Strength Booster, Speed Booster, and Iron Skin were cast on himself, further elevating Xin's physical capabilities. He moved with extraordinary agility, dodging the attacks of these adventurers after they all managed to recover from that multiple firebolt attack. As the battle unfolded, Xin relied not only on his advanced magical power but also on his tactical intelligence. He quickly assessed the situation, adapting to the strategies of the surrounding Apollo adventurers, and responded with a variety of specialized spells from his repertoire. Xin dodged an arrow at this moment, using his quick evasion. That was close. Zins thought as he pointed his hand at the archer on top of the house and cast magic on him. Ah! He could hear the archer feel the pain of the heat as a fireball hit him squarely. The battlefield was filled with explosions, magical sparks, and intense clashes. Xin was a fearless war god, facing the Apollo family with cold determination and an array of impressive spells. The true battle was just beginning, and the outcome hung in the balance of magic and strategy. Xin summoned his weapon, a small branch in front of the level 1 adventurers. They would have a hard time facing the fiery woman, relieving him of pressure for a moment while he focused on the key members of the Apollo family. Even with his infinite magic and advanced abilities, Xin began to feel the pressure from the relentless crowd, which did not seem to retreat despite suffering significant damage from the mage. The number of Apollo adventurers was significant, and they attacked collectively, trying to overpower the mage with brute force and coordinated strategies. While skillfully evading attacks, Xin couldn't avoid all blows. Some adventurers managed to get close enough to inflict injuries. His level 2 resistance with support magic helped mitigate some of the damage, but the accumulation of attacks began to leave its marks, but only white mark left. However, Xin didn't need to exert much effort for his healing magic. Without even raising his hand or channeling magical energy, he healed the wounds on his injured points. The healing spell, Minor Heal, rank 2, began to take effect, gradually restoring his compromised health, but not his stamina. As he healed, Xin faced the additional challenge of balancing between casting defensive and offensive spells. The Apollo adventurers gave no respite, continuing to attack relentlessly. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 144, Wrecking Apollo Familia. The atmosphere in the part of the city where the Apollo family resided vibrated with an unusual energy, as rumors spread like dense smoke. The constant buzz of unanswered questions hung in the air, competing with distant thuds emanating from the imposing family residence. Explosions reverberated in the foundations of the mansion, shaking the structures and drawing the attention of every curious citizen who approached. The streets surrounding the property were filled with eager spectators, eyes fixed on the bars that separated the outside from the chaotic events unfolding within. An unusual spectacle unfolded, composed of adventurers engaged in frenetic battles and explosions decorating the scene like chaotic fireworks. The voices of the crowd reflected the perplexity and restlessness permeating the environment. Some murmured speculations about what might be happening inside the Apollo mansion, while others simply watched with wide-eyed astonishment, captivated by the unpredictability of the show. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, explosions occurred on all sides, with God Xin as the epicenter of all this confusion. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk. As Xin cast his magic against a group trying to attack him, someone faster than anyone Xin had faced so far rushed towards him. The figure appeared at his side before the mage could react and threw him backward. It was Hyacinthos who had appeared and attacked Xin unprepared, hitting him directly in the chest. Falling backward and evading a few more adventurers who tried to stop him at that moment without giving the mage time to breathe, Xin couldn't help but mutter, "Facing an entire family is not as easy as I imagined, not when you're surrounded on all sides, even being only level 1 and 2, I can't stop all the attacks and my full power is also sealed by old man Uranus," to himself, even though no one could hear amid the continuous explosions that the mage launched to repel his attackers. Realizing the need to increase his effectiveness in battle, Xin decided to diversify his spells. In addition to offensive fire spells, Xin raised both hands with charged magic, invoking his gravitational spell / minor gravitational field, rank 3. A sphere of gravitational energy formed around him with a diameter of 5 meters, altering the laws of gravity in the nearby area. The Apollo adventurers surrounding him suddenly felt an additional weight, making their movements slower and clumsier, with some falling to the ground without resistance. At the same time, Xin cast his support spell / strength booster, speed booster, iron flesh to replenish effects, and quick dodge to avoid arrows that were coming his way, all executed in quick succession. Taking advantage of the confusion caused by the gravitational field, Xin launched his most powerful explosive fireball, rank 3, directly into the center of the group of Apollo adventurers. The combination of offensive and defensive spells turned the mage into an unstoppable force, defying the opponent's expectations. Even the captain / commander did not emerge unscathed when caught in the explosion as well. While Xin channeled his spells in the midst of the chaotic battle, the Apollo mansion suffered from the impacts of his explosive spells in the middle of the field in front of it, hitting it with stray spells. Walls trembled, pieces of masonry flew through the air, and a part of the grand mansion began to collapse under the magical fury of the mage. The deafening sound of stones colliding echoed through the luxurious corridors as the confrontation unfolded both inside and outside the mansion. The sight of Apollo adventurers being thrown through the air, some screaming as they fell, added a dark tone to the scene. It was one against an entire family, but even so, they couldn't defeat just one adventurer, leaving them with significantly low morale in a pre-war period. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 145, Gainish Family. How can this be happening? Apollo, from a distance, had empty eyes, watching his precious property being destroyed on one side, while cracks seemed to appear all over the structure with broken windows. All this when they couldn't even stop the adventurer who caused all of this. The battle continued, and the mage kept casting explosive spells and controlling the gravity around him, but the fight was not without its challenges. Xin started to feel a little bit growing pressure of the battle, and the infinite magical energy he possessed did not guarantee invulnerability against such a large number of opponents. His exhaustion was starting to show. Even though he seemed to be winning and managing the fight, Xin did not emerge unscathed from the turmoil he created himself. The retaliatory attacks from the Apollo adventurers were not ineffective, and despite his defensive and evasive magics helping, being surrounded by dozens of adventurers had some effects on him. Superficial cuts and bruises began to accumulate on his body more than the healing magic could cure under the continuous onslaught, and he was becoming physically exhausted. At the height of the battle between Xin and the Apollo adventurers, when the explosions and magical spells seemed endless, a new presence made itself known. A group of people passed through the property gate, appearing in front of everyone. It was the Gainish family, known for their strength and influence in the city's security, led by their respected captain, Shakti Varma. The members of the Gainish family emerged on the scene, standing out among the adventurers gathering to face Xin and the girls. Their captain, an imposing figure with an aura of command at level 5, was not alone. Iltafarna, the Amazon and vice-captain, was on one side, Hashana Dorla was on the other, and they advanced into the midst of the confusion. Their experienced eyes quickly assessed the situation and recognized the characteristic mark of magical conflict. Enough of this! Captain Ganeash's voice resonated, imposing itself over the tumult. What is happening here, and how did it start? She looked directly at Xin, her expression indicating a mix of surprise and disapproval, seeing that god again whom she had hit last time for talking absurdities to her. Xin, momentarily stopping his offensive, looked at the newcomer and realized that the situation had reached a critical point. The arrival of the Ganeash family could significantly alter the course of the conflict, and he would have to consider his next actions carefully since he couldn't fight this woman, let alone all the adventurers beside her. Captain Ganeash, with a serious look, addressed Xin. God Xin, explain yourself. What led to this? You're in conflict within private property, why are you always in some trouble lately? Be it inside or outside the dungeon. Her presence indicated an authority that made everyone stop attacking at that moment. Xin, shamelessly, crossed his arms, looking directly into Captain Ganeash's eyes. His expression was firm and resolute, making it clear that he had no intention of seeking a peaceful resolution at that moment. I didn't come here for just any reason, nor do I intend to seek peace, Lady Shakti. I came to retaliate against those who dared to attack my family. They chose the path of aggression, and now they will have to deal with the consequences. If they desire a truce, let them come and ask for it after feeling what it's like to be unjustly attacked. We already have a war game underway, even so, they initiated an attack in the city's slums, where the Hestia family lived. Xin maintained his firm tone without wavering, he was still a bit furious about his church being destroyed. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 146, Judge. Lies. He initiated the attack. Apollo quickly shouted with hatred. Look at those masked idiots, why are they here fighting with me after destroying my church? Xin pointed to some members who launched the attack on the church. They came running here and didn't even have time to remove their disguises with Xin attacking their home, even though this wasn't very strong evidence because everyone knew it was the work of the Apollo family after what Xin did to the god at the banquet. Enough of this. Shakti's voice spoke again, putting an end to any further argument. You are the main god from the Hestia family. Just like Apollo-sama and his captain with the oddly dressed members, you will come to the guild with me immediately. She said with authority. Seeing that no one else could handle this, everyone lowered their guard, including Xin. Sighing, he cast a spell to reconstruct his torn and blood-stained clothes, a healing spell to mend his wounds, and a bathing spell to clean the dirt created by the wreckage. He left surprisingly clean, even amidst the hatred. They were stunned to see Xin leaving in that state, and even Shakti was somewhat surprised by the magic display, although Xin seemed incredibly tired from physical exhaustion. Take care of the wounded and clean up this mess, I'm going to the guild. Apollo spoke with a bit of anger but headed to the guild with Xin and the Ganeash family. The news, accompanied by the sounds of explosions, attracted a large number of curious onlookers around the mansion, and half the city already knew about the brawl. Xin walked with his enemies through the city under the gaze of all the curious onlookers, hearing many rumors. They quickly reached the guild and went straight to a hearing room. Anne saw him and had a perplexed and stunned expression with concern, seeing Xin being escorted in such a way alongside Apollo and his family. In the guild's hearing room, where normally more bureaucratic matters were discussed, some exploration plans, but mainly family disputes with a judge, it was now filled with tension. Xin was there, standing firm, while the representatives of the Apollo family faced the guild with a nervous expression and a good deal of apprehension. Captain Ganeash, even if she didn't like Xin, assumed her role as a mediator, present to ensure that the situation was handled fairly and that both parties had the opportunity to express themselves. The judge was a member of the Ganeash family, and the guild leader was also present. He was another person who didn't like Xin, and he didn't keep that hidden like Shakti. The hearing continued with the judge and jurors listening attentively as Xin and the Apollo family representative detailed their versions of the tumultuous events that occurred in the city. In the end, it was confirmed that there was an initial attack by the Apollo family, but Xin would not go unpunished for openly attacking the rival family's headquarters, causing chaos throughout the city on his own. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 147, Unreasonably Debt. This is why I hate courts. Xin didn't like being condemned either, but he had to obey the rules established in the city. With the guild assuming responsibility for mediating the situation, it was revealed that both Xin and the Apollo family representatives faced an exorbitant debt of 1 million valis each. This revelation caused a shockwave among those present, as the amount was considerable even by the standards of relatively wealthy families. At least we weren't banned from the city. Xin suddenly spoke, looking directly at Apollo, who returned his gaze with hatred, wondering if this mage had any sense after all he had done, but Xin didn't care about that. Xin left the imposing Tower of Babel with a disappointed look. The conversation with the guild representatives in the tribunal left him with a debt of 1 million to pay. My 1 million that I would bet on the war game. I hope the guild makes me pay this debt after the event. Xin muttered, finding the midday sun outside the tower. As he walked to find his family through the bustling streets of the city, his thoughts were interrupted by familiar voices. In front of him, he saw Hestia, Asia, Arari, Utah, Irina, and Zenobia. Oh! I see you found me before I looked for you. Xin smiled at them. Find? I heard about what Mr. God did for the whole city. Arari exclaimed. All the people around them looked at Xin, murmuring things, and they were still in front of the Tower of Babel, so there was a crowd gathered there. Hestia couldn't contain the mix of emotions she felt when meeting Xin after the confusion he caused in the city. Her expression revealed a mixture of anger and relief, as if torn between scolding him and thanking him for fighting on behalf of the family. Xin! Have you completely lost your mind? Hestia began, her voice filled with indignation. They destroyed our church, I understand your anger, but starting a war at Apollo's residence? Do you know how you caused chaos in the city again? How can you be so impulsive and irresponsible? She shouted in her typical lowly behavior. Xin remained calm in the face of Hestia's reprimand, knowing that her words were justified. However, before he could respond, Hestia continued, her expression softening a bit. But, thank you, Xin. Thank you for fighting for us, for facing those Apollo adventurers, and for our safety while fighting for us. I just wish you had found a less explosive way to do it. She said defeated. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 148, One Family. Xin sighed, understanding Hestia's concerns. I know, Hestia. But I don't regret or apologize for all this. My intention was to protect you and defend our family, but I admit that things got out of control. Anyway, we'll overcome this together, as we always have. Although I'm 1 million valis poorer for it. Xin murmured the last part. Hestia crossed her arms, but her gaze indicated a mix of irritation and gratitude. You really need to learn to handle things in a less destructive way or without causing chaos. She admitted and continued, now, what will we do? Utah beside her was equally lost, there was so much happening, and she seemed hesitant to take command. Xin smiled at his family, he was a bit disappointed because he didn't even receive anything for the damages caused by Apollo, since Xin was equally punished. The only good thing about this was that the destruction of Apollo's mansion was worth much more than the destruction of the church, so it would make Apollo a bit envious. Let's move forward. We have a war game to win, we need to stabilize temporarily and decide our plans. Xin crossed his arms in front of all members. Yes, I thinks Xin is right. You're right. First, let's find a place to stay. Maybe the inn above Mamma Mia's bar. Hestia suggested. With the guild now out of the question, Xin, Hestia, Arari, Utah, Irina, and Zenobia returned to the slums and gathered their belongings that survived the turmoil. Thank goodness the books are intact. Xin murmured, cleaning Riveria's books from some dust but untouched. If they had been destroyed, it would lead to Riveria's retaliation. Take everything you can and need, let's organize things to go to the hostess of fertility, Hestia warned. So they set out again under curious gazes on the still bustling streets, as news of the confrontation had already echoed throughout the entire city. Mamma Mia, the bar's owner, greeted them with a mix of concern and curiosity. What the hell happened to you? You're causing trouble all over the city. Especially you. She pointed at Xin. Hestia sighed, briefly explaining the situation. We were attacked, and our home, the church, well, it's no longer in good condition. Can we stay here for a few days, Mamma Mia? The older woman frowned, but, looking into Hestia's worried eyes, reluctantly agreed. All right, but no trouble in here, understood. Nodding with a head tilt, the group settled into the inn's free rooms, under the curious gaze of the waitresses, which didn't escape Chloe and Anya Fromel as they approached Xin. Xin Naya. Xin, you're here Naya. The two demi-human waitresses who had a bit of a crush on Xin approached with smiles, hoping to chat with him. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 149, Upcoming Challenge. Hey, you two, keep working. There are still customers having lunch. Mamma Mia reprimanded them quickly and looked at Xin. Brat! What did I say about not causing trouble here? She said with a hawk-eyed look. I didn't do anything. Xin muttered. Anyway, they settled into the room, the two waitresses interacted a bit more, and even Seer came not just to talk to the girls, but Xin also got involved in the waitress's curiosity, which Xin tried to avoid because he knew it was Freya there. With that, they had some time to rest before starting to execute their plans. While Hestia tried to comfort Belle, who was still shaken by the series of events, Xin delved into the remaining books of Riveria. He knew he needed to prepare for future challenges, especially those outside the dungeon. He wanted to improve his magical understanding. That night, inside the cozy bar, in the light of his mage light, Xin avidly studied the texts, absorbing knowledge of the history of magic. He knew the path ahead would be challenging, and he needed to strengthen the girls, but he wanted to enjoy some time with his family here before taking the plunge. Meanwhile, the noisy atmosphere of the bar provided a strange sense of normalcy, despite the extraordinary circumstances surrounding them. Faced with the unstable situation, Xin gathered Hestia, Asia, Irina, and the other for a brief conversation in the corner of Mamma Mia's bar as soon as he came out of the room. We need to strengthen ourselves, declared Xin with determination. Now that we're out of the guild, we won't have the same security. I will going to train you girls and study at same time. Hestia, take care of things on the surface. How long do you think it will take for the war game to happen? Xin asked Hestia. I talked to Hephaestus today, she said the preparation takes a few weeks. She said, and Xin nodded. That's good, I'm sure Arari and I can reach level 3 by then. He said, earning surprised looks from the entire family. Level 3? What madness is this? Hestia was astonished, but she controlled her voice not to draw attention from other groups since they were already the topic of everyone's discussion tonight, sending not so subtle glances to their table. You know the girls' status, they can reach level 3 or close to it before the war game. Xin spoke, it wasn't a secret that the small rookie had been more active in leveling up than shown in the anime. Xin didn't know that he himself was one of the causes of this. But if he know, Xin still won't care, but seeing Xin doing much grander things, facing challenges fearlessly, even though he was crazy most of the time, he didn't back down with courage, and the girls was inspired by him. They wanted to be as strong and grow like Xin, who always acted with confidence and a solution to the problems around them, even if it's reckless at times. Xin doesn't hesitate like other does in the face of situations, he want to face head-on with full strength and intelligent at same time. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 150, Own Role. The day after tomorrow, I'll go and give you all the most advanced and most useful training you need to improve. While I try to scout around to ding some information in case they don't fight fair that day. Xin stated. However, in the midst of the conversation, Hestia looked at Xin with a mix of concern and understanding. I don't like the idea of you going alone, Xin. The city is in chaos, and we don't know who else might be down there trying to retaliate between the two families at war. Xin put a hand on Hestia's shoulder, trying to convey confidence. I need to do this to prepare for the girls, Hestia. We can't rely on luck in this situation. I'll make sure we have the power we need to face anything. Hestia sighed but nodded. Let's discuss more tomorrow. Xin wasn't done and turned to Utah and Ari in this quiet part of the hostess of fertility, away from curious ears. You know, to strengthen yourself, you'll need a proper weapon, Ari. I have some good materials if you want to create new before the war, so you just need to tell me when, Xin began, choosing his words carefully. Utah is dedicating herself to improving his skills, and she trusts you. I want you to be prepared to face the challenges that will come, even if thought you always fight and argue. I know that you see her as part of this family. Ari nodded, understanding the seriousness of the situation. I'll do whatever it takes to help Utah and protect the Hestia family. I actually want to train you to use both gun and sword while fighting, but we don't have enough time for you to master both. But having gun is enough for those scum, but this not mean you will disregard the hand-to-hand combat. You have the knowledge, the proper status, and equipment, what left is the expertise and mastery for those two, and I know you can do it, you are smart girl after all. Utah, who was watching attentively, brought a simple but approving and supportive response to Xin's words. But, all my knowledge come from video games, do you think that's good? Game is the wide skill library you can find, so I think that's good. Xin murmured quietly so that she couldn't hear. Anyway, this will be your weapon, Ari. You'll need to learn to use it efficiently. Utah will be your partner, and coordination between you two is crucial from now on, understood? Hesitating for a moment, Ari looked determined afterward. I will do my best, Xinsma. I promise. That's all I need to hear. Xin smiled, encouraging her. Zenobia can help you with physical training. Let's work together so that we can all face what's coming. As for Asia and Irina, you two know what to do, so if there is something you want to ask, feel free to do so. Yes. Thank you, Xin-kun. Hestia spoke beside them after hearing the interaction. Don't get emotional, I'm just doing the obvious. Xin understood Hestia's intention. Even so, you always act seeking a solution in the worst moments. Hestia seemed on the verge of tears with this. It's true, Xin-sama. Asia also spoke, with a recognizing look. No, I act alone, you're the commander, that's your role and that's how train you. But we're here to support each other. You're new, Asia, but you'll soon learn to lead as well. Learn everything you can and strengthen your friends like Irina and Ari, Xin commented directly. He didn't want the responsibility, and he would act alone, as his style suggested. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 151, Meeting Riveria by Chance. Inside the hostess of fertility, the group remained united, preparing for the challenges that would come from both outside and inside the Orario dungeon. The determination of everyone was evident, and each member of the Hestia family was willing to grow and strengthen to protect those they loved. The next day, after a morning meeting at Mamma Mia's bar, Xin headed to a certain district with the intention of meeting Riveria. However, he was stopped at the gate. With his family at war, Loki would remain in a neutral position, and it wouldn't be good to welcome Asia or Irina into his home. But as he walked away, something happened. Riveria appeared in a hidden place to talk to him as soon as he left the main street. God Xin, your actions have consequences, and I know you're aware of that. But I see a determination in you to create chaos in this city. Riveria crossed her arms and spoke with a serious and disapproving tone. I acted in self-defense, Xin said unabashedly. You're always like this, why am I surprised? She murmured, already familiar with the habits of this god who became her book friend. Have you finished the books? I doubt you can now with this war going on after what you did at the banquet, she said, keeping her voice dissatisfied. Yes, Riveria. I won't be able to have my lessons with you in the next few weeks. I need to strengthen everyone, ensure my family is safe and strong to face our enemies, Xin spoke sincerely. So, what will you do? She asked with a curious look. I'll return the books, but I need something to enhance my magical understanding. Is it possible? Xin asked, knowing his question was somewhat audacious. I have a book with my notes on magic, I can lend it to you as long as you don't destroy it, as you urgently need something to enhance your magic, she admitted and took out a notebook from her back somewhat surprisingly. Wait, were you already planning to give me this? He raised his eyebrows. Of course, why else would you be coming to me in the midst of a war game? It's too obvious, she said with a neutral tone. I appreciate this. I'll ask Hestia to return the other books since I'm going out to gather information alone, he informed her. I understand. Just be careful, Xin, she said, but soon the duo heard a voice in the distance. Why did Mommy disappear when that succubus god came to the gate? Where is Mommy? She can be corrupted. Find her immediately. Loki was shouting throughout the wealthy neighborhood. I guess I have to go. Anyway, good luck, Riveria said, nodding. Sure, after all this is over, I'll invite you for a date. How about that? Xin smiled at this, but the elf just kept her neutral face. Why not take Demeter-sama or even Aphrodite-sama for that? She asked and turned quickly, leaving Xin stunned by this attitude. Wouldn't she be jealous? Xin murmured, looking at the elf's retreating back. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 152, Preparation for the Girls. Leaving the area where he met Riveria, he decided to head to the commercial district on one side of the city where the god Takemikazuchi was, and the shops to buy essential oriental equipment to stay outside for several days. Since he wouldn't have space bag with him, he first bought a backpack from the Palams to use while he didn't have spatial spells, which he planned to acquire in this personal use. After buying a backpack, he visited a specialty adventurer equipment shop to buy some katanas and lightweight leather armor. Upon entering, he was greeted by the Zenobia that tinkled above the door. The interior was filled with gleaming armor, weapons hanging on the walls, and a variety of items that caught the attention of adventurers, even though it wasn't from a renowned shop like Hephaestus in Babel Tower. A brown-haired attendant, wearing typical traditional Japanese shopkeeper attire, approached with a friendly smile. God Xin, it's good to see you, good morning. How can I help you today? Greeted the attendant. Xin greeted the man who already knew him as an active customer who bought many katanas and explained his needs, mentioning that the girls planned to spend several days in the dungeon. The attendant nodded understandingly and began to show a selection of suitable equipment, which Xion's family had already bought a lot of in the last month. After getting a new armor and some katanas, he put them in his backpack and headed to another area of the city. He may have his healing magic, but he went to Mayaka's pharmacy to have some stock for emergencies. Xion entered, and after greeting Mayake and Naza, he carefully examined the options. Even though Mayake tried to give him some for free, he insisted on paying. After all, he can't get free from a family that don't have money at all, to Naza's delight, who didn't like giving away potions for free with the family's debt. So he left and went to a food supply store. Xion's shopping list included travel rations, dried fruits, jerky, and packaged drinking water. He wanted to ensure that the girls' team was well stocked during the extended stay in the dungeon while he got enough for his plan. He finally ended his day with a full and organized backpack for the girls' adventure to the floors that they had not yet explored. Xion returned to Mamma Mia's bar, where his family had temporarily settled. The place was already opening, and it did not go unnoticed when a god entered with the giant backpack on his back. Upon entering, he was met with curious looks from the waitresses and customers. Mamma Mia, the owner of the establishment, looked at him with a mix of concern and reprimand. "God Xion, I hope you haven't caused more trouble out there," she exclaimed, hands on her hips. Xion smiled, trying to dissipate the tension. "Just buying some things for the next adventure. I promise not to bring too many problems back here." Mamma Mia snorted but didn't insist. Xion headed to the room where his family was gathered at this moment. Hestia, Irina, Asia, and the girls were there, chatting animatedly before Xion arrived about their day. "Hi, everyone. I'm back," Xion announced, putting the backpack on the floor next to him. Hestia looked at him curiously. "So, how was it? Did you manage to prepare for the girls' next dive and your investigation?" "Everything is good, the last thing left is going to be finished tonight. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 153, Mamma Mia and Ryu. Xion, you really think of everything, don't you?" Hestia commented, looking at the enormous backpack. "It's the least I can do, Hestia. I need to be prepared for anything down there," Xion replied. Joining them, Xion reaffirmed his plans. "Tomorrow, the girls will heading to the dungeon. Hestia, you take care of things up here on the surface. Irina, Zenobia, Arari, and Utah, you train and get ready. When I return, we'll discuss our next steps. Hestia, can you handle Apollo and Heimdall before the war game, right?" Everyone nodded, accepting their respective responsibilities. Despite challenging circumstances, determination was evident on the faces of each member of the Hestia family. "Let's face this together, as we always have. No matter what happens, our family will remain strong," Hestia declared, looking at each of them. The night progressed with conversations, strategies, and even some laughter, providing brief relief before the impending journey of the next days. The noise from the bar could be heard, but the family stayed in that room, talking and even ordering some drinks that the waitresses brought to them upstairs. After everyone went to sleep, hours later, Xion decided to act. The silence of the early morning was broken only by Zenovia's gentle snoring, sleeping peacefully beside his bed, and Hestia sleeping next to him. Xion opened his eyes slowly, his mind already alert even before the early hours of the morning. Not wanting to disturb the sleep of the other family members, Xion got up quietly, careful not to make noise as he moved. He dressed in his new lightweight armor, putting it on and then his cloak over the armor, and settled the backpack on his shoulders, feeling the weight of the essential supplies for his journey, and tightened the katana created by him long time ago. It would be the first time he would use it for real. With light steps, Xion left the room and descended the stairs of the hostess of Fertility Bar. The silence of the night enveloped the place as he crossed the empty hallway of the establishment. But when he reached the entrance door, a voice called him from behind. So, you're leaving? A calm voice was heard behind Xin. Mamma mia! Xin jumped with that and turned without noticing the woman. In front of him were the level 6 dwarf and Ryuu. Their presences were so hidden that not even Xin noticed them there, leading to feeling helpless. Damn high-level adventurers, I could have died if they were assassins. I need to get back at least some of my defensive skill, Xin murmured. He might be a powerful wizard, but still a huge part of his power is sealed when he come down. How could he deal with a level 4 specialized in agility and assassination and a freaking level 6 hiding their presences? Mamma Mia smiled warmly, crossing her arms as she watched Xin with discerning eyes. Ryuu remained silent next to the bar owner, her expression inscrutable as always. Mamma Mia, Ryuu, were you awake the whole time? Xin asked, still recovering from the initial shock. This is a bar, God Xin. We never really sleep. There's always something happening, and I know everything that happens in this place all the time. Mamma Mia laughed, casting a meaningful look at Ryuu. Ryuu remained silent, her blue eyes fixed on Xin. Her silence was like a dense presence, difficult to read. You're heading out, right? Mamma Mia asked, shifting her gaze to the dark entrance of the establishment. Yes, I need to prepare for what's to come. I want to ensure my family is safe. Xin replied, adjusting the backpack on his shoulders. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 154, Xin's True Goal, Dungeon. Mamma Mia took a step forward, extending her hand and placing it on Xin's shoulder. Good luck, God Xin. Take care of yourself and your family. Come back safe and sound. Thank you, Mamma Mia. I'll be back, you can count on that, and I'll come back stronger. Xin replied, appreciating the gesture of support, and left the bar under the gaze of the two women. Xin advanced through the silent streets of Orario, enveloped in the darkness of the night. The only sound accompanying him was the soft echo of his own footsteps and the distant hum of the sleeping city. Lantern lights created a melancholic atmosphere, casting dancing shadows on the walls of the buildings. The wizard walked with determination, passing through narrow alleys and empty lanes. The city, normally bustling and full of life, was immersed in a deep slumber, oblivious to the activities of adventurers who chose to venture into the depths of the dungeon at this time. As Xin approached the entrance of the dungeon, the first signs of light on the horizon indicated the imminent arrival of dawn. The sky was tinted with soft hues of blue and purple, creating a gradual transition between night and day. Reaching the entrance hall of the dungeon, the monumental door seemed to guard a great adventure, and the wizard felt the familiar thrill of anticipation mixed with a twinge of apprehension. I hope this works, Xin said. With the backpack securely adjusted on his shoulders, Xin took a deep breath and took his first steps, passing by some guards on duty, none of whom he recognized, and no one stopped him or looked at him strangely. Without hesitation, Xin began to descend the first steps toward the lower floors. With his backpack on his back, he seemed unfazed as he started to run towards the depths of the first floor while looking for the next staircase to the next floor. Goblins appeared in his path, but Xin quickly dodged them as they attempted to attack him. He didn't have time to deal with these creatures because his goal was clear: accumulate enough experience to prepare for a level up, expand his repertoire of spells with some completed missions while studying Riveria's manual to increase his magical understanding, or maybe even unlock a new ability. Thus, Xin went full force with the agility of a level 3 once he applied an agility boost, ready to delve beyond the water capitals and with the intention of entering the deep floors. He finally stopped and looked at the bar on the right corner of his eyesight and murmur, just like what I thought, this will work. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 155, Xion's Effort. There's a certain rule that God and mortal know: and that is God can't enter the dungeon. The dungeon is seemingly alive, spawning monsters from the walls and ceilings, and repairing itself on its own. It has an immense hatred of the gods, immediately sealing the exits of a room if it detects one, and spawns a black version of a monster in order to kill them. The black monsters are far stronger than normal monsters and display some intelligence, such as when the black wyvern looked around for its target. Despite this, it doesn't spawn another black monster after the first one is killed, even if the god in question isn't dead, implying that its ability to act is limited to some extent. The dungeon itself is implied to have a strong aversion to gods, potentially due to the fact that gods grant power to humans who then challenge the monsters the dungeon spawns. There are rules in place, though the exact enforcement mechanism is unclear, that prevent gods from entering the dungeon. It's suggested that entering the dungeon could be dangerous for gods, possibly leading to their demise or the absorption of their power by the dungeon. The gods themselves also have a divine agreement to limit their use of their powers and not interfere with the dungeon or human affairs. But Xin is different, he is built different and his source of power is also different, maybe because of this Xin can enter without triggering the dungeon mechanics. Of course, this is the first time Xin enter the dungeon, after all, he only have some idea but never truly have any interest to the dungeon. But this time it's different, he broke the rule, forge a fake body to fool God who are watching his every move. As why he did this? Well, Xin because curious after hearing all the dungeon stamp that girls experiencing for almost every time they enter. He know that as he don't find the cause of this anomaly, every time the girls enter the dungeon, they have huge risk dying inside. As for the war with Heimdall and Apollo, Xin ever take them serious, he know that those two god is all third rate to lowest rank of family in the Orario. He sure that with the effort of the girls, they can manage to defeat the two Familia with just small effort. As for the commotion he created in the party and this morning, this is all just camouflage to take everyone's attention away from his real target and preventing anyone from discovering his true goal. Now let's see, where should I start? Xin look around curiously as his shadow blend in disappearing like a wind, no one know when, how and why, but this secret mission is known by nobody except Xin. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 156, Hestia Familia Fire. In the bustling morning of Orario, Hestia and the other members of the Hestia family gathered for breakfast at Mamma Mia's bar. The sunlight began to bathe the city, but there was still a noticeable absence at the table. "Good morning, everyone." Hestia greeted with a smile, although her eyes revealed a subtle concern. "Good morning, Goddess Sama." "Good morning, Hestia-sama." Xin has already left, hasn't he?" Hestia asked, looking at the empty chair with a slightly tense expression. "Yes, no one saw him when Kami-sama woke up," Asia shared the information, making it clear that Xin was already in motion long before sunrise. "He seemed in a hurry a few hours ago," Mamma Mia, who joined the conversation while bringing a tray with the group's coffee, added her observation. The atmosphere at the table became somewhat somber. "So, he's already out and will be there for days, maybe weeks," Ari murmured, staring at the table for a moment. "He seemed serious about it. I hope you guys can get through all the current challenges. You can see your god putting in effort, despite all the mess I hear he's making." Mia commented with a chuckle, adding a playful tone to the conversation. "Yes, Xin-kun is always diligent," Hestia admitted, but her thoughts were clearly with her friend and the dangers he might encounter, having left before dawn. "And we can't fall behind," Zenobia asserted with determination, seeking to lift the group's spirits. "I agrees too," Ari added, looking at the spear she held. The determination in her eyes reflected the promise to support everyone in the best possible way, following Xin's example. Watching Xin's actions, Hestia and the other members of the Hestia family felt an inner flame ignite. The pulsating energy radiating from Xin as he ventured into unknown propelled them to seek their own paths to strength. Hestia, the goddess of the family, couldn't afford to lag behind. Her devotion to Xin and the other family members compelled her to commit even more to her responsibility of leading and protecting this group. Her divine eyes gleamed with a renewed determination, ready to face the challenges ahead. Asia, inspired by Xin's feats, felt an inner fire burning within him. The idea of living up to her belief and mentor's example motivated him to seek the next level of power. She knew the journey would be tough, but she was willing to face any challenge to grow in the coming days. Irina, whose loyalty to Xin was unwavering, firmly held her weapon again, ready to enhance her skills and support her beloved god. The promise to get stronger that she made to Xin to follow his example resonated deeply in her heart, fueling her determination. Mamma Mia, though aware that this family's situation had nothing to do with her, looked pleased at them, reminiscing about her times leading the Freya family before Otter, when she was an active adventurer. That morning, the Hestia family's breakfast was motivating for the days to come. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 157, Dungeon Rush. Meanwhile, the real cause of this, Xin, was at that moment advancing with force, destroying his enemies on the intermediate floors. Often, he passed through groups of monsters without conflict, even if they showed hostility towards him. He didn't want to waste time dealing with weak monsters and decided to ignore any that he could encounter on these early dungeon floors. But even the monsters, who would normally be a threat to experienced level 2 adventurers, barely had time to react before being consumed by Xion's magical flames. His advance was unstoppable, a force of nature that left behind only destruction and silence when he had to face a group of them on the floors before Rivera. It was after a few hours that he reached the 18th floor, but he didn't stop at Rivera, he had a path to follow to the lower floors. So, he ignored the temptations of the city of Rivera and continued his relentless advance through the dungeon floors. His determined steps took him directly to the 19th floor. Each room, each corridor, was traversed with determination. His goal of reaching the 28th floor and beyond guided every movement, and he did not hesitate to confront the creatures that inhabited the dungeon. The explosion of fire and magic became a constant, announcing Xion's relentless presence. He carved a path to reach the water capital with his clairvoyance, even finding secret paths through the dungeon, something he took the time to mark on a personal map, something that could be used by his friends when they were here. He encountered other adventurers in groups of level 3 or 4, but they were in shock and awe at the speed with which he soloed monsters on floors 22 and 23. He no longer needed to hide his strength from everyone, as he used a super powerful camouflage spell to hide his face and tracks so it's impossible for any adventurers to identify him. He continued his path, and his spells were cast with deadly precision, his support magic keeping him unscathed in the face of any threat, even with a huge backpack on his back. The journey to the water capital turned into a trail of defeated monsters and empty rooms. Upon reaching the water capital, Xin looked at the waterfalls surrounding him with a determined expression. His goal was still to surpass these floors and enter the deeper levels. The mage, fueled by his infinite magic, did not hesitate to enter the underwater landscapes once again. The place bore witness to the passage of the mage who advanced and did not hesitate to face imposing marine and flying creatures in this place. As he accumulated points and delved deeper into the dungeon, Xin kept his focus on the ultimate goal, reaching the 36th floor. His desire to surpass the dungeon's limits only intensified, fueling his determination in every encounter and challenge he faced in the depths of Orario's dungeons. He descended through the underwater floors and stopped on the 26th floor, looking for his newly made friend while ago, just to greet her, but there was no sign of the green-haired mermaid. Seeing that he couldn't find her, he continued the path, killing all the monsters that attacked him and went to one of the places where he heard had a hidden and safe zone. He stopped to create utensils and things for a good meal at this moment, he hadn't rested the last day and finally stopped to eat and sleep while reading and delving into Riveria's notes on magic moments before. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 158, Dungeon Rush 2. Among the worn pages of Riveria's notes, Xin found a fascinating treatise on air magic. Riveria explored intriguing theories about the ability to sense and understand the magical currents that permeated the surrounding environment. As Xin delved into Riveria's written words, an idea began to form in his inquisitive mind. The elven mage suggested that, by developing a deeper attunement to the magical energies around him, a mage could enhance their abilities and even unlock hidden potentials. According to the notes, the key lay in sharp perception and magical sensitivity. Riveria argued that, by learning to sense magical currents and understand their intrinsic nature, a mage could amplify their magic in ways unimaginable to the environment. The reading inspired Xin to embark on his own magical understanding journey. For the next days and weeks that followed, Xin then had the idea of practicing meditation exercises, focusing on attuning himself to the magical energies present in the air. Once he read and reread Riveria's theories, he went to sleep in a bed created with his magic. After resting for a few hours, he returned to his path to the lower floors. He would bring Riveria's theories into battles. Every dungeon confrontation became an opportunity to enhance this instinctive ability, allowing him to feel the magical nuances that had previously gone unnoticed, even though it felt very weak. Gradual understanding transformed into a magical sixth sense that began to grow within him, allowing Xin to anticipate, absorb, and even manipulate the small lines of magical currents around him. This newly discovered ability made him feel quite excited, although it was a futile action since he could do nothing but manipulate some small thread that added nothing to his battles. Xin advanced to the 27th floor of the dungeon, facing the monsters that emerged in his path. His steps were confident, and the experience gained in his previous journeys on this floor made him a skilled and fearless adventurer along the way. Even though he was reviewing Riveria's theories in his mind, his attention was completely focused on progressing through the dungeon. The 27th floor was challenging, with more powerful creatures in this part of the dungeon, and the floor was filled with complex obstacles. Xin relied on his enhanced magical and physical abilities to overcome each challenge. His life detection and clairvoyance spells were crucial for avoiding ambushes and finding the safest path. The 27th floor proved to be a strange environment, with both corridors and areas flooded with water, as this was where all the water from the water capital's waterfalls converged. Xin proceeded through the floor, facing a myriad of challenging monsters. His knowledge and enhanced skills allowed him to confront each creature with cunning and dexterity. In the depths of a dark stream, Xin faced a group of raider fish, aggressive fish with sharp spines. His multiple firebolt spells quickly hit the enemies, preventing them from getting closer. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 159, Dungeon Rush 3. In an open area, harpies circled in the air, ready to attack. Xin conjured his fireballs while keeping control of the gravitational field, facing the winged creatures. Sirens were irritating. Approaching an irresistibly melodic source, Xin encountered enchanting sirens. Using his long-range spells, he accurately eliminated and defeated the sirens. In an area next to the streams, blue crabs advanced with their sharp claws. Xin faced them, using fire spells to neutralize their shell defenses and facilitate the combat. In a flooded corridor, an aqua serpent emerged from the deep waters. Xin used his life detection ability to anticipate the creature's movements underwater and cast offensive spells to weaken its venomous attacks. In a chamber filled with crystals, crystal turtles emerged from their shiny shells. Xin dodged their energy rays. They were terribly resistant, but Xin managed to destroy them after some time. In the darker areas of the floor, devil mosquitoes attacked in swarms. Xin avoided their stings using protection spells and, with swift movements, eliminated the demonic insects, burning them down like a machine gun using simple two-handed firebolts. In a radiant cave, light quartz emitted intense magical light. Xin used his flame atronak to eliminate them without being blinded. In rugged terrain, Kristaroth urchins camouflaged among the rocks. Xin used detection spells to identify their locations and, with precision, defeated them before they could become a threat. In the wetter areas, iguanas, amphibious creatures, attacked with sharp claws. Xin used his katana and lightning rank 3 sword to engage in physical combat with these creatures. Mermaids and mermaids were a bit challenging to kill. Xin thought of that humanoid when he saw the creatures, but the only thing that made them similar was their hostile and ugly faces, quite different from the cute humanoid. Xin cast fire spells to eliminate them easily. In each confrontation, Xin showcased a combination of magical skill and intelligent strategy. His progress through the 27th floor strengthened his abilities, and he accumulated a large number of points. In the end, Xin emerged from the depths of the water capital, victorious after an intense day of battles. The surroundings displayed traces of his triumphant passage, with defeated marine and aerial creatures and aquatic challenges overcome. The water, once stirred by epic confrontations, began to calm down with only the sound of its waterfalls falling as the mage continued his journey. "So, is this where we face Amphisbena?" Xin asked, looking at the large open area in front of him, but it was completely empty. "He's not alive at the moment. Lucky for me that respawn didn't happen, since I'm not sure if I can face him in my current state. Maybe later," Xin commented and began to advance through the area, which was a large lake in parts where he didn't need to submerge his body, heading towards the passage to deeper floors, his new objective, ready to delve even further into the dungeon for the first time. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 160, Ancient Ruin. The corridor of the 28th floor stretched before God Xin like a dark path intertwined with ancient mysteries. The dense atmosphere was marked by the presence of an ethereal and dark mist that moved slowly across the worn stone floor. The walls were so worn that they seemed to be inscribed with ancient runes adorning the strange structures of this part of the dungeon, recounting tales of epic battles and challenges overcome by adventurers of the past in these corridors where only a portion of Orario's adventurers could enter, but none alone, as Xin was doing here. Light was scarce, but Xin easily raised his hand and summoned a mage light. The sphere glowed as it floated, illuminating everything ahead of him. The light revealed the hidden details of the corridor, highlighting the ancient textures of the stones and the dancing shadows on the walls. The mist, in turn, was like a subtle veil that enveloped the environment, giving it a sense of mystery and tension. It was challenging to discern what lurked in the shadows, but Xin would not falter in entering these floors and began taking his first steps. As he walked, the corridor narrowed, creating a sense of confinement. The echo of his steps reverberated, amplified by the ancient architecture of the place. While advancing, the subtle sound of movements in the shadows caught his attention. Suddenly, circling the outlines of the walls, emerged one of the first creatures of the 29th floor, the Shadow Wyrms. Serpents shrouded in darkness, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light. The mist thickened, obscuring the sinuous forms of the creatures. Xin, however, remained undeterred. With skill, he raised his hand and summoned Fireball, casting them toward the shadowy serpents. The Shadow Wyrms, agile and sinister, reacted with rapid serpentine movements, avoiding the fiery spells. Xin, in turn, channeled his agility and dodging skills, becoming a shadow among shadows. The serpents attacked the void as the sorcerer moved gracefully with evasive moves and spells, like a magical dancer on the dark stage. In response, Xin decided to raise the stakes. Concentrating his magic, he used the charged magic ability, preparing a charged fireball. An explosion of energy accompanied the launch, hitting the shadowy serpents with overwhelming force. The creatures, consumed by magical fire, disappeared in smoke finally. These monsters are on another level. Xin felt the difficulty of killing the first monster there, but he didn't have much time to analyze because something started to appear for him. The corridor, now silent, revealed other nooks in the shadows, hiding new challenges. Xin stood at the threshold of the 29th floor, his spells ready to face whatever the dark depths would bring next. Amidst the crackling of magical flames and the mysterious mist, his journey entered a realm where shadows and the light of magic intertwined in an eternal dance. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 161, Dungeon Rush Continue. As Xin delved deeper into the 28th floor and faced new challenges, a distressing realization enveloped him: the monsters residing here were undoubtedly of a magnitude of superior power. Their presence was palpable in the shadows that danced around. In the middle of the floor, while his steps were cautious and the mage light spell illuminated his path, a new creature emerged: huge red dinosaurs, the Blood Sorrows. Preparing for the confrontation, Xin summoned his defense, casting his support spells. Confronting the Blood Sorrows, he unleashed a series of multi-fire bolts, exploiting the creature's armor flaws. Moving with agility, he dodged powerful attacks, utilizing the quick dodge spell. He continued at this pace with more powerful attacks as the fight went on, and he finally managed to make the monster fall dead, gaining the usual points, not much different from the 26th floor. As he advanced, he encountered a clearing overrun by Violas, humanoid flowers craving flesh. Xin unleashed the power of his fireballs, creating explosions that dispersed the shadows. His path was set, and the resistance of the monsters seemed futile against the overwhelming fire. He continued this path, starting to get used to all those new creatures he read a bit about in the guild manuals. The 29th floor revealed new challenges. A parasitized power bull and grand treants awaited in the dark corridors. Xin strengthened his body with his support magic again to face the enormous demonic bull. With his fireballs, he broke the demonic influence controlling the creature. Facing the grand treants, Xin used electric magic to his advantage, wielding the weapon that he created charged with lightning weapon. The cutting electricity proved effective against the wooden creatures, while he set up magnetic traps with minor gravitational field. The 30th floor plunged Xin into an epic confrontation. Spartoi, barbarians, lizardmen elites, and obsidian soldiers emerged from the shadows. Xin did not retreat, using enhanced tactics and evolved spells. Against the Spartoi, he executed agile movements with quick dodge /rank 3, avoiding precise blows. His weapon was enveloped in electricity, cutting through the skeletons with lightning weapon /rank 3. The barbarians were faced with increased agility from speed booster /rank 2, while Xin delivered quick and accurate blows with his dexterity and agility on the verge of level 3. His mastery of magical arts was still small in his opinion, but it was evident he could handle these fights with some difficulty within his limited repertoire. Xin detected through the walls a trap set by a group of lizardmen elites and quickly launched a series of fireballs, gaining an advantage over the scaly enemy. The obsidian soldier faced Xion's electric fury, whose katana was wrapped in lightning, piercing the monster's lava defense. Intelligent tactics and powerful spells secured victory. The path still stretched ahead, but Xion, instead of reaching the 30th floor, went to the 31st, but did not go through it. He wanted to accumulate points without resting and continued in the early deep floors with energy potions he obtained from Mayaka's pharmacy. It was only after days without resting that he decided to go further. Thus, he entered the 31st floor after 2 days, where there was a safe zone. Finally, a resting point. Xion looked at the quiet and calm place and used his life detection spell to ensure he was still alone. Summoning his creation magic, he created a rest zone to prepare food and rest at the moment. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 162, Dangerous Floor. I'll eat, read a bit more about Riveria's notes, and rest. I want to reach at least the 36th floor before returning to the surface, Xin thought as he prepared his things. Xin rested for 12 hours straight. The place where he stayed was full of magic traps that he made a point to put as a precaution, but he had no problems with that. So he prepared, cancelling his entire camp and defenses. Now, he headed to the next floor only with his clothes, without a sword at his waist or a large backpack on his back, as he now had a small storage space, being able to summon his sword with just a thought. It seems there's no one on these floors, he thought while walking around without finding any adventurers since he entered the capital of water. Leaving these thoughts behind, he continued on to the 32nd floor to explore a new level of the dungeon. He continued on to the 32nd floor, staying alert as he explored the dark and mysterious corridors. With each step, the presence of monsters became more intense on each floor. Through his life detection spell, he could see the corridors filled with them in the darkness of this place. Xin advanced cautiously, relying on his skills and spells to face the imminent dangers. On the 32nd floor, darkness was the theme of the place, a companion shadow that enveloped every passage when Xin chose not to summon his flame Atronak. The environment was marked by a sinister silence, broken only by the subtle murmurs of the numerous monsters gathered in considerable groups, ranging from 20 to 40 creatures. A small impending horde that required caution. Xin, aware of the imminent danger, advanced with cunning. Suddenly, shadows began to materialize in the center of the room, revealing the presence of monsters that detected him through the magic emitted by his mage light. Without hesitation, the wizard was ready to respond with agile movements and summon his new magic. Lightning! 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 In the instant the monsters rushed toward him, Xin acted quickly. A series of lightning traps, skillfully positioned when he saw the first movements of the monsters, began to explode in sequence, illuminating the corridor with bursts and electric sparks. The sound of thunder roared, echoing throughout the floor, alerting the monsters that something was wrong. No monster that fell into the trap survived. But Xin didn't stop there. Again, strategically distributed lightning traps created an impenetrable electrical barrier for the monsters approaching after the initial attack. The corridor became a flickering battlefield, with the crackles and bursts of lightning cutting through the air. Xin, firm in his position, used the intermittent lighting to monitor the movements of the next hordes. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 163, Monster Horde. As the monsters advanced, the corridor lit up with flashes of electric light, revealing an impressive spectacle of dancing lightning. The horde of monsters, composed of Violas, parasitized power bulls, Grandtreants, Wormwells, Spartoi, Barbarians, Lizardmen elites, Obsidian soldiers, Skull sheeps, Loup-garou, and Furry ones, was hit by a devastating series of lightning traps. The lightning danced frantically, burning skins, bones, and scales. The corridor filled with the spectacle of thunderclaps, accompanied by the agonizing screams of the monsters. The pulsating and shimmering electricity hit the horde, creating a chaotic scene of destruction. Violas and power bulls were struck by lightning when the traps exploded, burning their skins and destroying them to death. Grandtreants, even though immobile, trembled under the intensity of the rays, while Wormwells tried to dodge but were caught by the traps in their path without being able to react. Spartoi, Barbarians, and Lizardmen elites, considered dangerous warrior monsters, were enveloped by lightning, their agile movements and combat abilities proving useless against the electric force. The Obsidian soldiers, with their solidified lava bodies, were also affected, their defenses diminished by electricity. Skull sheeps, Loup-garou, and Furry ones, each with their unique characteristics, succumbed to the thunderstorm. Seeing that the electrical traps kept the monsters at bay and were very effective, Xin kept a smile on his face. This is really useful, and to think that all the monsters on this floor are coming here. He continued to summon more traps, filling the corridor with purple runic circles with a myriad of lightning ready to explode. The spectacle of light and thunder continued, turning the battle into an electric symphony echoing through the dark corridors of the 32nd floor. The corridor, once shrouded in darkness and sinister shadows, became an electrified battlefield. The scent of burning flesh permeated the air, and the sounds of monsters being electrocuted echoed through the corridors, creating a symphony of magical destruction. Xin watched, always maintaining the rhythm of placing more traps to replace the previous ones, especially when the entire floor was converging in his direction. He witnessed the spectacle of the electrical energy wave sweeping the enemies in front of him. While the monsters attempted to advance through the electrified corridor, Xin didn't just keep throwing more traps. Using his newly acquired spatial ability, he swiftly swept all the magic stones from the floor, storing them in his small dimensional arsenal along with his belongings, adding the soul trap effect to them. It was only after dozens of minutes that the onslaught subsided. With the battle won and the 32nd floor explored, Xin decided to continue his journey. The goal was to reach the 37th floor, facing new challenges and gaining more experience along the way. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 164, Magic Skill X+. Xin could hardly believe how he cleared the entire floor using only traps from his new spell, so effective without needing to leave a single corridor, just deploying magical traps. Now, having explored the altar on the 32nd floor and renewed his strength, he decided to test his new spells on the growing challenges of the dungeon. With confidence in his newly acquired abilities, he advanced to the 33rd floor, where the darkness seemed dense and pulsating. Upon entering a wide corridor, Xin noticed subtle movements in the shadows, as expected. Without hesitation, he activated his lightning trap/rank 3 spell again. An invisible magic circle was drawn on the floor before him, ready to discharge its electricity on any intruder. The experience gained on the previous floors allowed Xin to adapt quickly to the new nuances of the 33rd floor. He faced groups until the floor was cleared before advancing into the darkness of the 34th floor. The 34th floor posed a different challenge, requiring not only the power of his spells but also his cunning and strategy. This floor featured a series of intricate and challenging chambers, each with traps and puzzles. Xin, now familiar with creating magical traps, used his skills to overcome the obstacles. The constant sound of traps being activated echoed through the corridors again as Xin advanced, dodging physical traps and deactivating magical ones with precision. He faced clever creatures, such as goblin trap masters, who tried to surprise him with cunning ambushes, proving that the deeper you are in the dungeon, the smarter the monsters become. On the 35th floor, Xin found an area filled with magical illusions challenging his perception. Illusory creatures appeared and disappeared, confusing the mage's senses. Using the spell he had become specialized in through thousands of deaths on the previous floors, lightning trap/rank 3, he strategically created magic circles to reveal the hidden creatures, zapping them before they could hide again. Each floor presented a new set of challenges, but Xin, with his adaptive ability and his new arsenal of spells, persistently pressed on, achieving a solo raid that no one else could at level 2. Upon reaching the 37th floor, Xin felt something new, something arising within him, similar to when he was on the intermediate floors and developed the charged attack ability. Lately, he had been focused on Riveria's notes and began to comprehend a new concept that manifested as an ability. Among his existing ones, a new one emerged. God of Magic X+. Negates any mana-cost magic skill. Increase magic damage by 10x. Reduces the cooldown time of all spells and items by 25%. Spell lifesteal 25%. Spell damage amp 25%. Debuff duration amp 15%. Magic resistance 15%. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 165, Goddess Power. In a majestic setting where the deities of Orario gathered to witness the unfolding events at this moment, Hestia was present as one of the pillars for an unprecedented challenge since she came to Genkai. Apollo's banquet, which began as a war between three families and led them to this meeting, where all the deities wanted to witness the events, now transformed into a divine arena of intrigues awaiting the decision of the Hestia family in the face of the challenge posed by God Xin. The gods, seated on their celestial thrones, watched with interest as Hestia stood at one end of the table in the middle of the place, with Hermes as the mediator and Apollo and Heimdall side by side on the other side of the table. All these gods stared at each other. Hestia, a humble representative among the gods, raised her voice with determination. We accept the challenge Xin has thrown down. I am here to proceed with the events. Oh! She accepted. Incredible, Hestia against Heimdall and Apollo at the same time, how courageous! The voices of the gods echoed through the majestic hall, expressing surprise and excitement at Hestia's brave decision. Hermes, the mediator, looked at Apollo and Heimdall, waiting for their reactions to the acceptance of the challenge. Apollo, the god of the sun and music, smiled confidently, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Ah, Hestia, you show courage in accepting this challenge. I look forward to seeing how your family will fare against us, especially eager to fight with Xin again. He said, smiling, but everyone could sense the hatred in his words, considering Zins had been as audacious as anyone since Apollo descended to Genkai. Heimdall, the guardian of the gods and lord of the sentinels, remained imposing and serious. His piercing eyes observed Hestia with an intensity that revealed the seriousness of the challenge. So be it. We will end you and take that ungrateful son of mine. Despite her modest position, Hestia maintained her posture and courage in the eyes of the gods. Former son, Heimdall, you expelled him, remember? And we are ready to move forward, whatever destiny awaits us. My family will face yours together. Hestia raised her voice. Well, since both have accepted, let's see what kind of game will be played, Hermes said, taking a small box and placing it on the table with a hole on top. Let's see. He said, putting his hand inside the box and pulling out a paper. Siege game. He read the paper, and all the gods applauded excitedly. This is complicated. Hestia murmured. Ha 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 ha. Hestia, it seems you won't stand a chance. You, Apollo and Heimdall, have fallen so low. Aren't you ashamed to join forces against a family of 5 members with hundreds of your own children? You really shame us, Freya suddenly spoke in the midst of the crowd of gods. Freya. Hestia was surprised by this. Didn't you see what that Xin did to me? He hit me and destroyed my home. Apollo shouted. Tisk. Heimdall didn't like the comment either. But still, I think you're a disgrace too, Loki also commented. Indeed, 2 families against one with 2 members? I thought you were better. Hephaestus also commented. I think they're right. 2 members of a family against entire families like Apollo and Heimdall, it's truly shameless, Demeter commented. What a bunch of pathetic families. Aphrodite huffed. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 166, Unmeasurable Bet. The festive atmosphere began to turn against the 2 gods. They were being judged by their peers and didn't like what they were hearing. What do you suggest then? Heimdall asked a bit displeased. Let Hestia get help from someone, it seems better that way, Hermes suddenly spoke. I think it could work, but we'll defend the siege, and the family she asks for help cannot be from Orario. Apollo spoke loudly. How shameless, he made the situation worse for me. Hestia couldn't help but comment but ultimately accepted. Hermes then raised his hands, signaling for the divine meeting to take the course of the proposed challenge. Let the pre-war period of the game between the families begin. May the decisions and actions of all in this game reflect the greatness of the gods. Now, the deities were animatedly discussing, expressing their opinions on the courage of the Hestia family in accepting such a daring challenge. The majority of the gods were betting on Apollo and Heimdall, confident in the numerical superiority and martial skills of their families. Others, however, saw the challenge as a unique opportunity for the Hestia family to prove their bravery. Hestia really believes she can defeat Apollo and Heimdall? This is a bold gamble, Dionysus commented, the god of wine, while savoring a cup of celestial nectar. Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, raised an eyebrow with interest. My faith is in Xion and Hestia. You'll see, the Hestia family will surprise everyone, while I never see that god lose even facing Odin and Zeus in Ragnarok. Olympians and other gods shared their opinions on who would emerge victorious. Tension hung in the air, and even deities who normally didn't care about such disputes were curious about the turn of events. Hestia is known for her humility and dedication, despite being the virgin lowly. Perhaps she has an ace up her sleeve that we don't know, suggested another goddess. Meanwhile, Hermes, the divine messenger, acted as a mediator and master of ceremonies, maintaining order during the heated discussions. He observed the exchange of expectations among the gods, noting the bets being made and recording interesting comments for divine posterity. I bet on Apollo and Heimdall, exclaimed one of the divine beings, his confidence evident in his words. Freya, with a malicious smile, said, I'll place my bets on the Hestia family. They might surprise, especially with this siege game. Then can I place my bet too? Suddenly a black cat jumped into Heshia's shoulder speaking. I will bet Xion and my creation, Ex Machina, Shwedola. What? It's you Hecate. They never expect to see the goddess of magic Hecate and betting one of the most powerful creation she have, the Ex Machina series. You know, Ex Machina, Shwedola is known as one of the most powerful war puppet that god Xion and goddess Hecate created back in Tay past. It's said that Ex Machina contains a unimaginable magic circuit that even today no one know how to make. And right now, after for so many years, Ex Machina appear again, not on a war but in the bet table. This made the whole situation even crazier. Apollo and Heimdall's eyes is shining with greed, you know, even Odin, Zeus and Kronos beg Xion and Hecate to give them one, the two god politely decline them. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 167, Rumors and Speculations. As they left the gods' meeting hall, Hestia walked out with some of her friends, talking with Takemikazuchi, Myaike, and Hephaestus, who discussed the imminent siege war awaiting the Hestia family. Hestia, my dear friend. Battle is like a divine training ground. Learn from each challenge, and your warriors will grow stronger. Takemikazuchi advised. Thank you for the advice, Takemikazuchi, she said. Hestia, don't worry. I'll be there to ensure everyone is in top form. Free potions for everyone. Nothing can stop a well-cared-for family. Myaike expressed his support. Hestia chuckled gently, knowing that Myaike's generosity, while admirable, could create some financial challenges for him. Just be careful, Hestia. Even though your adventurers are good, you're up against two families. Hephaestus also expressed his concern for his older friend. Yes, Hephaestus, my family is working to handle this challenge. The divine convocation continued as Hestia returned home, intending to inform Asia and Arari about the events when he returned from the dungeon. The news of the war game between the Hestia family, the Heimdall family, and Apollo spread rapidly through Orario like wildfire in a dry forest. The normally bustling city now buzzed with a unique energy, a mix of excitement, speculation, and anticipation. In the busy streets, as the news spread, characters from all corners of the city were drawn into the excitement, with adventurers, merchants, gods, and ordinary citizens fervently discussing the matter. Taverns were filled with lively conversations, echoing with laughter, whispers, and even some bold bets being made. Orario was in a frenzy. "Have you heard about this war game? Hestia is challenging the Heimdall and Apollo families," a bar owner exclaimed. "Impossible. The Hestia family is too small for that. Have they gone mad?" an adventurer questioned. "I'm telling you, this is the most exciting news Orario has had in months. I bet to the girl's hero, the record holder, is at the center of it all," a merchant said. "Didn't you hear that wizard attacked Apollo's mansion? That's why there's the war game," someone asked. "I heard that the war game was announced even before that," another replied. "What are Apollo and Heimdall thinking? And Hestia, is she brave or foolish?" a god pondered. "Hestia really thinks she can defeat Apollo and Heimdall? This will be quite a battle. I heard that God Xin and the hero are in the middle of this. I can't miss this for anything. Come on, everyone. Bets for the war game. Who's with Hestia? Who's with Apollo and Heimdall? Bets are open." The city pulsated with vibrant energy as Orario prepared to witness one of the most exciting events in its recent history in the past few months. Rumors and speculations mingled in the air, fueling the expectation that hung over the city. Everyone was eager to see how this unexpected battle would unfold and who would emerge as the winner, even though most thought Hestia would lose, but they wanted to see how it would play out anyway. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 168, Hidden Danger. With Hestia returning to the inn, the atmosphere in the room was ordinary. The soft light of candles danced on the walls. Hestia soon noticed the familiar faces of her family sitting in a corner. Hestia approached quickly to update them on their situation. Irina couldn't contain her surprise upon hearing about the type of challenge they would have to face. Her eyes widened, and disbelief reflected in his expression. "A siege game," exclaimed Irina, echoing the shock that everyone shared. Hestia confirmed calmly in the face of Irina's reaction. "Yes, that's our challenge." Her voice was calm but carried a resolution that inspired confidence in her family at this moment. Asia expressed her concerns with a frankness that characterized her personality. "I believe we're in trouble," she murmured, revealing the anxiety that lingered in her mind. Arari emitted a sharp "et," conveying a mix of excitement and nervousness in the face of the challenge. "No matter. We will overcome this. God Xin is still days away in the dungeon, so we must strive just the same," Utah spoke. Her confidence and determination resonated in the room, serving as a catalyst to motivate the family. "Yes, that's true. We hope we can get through all of this," Hestia added, joining in the positive spirit of Utah. Hestia continued to speak, and her revelation about the possibility of calling someone from outside of Orario to assist the family added a new layer of hope to the situation. As they discussed options, Syr appeared at the bar unnoticed and approached the table, interrupting the dialogue at the opportune moment. "Excuse me," Syr announced, drawing the family's attention with her enigmatic presence. "I overheard you talking about this, and I know someone who can help," she said, bringing a spark of hope to the family. Syr's revelation of her contact generated a wave of optimism when she mentioned who the person was. "That's great!" Asia exclaimed, revealing her gratitude for the potential help that was on the way. Eyes gleamed with hope as Asia turned his gaze to a certain waitress next to the counter. The next day, Irina, Arari, and the other, with renewed resolution, headed to the dungeon. The sun rose on the horizon as they maintained the determination to go into the dungeon and become stronger. The air was charged with electric energy, reflecting the tension that permeated Orario. As they entered the dungeon, the group felt eyes lurking in the corridors. A suspicious conversation echoed among the shadows. It's our target, isn't it? A mysterious voice murmured, indicating recognition of the girls as the target. Yes. Another voice agreed, indicating a silent confirmation. We'll get the monster too, it will be interesting in the next batch that comes out of Orario. Thus, the shadows began to follow the girls through the dungeon with an opportunity to ambush them during the early floors. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 169, New Class System. 4 days of tireless exploration led Xin to the far reaches of the deep floors without surpassing the 30th floor of the dungeon. He reached the renowned Colosseum, opening a significant mission for him. However, feeling unprepared, he decided to accumulate more points from waves of monsters, using his traps on this floor and the ones before it. Once he felt adequately prepared to physically engage the monsters without relying too much on his magic, he began advancing among the creatures with his sword and the lightning spell that enveloped it. Xin started to kill his opponents, constantly using his healing magic to survive the dangerous attacks. His body evolved noticeably, reaching its limits, and he found himself on the brink of leveling up. That's right, level up. He managed to recreate the new system so that God can take advantage and improve like normal adventurer. This is just one of the things he developed inside of the dungeon while fighting monster. And his mission is to find boss monster like Goliath or monster Rex that is roaming on each floor. However, he couldn't choose that option at the moment, as he hadn't completed the mission yet. Only after defeating it did he get the option to advance to the next level. It's most likely that I could do it after killing a monster Rex, and Amphisbaena is my best bet, which is on the 17th floor. I'll have to wait for it to respawn to complete the mission the system gave me. So, it's better for me to return to the surface at this moment, see how things are there, and come back as soon as I can, he thought mentally. With all the points acquired during this dive and the addition of new spells with the enhanced status gained from 4 more days of relentless exploration in the deep floors, Xin decided to take a temporary step away from the depths of the dungeon. The challenging corridors and imposing monsters had tested his limits, but now, with his own system accumulating points and his magical repertoire expanded, he longed for a brief return to the surface to see how things were unfolding in his absence. He didn't leave without getting new magic spell. Each new magical spell was like an additional tool in his arsenal, a strategic expansion he planned to employ in future battles in the war and the depths of the dungeon. He left satisfied with the millions of points acquired, as he hadn't kept any magical crystals he received, exchanging all of them, enhanced with Soul Trap, for system points. In addition to accumulating points, he didn't want to explain to the guild how a god with mortal body can adventurers solo raiding floors where only level 3 groups should tread, and he knew the Hestia family wouldn't disclose his encounter outside the group, even though they were still on bad terms. Thus, Xin began his journey back to the surface. As he ascended through the lower floors, he reflected on recent experiences. Despite having some initial difficulty facing the creatures that inhabit this part of the dungeon and resorting to using only traps, he began to adapt, eventually engaging in physical combat. With stats surpassing level 3 peak and counting on stats above 1,000 points from the previous level, he could now reach the beginning of level 4. With a bonus for strengthening spells, he would gain almost 400 points, making him, even without magic, a level 4 adventurer. I'd love to see Hestia and other after I develop the new class system. Xin thought with a small smile. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 170, Marie. He continued his path, and upon reaching higher floors, the atmosphere gradually changed. Dense darkness gave way to faint luminosity, indicating the proximity of the surface, and the fresh scent of water began to fill his senses. He finally entered the capital of the waters again, but there was no sign of Amphisbaena in its place in the large lake in front of him. I'll have to deal with that, it would be much better to face it, but I'll have to wait. Anyway, the sight of the cascading waterfalls brings a sense of renewal after days of exploration in the depths, Xin murmured internally. Xin continued through the underwater corridors of the 26th floor, facing some monsters that appeared with their new, faster magic now more rapid than his fireballs, especially when the element had an advantage against water. No monster survived, and with a simple command, all magic stones disappeared around him to enter his spatial space, with Soul Trap enhancing the value of the stones. I'm having a very easy life now. I can't wait to reach level 3. My magic is capped at 9,000 points again, where I can only receive 10% of the EXP after this threshold, which is pretty bad. I need to quickly level up to evolve it again, Xin pondered as he walked. During this walk, Xin suddenly noticed movement in the water beside him and quickly prepared to launch a lightning bolt. However, he restrained himself when he recognized the approaching figure by the color of her hair. Marie emerged from the waters with a daring leap, straight into Xin's arms as before, and he caught her swiftly. Her heart overflowed with joy, and an enthusiastic scream escaped, Xin. But reprimand followed immediately as Xin warned, Marie? Don't do that anymore. Shout at me before approaching. I almost attacked you with that move. He had a stern tone. Marie is a mermaid Xenos Xin encountered on the 25th floor of the dungeon. Marie has emerald blue hair and jade-colored eyes, fins in place of ears, faint indigo blue skin on her upper body, along with a fin the same color as her hair. She started to use shells to cover her breasts after her first encounter with Xin. Marie is an innocent and childlike Xenos. Though she is able to speak, her communication skills are lacking, giving off a sense that she is immature, that's why Xin like her. Xin he. However, Marie seemed oblivious to Xin's serious look, and he sighed at the little girl's mischief. What am I going to do with you? Anyway, it's good to see you. How did you find me? He asked, pleased to see that she was wearing a bikini this time. Marie's response was quick and full of energy. I smelled you. You've been here, right? I looked for you everywhere. But I couldn't find you in the past few days until today when Marie found Xin. When I heard the explosions, Marie knew it was Xin. But where is that shining thing floating around you? Why isn't he with Xin? I wanted more of that food in your backpack. She spoke rapidly as if they only meet once in the 25th floor. The shy thing she talking is the light ball that Xin use as light around the dark corridor of the dungeon. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 171, Enthusiast Marie. Well, I've been here for the past few days, but I didn't find you in any of your hiding spots, so I continued my way to the deeper floors, Xin explained. Marie responded thoughtfully, but soon her smile returned. But Xin is here, so Marie is happy. She shouted, completely ignoring any concerns. Okay, let's go to a safe place. It's not good to be so exposed. Xin suggested, and the two headed to a secure hiding spot for Marie, leaving behind the turbulent waters of the dungeon. Seated in a safe refuge they used the last time, Xin shared his recent adventures with the lively Marie, a Xeno with human consciousness and emotions who listened attentively, her eyes shining with excitement. I made it to the depths of the 36th floor, Marie. Things get pretty intense as you go deeper into the dungeon, Xin said, while Marie listened with bright eyes. Wow, Xin! You went to the 36th floor? That's so cool! Tell me more, tell me more! Marie was visibly excited. You know, I encountered some formidable challenges. Dangerous monsters, treacherous traps. It was an intense journey, Xin began to describe, and Marie couldn't hide her enthusiasm. Dangerous and thrilling. I'm loving hearing this. And you, Xin, did you manage to overcome all of it? She asked, with an eager look. Yes, I used my traps and spells strategically. I wanted to accumulate more points before facing the Colosseum head-on. And speaking of that, I haven't entered there yet, Xin explained. Wow, but you're really amazing, Xin. Marie admired his adventures. Ha 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 ha. And how have you been? Have your friends come to visit you? Xin asked, a gleam in his eyes. Yes. Lyd, Ray, and Gro came. Marie was very happy, and Marie told them about Xin. She said excitedly. Did you talk about me? What did they say? Xin asked curiously. He didn't mind if the Xenos knew about his contact with Marie, it would be a good opportunity to get in touch with them. Even Auranos would treat him more favorably, not reporting him to his original family, as he would be a valuable ally with a good relationship with the Xenos. So, it's friendships and benefits at the same time. Who would lose in this situation? Gro got angry. She said sadly. He said I shouldn't trust Xin, that Xin is evil god. But Marie defended Xin. Marie said that Xin didn't harm Marie, fed Marie, introduced a new friend to Marie, Light Ball, and that Marie really likes Xin. She said with determination, and Xin laughed at that. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 172, Strange Pet Ball of Light/Light Ball. After that, Xin spent more time with Marie, even giving her some powerful monster crystals from the 27th and 26th floors that he had saved for her to eat, perhaps making her stronger. Then Xin returned to the floors above the water capital, stopping at Rivera to buy some basic supplies that were missing, and headed towards the surface. It took him 2 days to return from the 36th floor to the surface. As soon as he took in Orario's sunlight that afternoon, he sighed with relief at being back and headed towards the hostess of fertility. Upon entering, the familiar aromas of delicious food mixed with the lively atmosphere of the place, but Xin noticed Hestia nervously pacing in a corner. Xin! She shouted immediately upon seeing him, with a hopeful glint in her eyes. What's with this nervous face? Did something happen? Xin noticed the disturbance in Hestia and immediately asked. Come with me, right away. She said, and they went to the floors above the bar. As they entered the room, Belle was lying on a bed, injured, with Seer taking care of him. Xin could even see a flash of anger in the disguised goddess. What happened to him? Xin said immediately, a little surprised to see Asia in that state and no sign of other around. She was brought like this to the guild. They found him at the beginning of the intermediate floors and alone, with no sign of Irina and other. Hestia spoke with concern. So, it was lucky she didn't end up dead. Who would do this? I can understand an attack, but killing? I don't think Apollo or Heimdall would do that. He doesn't have such vindictive motives, Xin murmured and looked at Hestia. Asia wouldn't. Xin supposed with a bit of concern. No, only Asia was found lying on the ground. There was a fight, but no one seemed to have died. Hestia spoke with a somber tone. Anyway, we can find out what happened with other. This is strange. I would know if they had died, but that's not the case. Xin said and pointed his hand to one side of the room. He immediately summoned the ball of light. The ball of light made a strange sound at him as soon as he saw him. You were attacked, that I know. Tell me the rest. Xin spoke. Is this serious? Xin asked with a stunned expression. What happened? It was Freya/Seer who spoke before Hestia. What happened, Xin-kun? Hestia also asked. It seems they were Iclo's family, from what I understood from Ball of Light. They captured Asia while Ball of Light left behind. I can even understand, because they don't know the use of Ball of Light. Xin spoke calmly, surprising the two goddesses in the room. What, how do you know that? Hestia asked. Well, I know about some dark things happening in the city, but anyway, Ball of Light, tell me what happened to Asia. Xin turned his attention to his strange pet. What, you bastards? Anyway, I know where she is. Is Asia okay? I don't know if she's okay, but she's alive. The ones who captured her, according to Ball of Light's description, were from your Soma family. How did they get through the dungeon gate without anyone knowing? Hestia questioned again. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 173, Soma Familia. They have their ways, we'll talk about it later. For now, I have to deal with the Soma family and retrieve the girls. Xin had a determined tone. What? We should ask for help. Hestia spoke immediately, but Xin denied. Leave it to me, I'll deal with these bastards and bring them back. We won't allow them to be treated the girls unfairly. I will act accordingly, you stay here with Asia, understood? Xin informed her, and Hestia nodded reluctantly while Seer just looked at him. Just be careful, she said at last, knowing how Xin acted. Yes, it's just the Soma family, I can handle this alone. Xin said and left to get some clothes before nightfall. Some time later, in the dark twilight that enveloped Orario, an enigmatic figure rose majestically above Mamma Mia's inn. His cloak, like the wings of a nocturnal raven, danced with the mysterious breeze, concealing his identity from those who dared to peek. The face of the intrepid vigilante was wrapped in an illusion magic so complex that only the most experienced adventurers could decipher. In this scenario of shadows and secrets, a new guardian announced his presence to Orario. Every step he took echoed like silent thunder, marking the arrival of the enigmatic vigilante who would be known from that day on as Lord Sith. From his strategic vantage point, Lord Sith observed the city with interest, his penetrating gaze cutting through the darkness like a sharp blade. Thus, he took his first leaps between the rooftops with the agility of a level 4, heading towards a certain family in a corner of the city. Orario was at its midnight with all establishments running, even though it was almost midnight. After all, this was a city that hardly ever slept. However, amidst the vibrant aura of the city, a shadow cut across the sky above the houses, moving like a figure wearing a black cloak that swayed with each step. He continued to traverse the city, gliding between the shadows of the buildings, while most residents remained oblivious to the disturbance above their heads. Only a few adventurers of level 4 or higher could immediately notice the intruder's presence, but upon realizing, they simply returned to their beer mugs with their groups without acknowledging him. It didn't take long for him to find the place he was looking for, the residence of one of the families. The location, beyond the gate guarded by 2 sentinels, revealed an imposing mansion, with a high wall and practically no courtyard on its property. The structure was notably large, especially for a family with only a level 2 captain. The night enveloped Orario with its dark cloak, and Xin, now armed with a new illusion spell, prepared to confront the Soma family. Like a shadow sliding through the nighttime scenery, he used his newly acquired skills to conceal his presence, moving stealthily towards the rival family's hideout. The illusion spell didn't grant total invisibility but enveloped his body, camouflaging him in the darkness of the night and making him practically invisible to others. Xin took his first step, silently emerging in front of the gate guards. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 174, Lord Sith. Who is? A surprised whisper echoed before both fell immediately with precise blows to the head. Xin grabbed them by their clothes and dragged them to a corner, ensuring they wouldn't be seen from the street. With the guards out of commission, he turned his gaze to the imposing mansion before him. Should we stealthily attack everyone or make a spectacle? Even dressed like this, the spectacle suits me better. He murmured to himself, starting to conjure lightning in his hand. Lightning spell, thunder. He proclaimed, his hand surrounded by lightning before exploding towards one of the mansion's windows. This spell, equivalent to a fireball, might be less explosive and have less range, but it compensated with its speed and penetrating power. Thunder. Boom. This immediately alerted everyone inside the mansion. Although the noise was loud, it wasn't enough to immediately draw the Ganesha family to the location. What was that? One of the rooms exploded. What happened? Enemy attack. Voices began to echo throughout the mansion, with residents trying to understand what was happening. The commotion grew as adventurers started coming out of their quarters to check on the incident. Xin quickly retreated into the shadows, blending with the darkness of the landscape while the Soma family's small courtyard filled with members of the house. What is this? Look, it seems like something was thrown from here. Someone exclaimed. So, it was an attack. Where are the guards? They're knocked out there. Look, Marais is down. We're under attack. Better stay alert. The Patane said. I'm already among you. A shadowy voice, hidden behind the illusion magic, echoed in the midst of 20 adventurers, who quickly turned with surprise to the hidden presence. Who are you? One of the Soma family adventurers shouted, visibly confused and concerned. I am Lord Sith, and the Soma family shall suffer my wrath, Xin replied with a ruthless voice. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 175, Interrogation. He advanced quickly, attacking the first level 1 adventurer. With the agility of a level 4, Xin was like a shadow, agile and deadly. The victim had no chance, being knocked out immediately. Xin moved to the next target, and another, until 4 level 1 adventurers were lying on the ground. The captain tried to react, but before he could raise his weapon, Xin hit him with a punch to the stomach, sending him crashing into one of the walls. It didn't take long for the entire courtyard to be knocked out. Xin, using daggers as his chosen weapons, showcased his agility and strength by skillfully avoiding any attacks directed at him. The scene was chaotic, with Soma family members incapacitated, and Xin, shrouded in his illusion spell, remained like a lethal shadow over them. Xin contemplated his weapon while surrounded by fallen adventurers. It's an interesting fighting style. That's why stealth classes are well regarded, he muttered to himself. He examined the daggers in his hands, appreciating the effectiveness of this new combat style he had adopted. From a distance, some adventurers still resisted, but Xin launched lightning in their direction, eliminating any trace of resistance. His agility for melee attacks and lightning spells for ranged attacks formed an efficient repertoire for this new style he had developed. Are you still awake? Xin addressed the captain of the Soma family, Xanis Lustra. Who are you? And why are you attacking us? Xanis asked, with a dazed look and a touch of fear, aware that the mysterious assailant was, at the very least, a level 4. I am Lord Sith, as I've mentioned, and you've done something you shouldn't have. I'm here to correct that, Xin stated with a calm and determined voice. But let's chat a bit. I want some important information. You answer, and you won't suffer too much, how about that? The voice echoed within the cloak, laden with an undisturbed coldness. I asked who you are? I have powerful contacts. Xanis growled in response. Great, that's good. It's about them that I want to talk, so let's talk. Xin seemed excited about the prospect. What do you want? Xanis couldn't finish his sentence as he was hit by an electric charge from the chain lightning spell, a new ability Xin had acquired in the past few days. The spell sent a wave of lightning across the area, hitting everyone in its path. Damn, now I feel like a true Sith here, watching Xanis writhing like this. It reminds me of the scene where the Emperor tortured Luke Skywalker before Anakin saved his son. Xin thought as he mercilessly attacked Xanis. Did you feel that? I'll keep sending this electric shock until you answer my questions. I expect honest answers. You may be a level 2, but I doubt you'll survive if you keep receiving this attack continuously, Xin said calmly, but the threat was quite ominous coming with the voice effect of the illusion spell. What do you want? Xanis spoke as the electrical shock ceased, truly in pain. A simple question. Did you contact the Ikaros family to attack a group from the Hestia family in the dungeon today? Xin initiated. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, wrong answer. Let's start again. As I said, you won't survive if you keep getting these shocks, Xin spoke without caring about the man's screams in front of him. I want another answer. Xin continued, keeping the pressure on Xanis. We contacted him because the Hestia family had our family's palom. Interesting, an honest answer, continue. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 176, Soma. We received a proposal from the Heimdall family to take Hestia's palom, but we can't fight against the Hestia family. So, we contacted some of our wine customers and talked about a tamed monster with a family going to the dungeon, with a level 2 and a level 1 palom, as we saw in the last few days. They handed us the palom in exchange for the information and our wine, Xanis explained as Xin nodded. Well, that makes some sense, but you put my family in danger, even indirectly. So, I'm going to make you feel a little for that, Xin commented, heading towards the frightened man. Wait, you said you wouldn't shock me anymore if I told the truth. Yes, I won't shock you anymore, but I can't let you go unpunished, can I? Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you certainly won't be whole after plotting against the Hestia family, will you? Xin affirmed and approached mercilessly. Xin broke all of the man's legs and arms as he screamed, knowing this profile, Xin wouldn't show mercy. After finishing with him, he noticed some movement on the street. Surely, his fight had already begun to attract attention, so he had to act quickly. Entering the mansion, Xin used the Detect Life ability to find Utah and other. Using clairvoyance, it wasn't hard to locate her. The girl's was in disheveled room, no effort had been spared in treating her. Desperate to know what had happened to other, she plunged into disturbing thoughts. In the midst of these thoughts, the door opened, revealing a hooded figure entering the room. Ari immediately realized that this was not someone from the family and was someone quite powerful. The figure approached and stood in front of the palom's cell, summoning lightning through the hand that immediately destroyed the lock. Let's go. The voice spoke mysteriously. It's you, isn't it? Lord Xin. She spoke, looking suspicious. What? You figured it out so quickly. Xin couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. I knew immediately when you unleashed lightning. Only Lord Xin would do something like that, she said, looking closely. I guess you're right. He said, realizing that his disguise wasn't that good. Anyway, how did you get in here? Did you go through the entire family? She said while Xin healed her with his strongest magic in that category. This is a small family, so it was easy to get through everyone. Now let's go, I have to see your god. He said, leading the way, and the girls followed. Everyone walked through corridors where there were bodies of family members lying on the floor, electrocuted, going up to the top floor of the mansion where Soma was with his wine barrels. Hello, God Soma. Xin opened the door and saw the hairy god making wine, seemingly unconcerned with the chaos outside this room. Are you the one who attacked my family? He spoke calmly, looking at the girls, unaware that they had trapped inside the dungeons. Apparently, the god of this family didn't seem to be very responsible for her. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 177, Alarm the City Guard Again. Soma-sama. The girls greeted. Enough talk, Soma. I need you to remove the poison on my girl's blood. Xin spoke, cutting off any other conversation. I can do that, but only if they drinks my wine. He spoke, raising a glass, and the girls looked at it with concern. Lightning! Crack! Before anyone could respond or Soma could react, a lightning bolt struck the glass, making it shatter immediately. You misunderstood, God Soma. I'm not here to negotiate. Just do what I want. Why would I do that? He said, trying to stop the pain that caught his hand, as the lightning burned it a bit. Because I'll do this if you don't remove the effect of your wine. Xin said in his mysterious voice and launched attacks on the wine barrels next to the room. Crack, barrels began to be destroyed by Xin. Is this? Soma was surprised, but even more so when Xin shot a lightning bolt at him. Ah! The god screamed in shock. You can't do this. Aruru was alarmed by this. She never expected Xin to do something in this manner. I can, and I'm doing it. Xin said and turned to a Soma on the floor with some lightning still passing through his body. What will be your answer, God Soma, because I don't intend to be lenient. Xin threatened him once again. Having no choice, Soma nodded somewhat scared. He never imagined encountering someone who would threaten his life and destroy his precious wine stock. So, he began the process of removing the poison from their blood. With this, we can go. Xin spoke. Soma, I hope we can be done with this because you wouldn't want me to come back here again. Xin didn't refrain from speaking to Soma at this moment. Soma nodded, acknowledging that he couldn't do much. He certainly realized that Xin's threat was not in vain. Let's go. Xin turned around and prepared to leave, with the girls following behind. They couldn't help but look with complicated eyes at God. What happened this time? Shakti spoke, looking at the member of her family who had just arrived with some news of disturbance in the city. There was an attack in a corner of the city. Residents and passers-by heard sounds of explosions and lightning. Surely, someone is casting magic recklessly, said the family member who came to report the situation. I see, then let's go check it out. Our role is to maintain order in the city. Shakti said, leading the group with a serious and focused expression as she and a team left her family's house. The members of the Ganesha family accompanied Shakti with determined faces through the city, accustomed to dealing with emergency situations. Even though Evilus was a past threat, they were always prepared to handle the chaos that could arise in the city. Shakti moved with her group to the indicated area and encountered a scene of turmoil in one of the streets. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered around the Soma family residence. The view was chaotic, with murmurs and exclamations echoing among the spectators. In the Soma family residence, which was the center of attention, highlighted by debris and signs of recent magic visible even from a distance. Smoke rose from parts of the structure, and evidence of a recent battle was still palpable in the air. The Ganesha family members, with their serious and authoritative expressions, moved determinedly towards the crowd, aiming to calm tempers and restore order in the area. The trunks and equipment characteristic of the family indicated their presence as city guardians, ready to intervene in any emergency situation. Let's see what's going on, Shikta said, approaching the chaotic scene. The news that the Soma family had been attacked spread among the onlookers, who soon noticed and paid attention to the presence of the Ganesha family approaching. It's the Ganesha family. Captain Shikta is here. One of the spectators exclaimed, alerting others to the captain's arrival. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 178, Rescue Mission Success. Shikta, accompanied by her guards, received a brief report on the situation. It's terrible, the Soma family was attacked tonight. The courtyard is full of knocked out people, and there's a lot of wreckage caused by some lightning element magical spell, one of the present reported. Okay, thanks for the report. Let's check. Shikta said, heading towards the Soma family residence. Upon entering the house, the scene was chaotic. Soma family members were down, clearly having faced a difficult battle. The aggressor was clearly much stronger than them. One of the Ganesha family members commented, "It looks like they took quite a beating, but no one died in the end." Yes, but still. We can't tolerate an attack that disrupts the harmony and order of the city. We need to know who the author of this attack is and find them. Shikta stated, determined to uncover the truth behind this act of violence in this part of the city. Yes. Thus, the group began to investigate, trying to wake up the knocked-out adventurers, but without success in identifying the attacker, as they only described him as a man in a cloak using daggers and casting lightning from his hands. The god Soma also did not cooperate, refusing to speak on the matter when questioned, making the Ganesha family feel uneasy about it. "Captain, what do you think? Isn't it strange?" one of the Ganesha family members asked. "Yes, everyone describes him as a man wearing a cloak and having a distorted voice, perhaps some magical artifact. He also calls himself Lord Sith, which I've never heard of before. Anyway, let's inform the guild. They can activate the Hermes family, which is more specialized in investigation than our family," Shikta concluded, wrapping up her duties at that moment. However, she couldn't help but cast a worried glance at the scene. "He casts lightning. That sounds very familiar, as if connecting to a certain troublemaker who's been stirring up the city lately. The more I try to figure out who did this, the more his face comes to my mind." She murmured to herself but quickly dispelled those thoughts to continue her responsibilities. A little before the Ganesha family approached the location. Xin had left with the girls out of sight of the curious forming outside the gate, holding her by the clothes before starting to jump across the rooftops. He leaped into the darkness of the night, camouflaging with his cloak mysteriously. "Xin-sama, is everything going to be okay?" Arari cast a last look at the residents of the Soma family. "Of course, it will be. We'll find the others," Xin tried to reassure her. "Is Asia okay?" she asked suddenly, remembering what could have happened to Asia, so she was quite worried. "Yes, he got hurt pretty bad, but he'll be fine," Xin replied. "It was my fault, I always brings bad luck," Arari lamented. "Don't worry about that. I admit I didn't like you at first, but you're part of this family now, Arari, and you an official member. So, don't worry about it," Xin said, trying to reassure the Palam. Expressions of concern and guilt still marked his face, but she acknowledged Xin's words. "I guess Lord Xin is right," Arari admitted, recognizing Xin's sincere words. Even though he didn't like her initially, she was pleased with his new attitude and what he did for her tonight. The two continued leaping across the rooftops until they reached the hostess of Fertility Pub. Xin entered through the window, alerting the high-level waitresses in the place, who didn't worry upon realizing it was just Xin. "Xin!" Hestia pleasantly exclaimed next to Asia as Xin entered with the blonde dog. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 179, Everyone is fine in the end. As you can see, Hestia, everyone is back, and now you can feel easy. Xin announced with a small smile. "Thank you." Hestia thanked. "Well, now I'm going to sleep. I need to take care of other things tomorrow. See you." Xin said calmly and left the room. He wasn't interested in what the girl's going to do and preferred to rest now that things were over. While Xin was sleeping, rumors quickly spread among the adventurers, creating a mix of fear and fascination regarding Lord Sith. Some wondered about his motivations, while others debated the truth behind the dark identity that emerged tonight, attacking an entire family alone, as at this point, everyone knew that the Soma family had been destroyed by a masked figure who launched an attack on them. The next day, Xin woke up with the intention of preparing once again and going to the dungeon on the same day. In my personal storage, there's still my sword, but it's already getting worn out. I'll provide some materials for him to make new ones. Xin didn't use any of the other katanas he bought, but his normal sword wouldn't last much longer. He just hoped to have some new ones before the war game. Hello, Asia, Xin greeted after seeing that Asia woke up for the first time since the attack. Lord Xin, Hestia-sama and other told me what happened. Thank you very much, I'm glad you came back at this moment to save the other, Asia greeted. Well, we got lucky, but everything worked out, and I don't blame you for the attack you guys suffered. They wanted my magic skill and did us a favor by taking girls in the process, Xin spoke. Really, and is Ari and other okay? What about that floating ball around you? They didn't tell you. Well, I can't understand him like you, Lord Xin. Asia spoke a bit embarrassed. Nobody can. Hestia spoke. Not even I can understand him. Ari commented. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. Anyway, they took him to a secret place full of other monsters. They thought they could sell him, but as he's a summon, he disappeared and is here under my summoning spell. Those idiots won't even realize the empty cell in the next few days. Xin laughed. Anyway, that group, Akaris Familia, now owes us for the attack, and I intend to make them pay for it after we go through all this mess. Xin spoke with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He didn't even notice that there was an elf looking at him attentively at that moment. She wasn't foolish to realize that the one who attacked them was one of the remaining Evilus families, which also participated in the massacre of the Astria Familia. God Xin. Suddenly, Mamma Mia's voice appeared, and she walked up to the table, mostly looking at Xin. Mamma Mia. Xin raised an eyebrow. The whole city is talking about a man wearing dark cloaks and calling himself Lord Sith. You have nothing to do with that, do you? She stared at him with sharp eyes. I have no idea. Zina pinned a confident smile. It was very clear that it was him, so he had no reason to try to hide it and even mocked. Hestia rolled her eyes, knowing he was lying there. Tisk, I like you. Just don't bring trouble to my pub, got it? She gave another sharp look, and Xin nodded, not wanting to bother the retired woman. Anyway, I'll make a few more today to prepare for another dive. Explain to me how our situation is since I haven't had time to talk to you since I arrived, Xin asked Hestia directly. Well. Hestia began. A siege game? It seems that's the case. He said after hearing Hestia's report. You don't seem very surprised, Ari murmured beside him. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 180, Xin's Secret. Well. It's a war game, we'll fight regardless of the challenge. Xin omitted that this result was expected by him already and continued speaking. So, we'll have help from some families, to the point that some adventurers are receiving their falnas from Hestia, that's good. Xin already imagined who this new group would be, as in the original. Let's continue training. I need to challenge you girls to reach level 3, so let's stick to our routine. Just be careful in the dungeon this time. Take a raid with your contacts and go to the floors below Rivera, I think it will be safer and more efficient. Xin advised and left the inn shortly afterward. He went to the Twilight Manor to deliver Rivera's book and was stopped again at the gate. So, Lord Xin, are you behind Lord Sith too? An elf approached him in an alley, crossed her arms, and spoke openly. Why does everyone think that? Let's put that aside. He said loudly and quickly, wanted to change the subject, seeing that he couldn't lie to her and it would be a useless conversation. Just don't turn into a criminal. She warned him before looking at the book. You read it, then. I hope it helped you. Yes, very useful. I'm even developing a new skill thanks to it. Xin spoke and earned a surprised look from Riveria. What? You're really developing a skill in just a week? She said with a tone louder than she intended, not believing the words of this human. After all, how could that be possible? Yes, hard to explain, but I have better magical compression, thanks to your notes and insights, so thank you. He admitted. Tell me everything, I want to know about this skill immediately. She seemed excited. Well. Xin was a little stunned but continued. I'm in the middle of a war game. How about having that meeting with me, then? And actually, I can enter the dungeon. Enter the dungeon? Are you insane? You will going to make the whole dungeon in riot. But I already enter, and I'm here, there's no riot or any bad happen in the surface. Before I forgot, please keep this secret of mine, I don't want to cause so much problem to everyone and I intend to kill Amphisbena alone, if you want to come, you're very welcome. Xin smiled at that. You what? She exclaimed with Xin's audacity. I'm going to kill Amphisbena alone. I want to try to see if I can defeat that monster with my current strength. But that's madness, you know that. She said with a stern look. Then be there. You can help me if I need it. He smiled. You are a reckless, foolish, and irresponsible man. She said with a clearly dissatisfied voice but looked into his eyes immediately afterward. Okay, I'll go with you, but you better prepare well for this. She gave her warning. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 181, Tiona. As Xin entered the dungeon hall, he noticed a small crowd forming in one corner. Quickly, he realized the reason behind the commotion. Two prominent members of the Loki family were present, including an executive. Riviera awaited Xin at the location, and with her green robe and magical staff in hand, she began to attract everyone's attention, becoming the center of focus. People in the area speculated whether they were about to embark on a deep exploration, but it was evident that it wasn't the case, given the limited number of members present. Upon grasping the situation, Xin calmly approached through the crowd. Yo! He waved, drawing the attention of both the elven princess and the woman beside her. God Xin, you finally made it, Riviera greeted. We set up this meeting, but I'm surprised to see Tiona here. Not that it's a bad thing, he commented, directing his gaze at the smiling Amazon. Xin know that Tiona is person that you can trust, she is not just childish in heart but also a open one too. Riveria told me you're going to kill Amphisbena, I really want to see that. Tiona exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. The anticipation was evident in her expression, eager to witness God's skill. Haha, of course, you're always welcome. Shall we then? Xin asked, smiling, as both Riveria and Tiona nodded. Together, they headed for the dungeon, drawing the attention of those around them, who commented on the unusual presence of the Hestia family mage accompanied by Loki family elites. God Xin, I really want to see you defeat Amphisbena. Do you plan on dropping any crystals on him too? Tiona expressed her enthusiasm as they entered the dungeon. I hope not. I almost got crushed last time, but now I have lightning spells, which will come in handy against the aquatic dragon, Xin explained. His expression conveyed a mix of confidence and caution. I see. That reminds me of the hooded stranger who appeared last night. I heard he shoots lightning from his hand. Tiona reflected, drawing a glance from Xin to Riveria, with one eyebrow slightly raised. She's a bit slow. Riveria commented with a touch of irony. Anyway, let's move forward. Xin spoke, taking the lead and guiding them into the dungeon. Riveria, maintaining her characteristic silence about her feelings, simply nodded, focused on the journey ahead. The trio continued descending through the floors, facing monsters, challenges, and mysteries that the dungeon offered, while their dynamics unfolded in intriguing and unpredictable ways. Xin, Riveria, and Tiona moved through the dungeon corridors with impressive skill, eliminating any threats that dared to challenge them. The trio swiftly advanced through the initial floors without resistance. Xin, lost in thought, created numerous fireballs around him, eliminating anything that dared to defy them. Amazing! Tiona looked with admiration at Xion's magical abilities. Shouldn't we grab the magic stones? What? How did you do that? Riveria broke from her usual calm demeanor, surprised to see Xion using the catch loot magic. It's a trick I learned a few days ago. Xion looked at Riveria and winked with one eye, maintaining a casual tone. Tell me everything about it. Is that the legendary spatial magic? She seemed genuinely surprised and immediately wanted to know how Xion's magic worked. Her expression revealed a mix of fascination and curiosity as she eagerly awaited an explanation. As Xion explained the spatial magic, Goliath's room lay ahead, with the newly born monster Rex. A group of level 2 adventurers faced the creature with some difficulty. Should we intervene? Tiona asked, observing the battle. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 182, Two Girls Surprise. I don't think so. We can't interfere in other people's fights without their consent. Riveria spoke, maintaining her thoughtful stance. Help! I think that was the cue. Xin said, and began casting dozens of fire bolts on Goliath. His magical abilities were over 4,000, and even with a relatively weak spell like fire bolts, it took only 36 fireballs to eliminate the monster in less than 20 seconds, all without lifting a finger. Goliath was burned alive by the barrage of fire bolts created by Xin and disappeared. Silence fell over the area. Whether low-level adventurers or even his companions, everyone looked in shock at mysterious hooded mage at this moment. What's wrong? Wasn't I supposed to kill him? He asked, not understanding the surprised reactions around him. Xion's expression denoted a mix of surprise and confusion at the others' reactions, while he still held his staff, and the flames from the last fire bolts faded around him. You didn't even let me fight. Tiona muttered, her face expressing a slight frustration, her eyes somewhat disappointed. Well, you could have at least mentioned that you could kill a monster Rex in a few seconds. I wouldn't be so surprised then. Riveria said, still a bit dazed. She watched God Xin with an expression of someone trying to understand this peculiar human who seemed to bring something unusual with him. Let's go, you can keep the crystal, goodbye. Xin shrugged with marked indifference and continued the journey to Riveria. The group leader looked at Xin with a lost expression as he walked away with the two girls. Thank you. The leader murmured, thankful for the unexpected luck that brought such a powerful adventurer. Should we stop in Riveria? Tiona asked, showing concern for the group's well-being. No, I have supplies with me, don't worry. I want to face Amphisbena before resting. Xin spoke with palpable determination, and they headed for the stairs without stopping in the safe zone city. Xin still had an advantage in areas where there were insects with fire magic. It didn't take long for his spatial space to fill with crystals. He became even more satisfied when they reached the capital of the waters. Riveria, a levitation spell would be very useful, wouldn't it? Xin suddenly spoke to the princess, demonstrating his strategic mind. Levitation spells are rare, no mage has mastered it in hundreds of years. She spoke in a neutral tone, revealing a deep knowledge of magical abilities. Maybe I'll be that mage after hundreds of years. Xin smiled, his expression reflecting confidence and a hint of playfulness. "I hope so, you have potential," she admitted, surprising Xin with her genuine praise. "You should say something like I'm not capable, then we'd make a bet that would end in a date." Xin didn't miss the opportunity to flirt with this woman, his smile containing a hint of teasing. "Ha ha 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 ha! How funny!" Tiona laughed, appreciating the group's good humor. "Quiet, focus on the path. We have several floors to descend to the 27th. Riveria said in her stern tone, despite a red spot on her face indicating that Xin's comment affected her in some way. "Let me show you a way," Xin suggested and started casting clairvoyance. His face expressed focus as he concentrated on the magic, wanting to avoid unwanted encounters on the way. "Show me a path where I won't encounter Marie," he thought, and the light began to form, indicating a safe and efficient route. He didn't want to meet the mermaid at that moment, especially with Riveria and Tiona by his side, it would be too risky. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 183, Mana Zone. They continued on, with Tiona taking a more active stance for the first time, as Xin still had some difficulty dealing with the monsters on these floors. However, it wasn't difficult to reach the lower floor of the waterfalls, and clairvoyance's light guided them smoothly. "You still haven't talked about your developed ability. I want to hear about it," Riveria suddenly asked in the middle of their walk. "Is it that impressive?" Xin asked curiously. "How wouldn't it be? Do you know how hard it is to acquire an ability? You're saying you created one in just a week reading my notes, you haven't even started studying with me really." She spoke in a serious tone. Sighing, Xin began to talk about this ability. "I developed a peculiar magical ability that I still haven't fully mastered, as you know," Xin began, his gaze reflecting the seriousness of the discovery. "I call it Mana Zone." Riveria, intrigued, fixed her eyes on the human mage, waiting for more information about this new facet of his magical abilities. "It's as if I can create a magical zone around me, connecting me more deeply with the ambient magical energy. I can sense previously imperceptible magical patterns and manipulate the mana around me in surprising ways to my advantage," Xin explained, light gestures accompanying his words. The elven princess, with her usual insight, absorbed the information. "An intriguing ability, God Xin. I've never heard of it as you describe it. How did you develop it?" "While facing the challenges of the dungeon, I noticed a subtle change in the density of magical energy around me, starting with meditation. After gaining a certain sensitivity with my spells, the mana zone began to manifest naturally, providing me with a deeper connection to ambient mana," Xin shared, unveiling part of the mystery. Still, he knew something was missing because it wasn't very effective beyond sensing mana and using a bit of it to enhance his spells. Riveria, curious, inquired, "Do you think you can master it completely?" Xin, with a gleam in his eyes, replied, "Of course, Riveria. I'm sure I can enhance my understanding and explore its full potential, but I'll need more experience, perhaps more of your books," he said, and she nodded in understanding. As Xin, Riveria, and Tiona advanced through the dungeon corridors, the atmosphere around them began to change. The soft, distant sound of flowing water indicated the proximity of the lake where the formidable dragon Amphisbena dwelt. The light penetrating the rocky walls revealed the vastness of an underground scene, illuminating a majestic underground lake before them. The lake, reflecting deep shades of blue, extended as far as the eye could see. The calm surface broke the monotony of the cavernous rocks around, creating an impressive yet threatening environment. In the depths of the lake, shadows moved, indicating the presence of aquatic creatures and, of course, the aquatic dragon Amphisbena. At the edge of the lake, the imposing silhouette of Amphisbena began to emerge. Its iridescent scales captured the reflections of ambient light, creating a spectacle of vibrant colors. Membranous wings extended elegantly, indicating its majesty as a truly formidable creature. Reptilian eyes watched attentively, revealing an intelligence and cunning that few would expect from such a colossal beast. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 184, vs Amphisbaena. Amphisbaena's features were truly remarkable. Its body was long and serpentine, with two heads rising in search of air. Each head was equipped with sharp fangs, ready to tear apart any intruder daring to challenge it. The deep roar of the dragon echoed through the dungeon, a formidable warning that the approaching battle would not be easy. Xin, Riveria, and Tiona, standing at the lake's edge, observed the legendary creature before them. Riveria's expression remained serene, but her eyes revealed inherent caution in the presence of Amphisbaena. Tiona had an excited smile, while Xin maintained a determined expression, mentally preparing for the unfolding battle between him and the creature. "It seems I got lucky, Amphisbaena is there," Xin said with satisfaction, his face illuminated by the sight of the aquatic dragon in front of him. "Wow! I want to see you face Amphisbaena." Tiona expressed her excitement, her eyes shining with anticipation. "Are you sure you don't need help?" Riveria asked, concern evident in her expression. Even she know God is powerful, she still can't help but to offer her help. "It's okay, I can handle them. You'll be surprised." Xin spoke with confidence, turning to face his next opponent. His countenance revealed determination as he prepared for the imminent confrontation. "Leave this space, I'll deal with him alone," Xin calmly said. Riviera and Tiona stepped back to a strategic position as they watched Xin's fight in case he needed help. Amphisbaena, now aware of the intruder, raised its heads and growled threateningly. Xin, recovering quickly, wielded his slightly cracked sword. Amphisbaena didn't seem to like a single human facing it, as if underestimating it. With its head still raised, the serpent's roar echoed through the corridors, marking the beginning of a confrontation in the depths of the labyrinth. Xin, with his sword in hand, faced Amphisbaena with unwavering determination. The heads of the aquatic dragon moved in a coordinated manner, approaching and analyzing the challenging human before them. The echoing roar filled the space, reverberating through the cavernous stones of the dungeon. "Prepare yourself, Amphisbaena. You're about to face a mage like you've never seen before," Xin said, his gaze focused on the dragon's heads. Using the monozone ability, Xin felt the atmosphere pulsating around him, ready to be employed strategically. Without further ado, Amphisbaena took the first action, launching into an attack with surprising agility for a creature of its size. Its heads advanced, each with its own predatory intent. Xin skillfully dodged the attacks, showcasing the agility and sharp reflexes of a level 4 with the evasion spell. Xin's sword cut through the air, encountering the resistant scales of Amphisbaena. He utilized the monozone, channeling magical energy around his blade to intensify the impact of the strike, infused with lightning magic. The collision generated sparks, indicating the conflict between human magical power and the resistance of the aquatic dragon. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 185, vs Amphisbaena 2. As the battle unfolded, Riveria and Tiona observed attentively, their expressions reflecting a mix of concern and admiration. Xin's audacity in facing the formidable Amphisbaena alone challenged the expectations of any adventurer in Orario. However, Xin confronted the aquatic dragon without fear or hesitation, facing the imminent challenge directly with his lightning-wrapped sword. The boldness of the level 2 mage contrasted with the giant form and palpable threat of Amphisbaena. The serpent heads of the creature moved in a coordinated manner, analyzing the challenging human before them. Despite Xin's fierce determination against his opponent, Amphisbaena was far from an easy adversary. It reacted swiftly, unleashing pressurized water jets toward Xin. The force and speed of the attacks were impressive, a demonstration of the formidable power of the dragon. Xin could rely only on the newly unlocked ability, the Mana Zone, which was proving to be a valuable tool. Because the Mana Zone allowed Xin to anticipate the dragon's movements, elevating his magical senses to an extraordinary level, he could foresee the specific magics vibrating in the air. He could sense distortions in magical energy around him, providing him with keen insight into imminent attacks. Every move of Amphisbena became predictable to Xin, allowing him to dodge with the grace of a dancer, a perfect synchronization between magic and agility with his quick evasion spell. Tiona, witnessing Xin's agility, couldn't contain her surprise. "He's much faster for a level 2. She exclaimed, impressed with the mage's dexterity against the dragon's attacks. Even Riveria, experienced as she was, recognized the disparity between Xin's current agility and his previous abilities. "No, he's much faster than in that fight against Bet, and that's considering he was already above the agility of level 2. The more I see him evolve, the more he surprises me," Riveria analyzed with some surprise. As the battle unfolded, it became a chaotic dance between the fiery flames and electric energy unleashed by Xin and the magical waves emanating from Amphisbena with its water jets. He tested the monster's resilience with energy and fire when he cast fireballs with just a pointed hand, signaling an evolution in his techniques. However, the aquatic dragon was relentless, unleashing furious attacks against Xin while the fire from the fireballs proved inefficient. Despite his exceptional magic, the level 2 mage faced difficulties against the overwhelming power of the monster. Each onslaught from Amphisbena was accompanied by a force that tested the limits of Xin's abilities. The dragon's resilience and its ability to adapt to Xin's strategies added a layer of complexity to the battle, requiring the mage to constantly adjust his approach to match the formidable opponent. Deciding to vary his tactics, Xin summoned a series of rank 3 firebolts, multiplying the intensity of his attack to distract the creature with a smokescreen. The corridor echoed with the sound of explosions and flames, but Amphisbena seemed unfazed. The serpent heads of the creature writhed in response, launching aquatic attacks to dispel the fire. Seeing that the fire and water created a vapor curtain nonetheless, Xin took advantage of this time to reinforce his abilities. He cast upon himself the support spell /strength booster and support spell /speed booster, increasing both his strength and agility by 10%. With alteration spell /ebony flesh, the temporary enhancements were replenished, allowing him to return to the battle with enhanced agility, strength, and defense. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 186, vs Amphisbena 3. Seizing the opportunity where Amphisbena had not fully emerged from the vapor, Xin decided to intensify his strategy. Concentrating his magical energy, he activated the gravitational spell /minor gravitational field rank 3. The moment the spell took effect, an extremely dense gravitational field materialized, exerting a force 5 times greater than normal gravity within a 5-meter radius around the dragon. Amphisbena, suddenly subjected to intense gravitational pressure, tried to resist the effects of the magic. Its serpent heads writhed, showing the struggle against the overwhelming force pulling them downward. Observing the dragon's reaction, Xin glimpsed a strategic opportunity. With surprising agility, Xin triggered the space spell /quick dodge rank 3. In the blink of an eye, he teleported a few meters to the side, narrowly escaping an imminent attack from Amphisbena, which couldn't adjust its movements quickly enough due to the increased gravity. Seizing the opening, Xin channeled his magic into the lightning spell /thunder, charging it with additional power from the mana zone he absorbed from the atmosphere. Xin's palm glowed intensely as he directed the precise attack at one of Amphisbena's necks. The impact was monumental. The resounding sound of the lightning striking its prey echoed across the lake, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a mighty thunderstorm. Amphisbena, momentarily stunned by the concentrated electrical discharge, showed a visible reaction of pain. One of its necks bled, indicating that Xin had managed to breach its defense with this display. He managed to wound one of the necks. Tiona exclaimed in surprise, witnessing Amphisbaena roaring in pain as its neck bled. But this fight is far from over. Riveria analyzed. Indeed, the battle was far from concluded. Amphisbaena, wounded and furious, prepared a powerful counterattack. Xin, in a display of bravery and sagacity, channeled his energies to unleash his boldest spell, covering the ground with traps and waited. A lightning explosion consumed the corridor, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the dungeon floors. The outcome of the battle hung in the air as the lightning dissipated while Amphisbaena was being electrocuted. That stung a bit, didn't it, little dragon? Xin taunted with a smile, admiring the visual spectacle and the result of his magic. Amphisbaena's response was a deafening roar, a challenge to the resilience of the mage who dared to face the formidable aquatic dragon. The electrical sparks continued to dance around Amphisbaena, whose eyes reflected a mixture of pain and fury. However, the creature did not retreat, instead, it prepared for an even more devastating counterattack. Xin, ever astute, remained alert, his expression determined as he closely observed the dragon's movements. He was aware that, despite the initial impact, Amphisbaena still posed a significant threat. The resounding roar echoed once again, reverberating through the dungeon corridors. Amphisbaena's intimidating aura filled the environment, challenging the courage of any adventurer who dared to cross its path. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 187, vs Amphisbaena 4. Enraged, Amphisbaena launched another coordinated attack. Xin leaped to avoid being devoured by one mouth, but he realized too late as another head prepared a water jet aimed at Xin. He had to dodge the precise shot, but he was still hit because the attack's range was broader than his evasion ability. Crack! He fell against one of the walls next to the lake, losing his sword into the water. Xin got up and saw the dragon moving relentlessly toward him. He quickly muttered his spell, then began to heal, anticipating his opponent's approach and preparing to launch more lightning at the adversary. Lightning spell/thunder. Lightning spell/thunder. He cast his lightning so quickly that not even Amphisbaena could react, being hit by the strike while in the water, causing more damage as the electrical force traveled through the area. He can cast healing magic. Look how quickly he heals, I thought he would give up. Tiona exclaimed. Riveria simply looked stunned, watching Xin emerge from the wreckage while healing before unleashing new lightning bolts. The battle still seemed to continue, leaving an atmosphere charged with suspense and uncertainty about the outcome of this epic subterranean showdown. Seeing that his adversary continued heading towards him, Xin began running among the stones on the surface, and Amphisbaena quickly followed with hatred for the pain this human caused him. Xin wasted no time and started placing traps along the way as he ran efficiently, trying not to be crushed by the monster chasing him. Soon, the environment was filled with traps, causing a chain reaction as soon as Amphisbaena touched the first one. Lightning! 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 Amphisbaena, irritated and clearly displeased at being the target of Xion's relentless lightning, showed evident signs of weakening against the element that was unfavorable to it. Its contorted body and scales sparkled under the constant electrical assault, revealing the monster's vulnerability to Xion's magic. In a reactive move, Amphisbaena lunged with a powerful water jet towards Xion, hitting him with force and causing him to collide against the corridor walls. The pressurized water enveloped the god, creating an impact that reverberated through the cavernous stones. Emerging from the wreckage, Xion, even injured, did not let himself be discouraged and retaliated immediately. Once again, channeling his magic, Xion released electric chains with the chain lightning spell. The snaking sparks sought to envelop Amphisbaena, attempting to immobilize the immense movements of the aquatic dragon. The strategy was clear: limit the monster's mobility to avoid direct attacks. However, Amphisbaena's cunning was not slow to manifest. Realizing that it couldn't easily reach Xin amid the electric chains, the dragon halted its abrupt movements. Its two mouths approached, emitting a sinister glow as they charged energy for a devastating attack. Xin, sensing the imminent threat, felt the weight of the situation. Amphisbaena, concentrating a massive amount of energy in its mouths, prepared to launch a direct shot that could be fatal. A sense of urgency took over Xin, urging him to act quickly to avoid the worst. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 188, vs Amphisbaena 5. God Xin is in danger, isn't he? Tiona expressed her concern, attentively watching the critical situation in which the mage found himself. The imminence of Amphisbaena's charged attack generated apprehension, especially considering that even a level 4 adventurer would struggle to survive such a potent strike. Should we intervene? Riveria murmured, her keen eyes fixed on Xin, who was intensely concentrating, with one hand over the other in a peculiar manner. Why is he closing his eyes in the middle of the fight? What is he doing? Tiona asked in surprise. Hey, what are those colorful dots appearing in the air? She noticed another phenomenon happening around Xin. Is this the ability he mentioned? Riveria looked astonished. The magical particles that should have been hidden in the air began to come to life around Xin, as if dancing around him while manifesting their own assistance. It was as if magic were responding to a dear friend. To Riveria's eyes, it was beautiful. She let slip. Riveria had always wanted to explore the world while living confined in her palace for decades. She longed to see the beauty of the world beyond the elven forest, marveling at every detail she witnessed. However, at that moment, she was facing something that surpassed all the wonders she had ever witnessed. Magic was taking shape and being harnessed by Xin through his strange ability, the Mana Zone. The magical particles, usually hidden in the fabric of the air, came to life in a mesmerizing dance around Xin. Each particle shone brightly, creating magical patterns that filled the dungeon corridor with an ethereal light. It was as if a celestial spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Riveria was astonished, not only by the beauty of the magical particles but by the profound connection that Xin seemed to have with the essence of magic. It transcended the boundaries of the ordinary and transformed into a magical masterpiece, a perfect symbiosis between the practitioner and the mystical realm. While the magical particles danced around Xin, he became the epicenter of this light and energy show. The air was impregnated with magical electricity, creating an atmosphere charged with emotion and intensity. Riveria, with her vast experience, felt that she was facing a historic moment in the evolution of magic. She had traveled and witnessed countless wonders, but what lay before her in that dungeon corridor was something singular, something that transcended the highest expectations. Beautiful. She repeated, this time with a more impactful tone, for at that moment, Riveria was witnessing magic in its purest and most dazzling form. And that scene, for her, was the embodiment of the enchanting and unexplored beauty that the magical world had to offer. She had hypotheses about magical particles and currents in the air, but she had never come close to unraveling their secrets. However, this god, studying her notes for only a week, accomplished something she had never seen, heard, or read in magical history. It was as if all the knowledge of this world about magic was about to change thanks to this strange god. Riveria reflected on the revolutionary potential that Xin represented, a new magical horizon manifesting before them. When was I not surprised by this god anymore? He was arrogant and irresponsible at first. I considered him a fool at best, facing other god even though he don't have strength, or a damn womanizer when he tried to praise me in front of everyone. Maybe a clueless man claiming to be the greatest potential in this world. But now, maybe with him, a new magical horizon will manifest in this world. If there's anyone who can do that, it's him. There's no one I know with such potential I seen from other god. If he reaches level 3 after this fight, Orario will surely turn upside down. Riveria thought, while the magical particles illuminated her eyes like a galaxy being filled with its stars. Not that Riveria knew it, but it was the first time she witnessed such a sublime phenomenon. That's so beautiful! Tiona exclaimed, surprised and fascinated by the magical spectacle before her eyes. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 189, vs Amphisbaena 6. While the magical particles danced in the air, the light show reached its peak. The magic, which seemed to have come to life, began to be absorbed by Xin. Concentrating intensely, he reached out to capture the magical energy around him, as if channeling the very essence of the luminous spectacle. Come on, I'm almost there! Xin exclaimed determined. His ability, boosted by the absorbed magical energy, finally began to affect the entire environment around him. He transferred the local magic to his spell, preparing to face Amphisbaena's charged attack. At that moment, the atmosphere around Xin seemed electrically charged, with the magical particles continuing to dance frantically. It was as if the dungeon itself was responding to Xin's mastery of magic, a magical symphony echoing through the cavernous corridors. Tiona and Riveria watched, their eyes reflecting admiration for the extraordinary scene. Xin's ability to manipulate magic and interact with the environment in such a unique way left them impressed and eager to witness the outcome of this unique battle. Both combatants prepared for the confrontation, each unleashing their characteristic power. Amphisbaena, the majestic aquatic dragon, gathered strength to launch a powerful and coordinated water jet with its two heads, each releasing a furious and pressurized torrent. Meanwhile, Xin, the audacious with only level 2 mage skill, focused on his magic, preparing a potent lightning bolt trembling with the increased force from his monozone ability. The environment was electrically charged, magical particles danced around Xin, pulsating in unison with the magical energy he channeled. It was a dazzling scene, a manifestation of magical power that reverberated on the dungeon walls, indicating Xin's mastery of magic, which even resonated in the depths of the underground structure. This is like Argonaut's skill, but mine relies more on the environment. Xin recognized, aware of the similarity to Bel's ability as he watched his spell increase several times. In the next moment, both sides fired at each other. Amphisbaena released its water jet with formidable force, shining with energy. At the same time, Xin unleashed his purple lightning, powered by the monozone. The dungeon corridor was invaded by a collision of opposing elements, pressurized water and magical electricity. The deafening roar of water and electricity echoed through the corridors, creating a chaotic symphony of magical and natural power. Xion's spell, amplified by the monozone and fueled by the magical particles around him, collided head-on with Amphisbaena's water jet. The scene was simultaneously magnificent and terrifying. Tiona and Riveria watched with fascination and tension, their expressions reflecting the intensity of the clash as opposing energies collided in a thrilling spectacle. On one side, a powerful, radiant water jet, on the other, a dazzling purple lightning bolt. Both attacks raced toward each other, and upon impact, the floor trembled, echoing the magnitude of the confrontation. The environment reacted to the intense manifestations of magic, with the dungeon stones vibrating, generating resonances that traveled through the underground chambers. The clash between Xin and Amphisbaena's abilities electrified the surroundings, transforming the calm lake water into a torrent trying to retreat from the epicenter of chaos. Xion's magic, fueled by the intensity of the monozone, not only resisted Amphisbaena's water jet but also spectacularly overcame it. The purple lightning began to expand, enveloping the water in a spiral of electricity, creating a chaotic vortex of magical energy. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 190, vs Amphisbaena End. Amphisbaena's body trembled under the overwhelming influence of Xian's magic. The now amplified lightning began to disintegrate the resistant scales of the aquatic dragon. A magical shockwave spread, undoing half of Amphisbaena's colossal body in an impressive display of power. The water around the monster was tinted with ethereal hues as Xian's magic consumed his opponent's body. The thunderous sound of the clash and the sight of disintegration were like a magical masterpiece, a victory achieved through Zen's magical mastery. Tiona and Riveria watched in awe, unable to look away from the supernatural spectacle before them. Xian's expression was a mix of satisfaction and surprise as he witnessed the extraordinary results of his ability and strategy. The dungeon corridor was now filled with the echo of Amphisbaena's agonizing roar and the murmur of waters carrying magical traces. Xian had triumphed, and the magnitude of his feat reverberated through the dungeon walls, leaving an indelible mark in that underground environment. The water wrecks had finally succumbed. The once imposing heads were now missing, with one lying on the dungeon floor. Xian, breathing deeply, observed the scene of victory. The monster began to disappear, and a crystal fell to the ground as the creature was completely disintegrated. Tiona, always ready for a good fight, applauded enthusiastically. "That was amazing, Xian. You're truly astounding." Riveria, maintaining her composure, smiled subtly. "You handled the situation in a way I never imagined. God, Xian's talents are remarkable." Xian, with a modest smile, thanked them. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. I think I'll need to rest a bit. This fight almost pushed me to the limit." After the disintegration of Amphisbaena, the dungeon fell silent, with only the sound of Xian's panting breath echoing off the stone walls. Tiona and Riveria approached, their looks a mix of admiration and concern. "Xian, are you okay?" Tiona asked, watching him closely. "That fight was too intense, even by your standards." Xian smiled, still catching his breath. "I'm fine. But you're right, Tiona. It was quite a challenge." Riveria, with her usually serene expression, added, "It was more than a challenge, God Xian. You achieved something that goes beyond what we've seen. Your skill with the mana zone. It's revolutionary." "I guess so, I've never felt anything like this before." Xian commented, his voice still reflecting the fatigue of the battle. He looked at Riveria, searching for the right words to describe his experience. "It was like the world opened up to me in a new way. During the fight, I felt a deeper connection with the mana zone, as if I could feel every particle of energy around me." Riveria nodded, understanding. "That's extraordinary. There have been elves who used the mana around them, but you're describing something more, a symbiosis with the environment itself." Xian continued, his expression becoming more thoughtful. "Yes, it was almost as if I was conversing with the dungeon itself, understanding its nuances and rhythms. Every stone, every current of air, every drop of water, everything seemed to vibrate with magical energy, and I could use that to my advantage." Tiona, listening intently, interrupted with a look of admiration. "That sounds incredible, Xian. Does that mean you can use the magic of the dungeon?" "In a way, yes," Xian replied. "It seems that the mana zone normally allows the user to manipulate the energy around them, but what I experienced was beyond that. It was like I was weaving the very essence of the dungeon into my spell." Riveria, always the more pragmatic, pondered the implications. "This ability could change the way we understand and interact with magic. Xian, you might be on the brink of a significant discovery." "Well, maybe in a few decades. But we're far from it yet," Xian commented. "Rest a bit, we'll make sure no monster approaches with the noise you created in the fight." Riveria sighed and spoke. "Yes, I'll just need half an hour to get back to 100%, he said, his exhaustion being physical. "Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 191, Preparation for New Challenge. After some time of rest, Xin felt rejuvenated and ready to continue. They began ascending the floors again. Tiona, Riveria. I've decided to stay a bit longer here in the dungeon to adapt to my abilities. Xin spoke as soon as they reached the safe zone. Tiona frowned, concerned. Are you sure, God Xin? Riveria nodded in agreement. God Xin, your abilities are impressive, but even so, you like to get into unique situations and the dungeon is unpredictable. Xin smiled, appreciating their concern. Don't worry, I won't overdo it too much, I think. Xin couldn't tell them he would go to the deep floors, could he? There was a pause, and then Xin took out the crystal they had obtained from the battle against Amphisbena. Riveria, I want you to take this to the surface. It might be valuable, and I would like my family to use it to help with expenses. Riveria took the crystal, surprised by the generous gesture. I will do that. Xin nodded, satisfied. Thank you, that will help them a bit in our current situation. Riveria looked at Xin. Well, just be careful, okay? When do I not take care? Xin smiled confidently. Riveria and even Tiona rolled their eyes at that moment. All right, let's go, we have some family matters to take care of. We'll see you at the war game, don't be late. Riveria said with a small smile to bid farewell to Xin. I don't expect to be late either. Goodbye, God Xin. I want to see you surprising me in the war game too. Tiona also said goodbye with her usual excitement. As soon as the girls moved away towards the 17th floor, Xin went to the city of Rivera. He entered under the gaze of people who knew him quite well. After all, even though he wasn't spending much time in Orario, everyone knew that he had attacked Apollo and essentially started a war game. He was also known here for breaking one of the sealing crystals. Hello adventurer! A guard greeted him with a tone that mixed respect. Xin just nodded, he thought, carefully selecting some supplies in a store. While paying for the items, an adventurer approached him with a sarcastic smile. God Xin! You hit a god, you've got guts! He laughing exclaimed. Unfazed, Xin replied with a slight smile. Courage or not, sometimes it's necessary to make some noise to be heard. Continuing on his way, Xin was approached by an adventurer with a group, who looked at him disdainfully. You think you can beat two families with just you and the little girl? What a joke! Xin looked at the man, his expression calm. Sometimes, quality outweighs quantity. But don't worry, we'll soon see who gets the last laugh. Tisk, the guy gets a little famous and becomes quite arrogant, he said, leaving with his group. Hey, God Xin! I'm betting on the Hestia family after what I saw you doing with that crystal, don't disappoint me. Someone shouted as he was leaving the city, and Xin just nodded. With all the supplies stored in his dimensional space, he started to return to the capital of waters. He met Marie, then made a bed and prepared food for both. Once he had recovered after 10 hours of sleep, he felt it was time to level up. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 192, Hall of Warrior. Are you leaving already, Xin? Marie asked with a sad tone. Yes, I must go, I still have some things to do in the deeper levels, don't be sad, I'll bring you a gift, how about that? Really? Is it more food? Her mood changed quickly. It's not food, but you'll like it. Xin smiled. Then it's okay. She clapped her hands. After saying goodbye, Xin left the hideout and headed towards the lower floors, passing the 27th and entering the deep levels. Now at least level 3 strength, and with his status strengthened, Xin felt the flame of determination burning inside him as he plunged into the darkness of these corridors, eager to test his new status. Xin, already familiar with the challenges of the 28th floor, advanced confidently. His previous experience in these levels allowed him to navigate more deftly, avoiding unnecessary confrontations with monsters by using clairvoyance to descend faster. He moved like a shadow, agile and silent, focused on his greater goal. The sound of his footsteps was the only noise that disturbed the oppressive silence of the deep levels. He knew the monsters' patterns, when to hide in the shadows and when to quicken his pace, taking advantage of every moment of distraction from his enemies, some of whom he faced and enjoyed the sensation of killing all those monsters more easily. As Xin approached the 37th floor, the environment gradually changed. The atmosphere became denser. With his sword charged with lightning, he cut down enemies here and there, sometimes groups, rarely feeling the need to use only magic. Only when a group surrounded him and he had to use something area-wide. The black hole served very well for this purpose. The healing magic was no longer as necessary as last time. This made him feel more satisfied. As Xin advanced, he had a clear goal in mind, to enter the Colosseum, located in the east area of the Warriors' Hall, and stay there for 100 minutes. His plan was to accumulate achievement and pick up some specific spells for the war game. So a few hours descending these floors, he finally reached his goal. The Colosseum was as he remembered and the same sounds came out of it. The hall was a constant battlefield. Xin knew that entering there would be like diving into a sea of chaos and violence. Preparing himself, he concentrated his magical energy, making his sword glow with intense lightning. He felt the electricity pulse through the blade, ready to be unleashed against any opponent as soon as he passed those doors. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 193, Battle in the Colosseum. As soon as Xin entered the arena, he activated his support spells /Strength Booster and Speed Booster, enhancing his strength, defense, agility, and dexterity. Immediately after, he strengthened his defense with ebony flesh, forming a more resistant protective layer than iron flesh around his body. The Colosseum was filled with aggressive and dangerous monsters, including Violas, parasitized mighty bulls, Grandtreants, wormwells, Spartoi, barbarians, lizard elites, obsidian soldiers, skull sheep, loup-garou, and furry ones. Xin would face a formidable variety of adversaries, each with their unique abilities and tactics, and they would not be monsters that would give him points or stones, just monsters that would be swept away every time one of them was killed. Xin ran through the doors and the monsters instantly turned their faces towards him and growled with bloodlust. He began the battle by launching a series of lightning traps, strategically positioning them to maximize their impact. When the monsters rushed towards him, the traps exploded in a coordinated sequence, illuminating the corridor with explosions and electric sparks. To deal with the more resilient monsters, Xin resorted to his gravitational spell /minor gravitational field, creating a high-gravity area that slowed down his enemies. He also used his lightning spell /lightning weapon, transforming his sword into a lethal blade charged with electricity, as he cut them down under gravitational pressure. Xin cast multi-fire bolts and fireballs, causing massive explosions and setting the monsters on fire as they were reborn at the same moment. He skillfully avoided attacks with quick dodge, teleporting quickly to avoid deadly blows. Soon surrounded, he chose to rely only on his godly equivalent reflexes, trying to go to a corner of the Colosseum to get out of the disadvantage using his quick dodge again. He managed to get past the monsters with some cuts, but quickly healed himself, and now with no monster coming from behind, he bombarded them all again. The battle in the Colosseum was intense and unceasing. Xin moved with precision, each spell and movement calculated to ensure his survival and time accumulation. With each defeated monster, he drew closer to achieving his audacious goal. Despite the variety and overwhelming number of enemies, Xin held firm. His masterful control over his abilities, combined with his enhanced strategy and strength, allowed him to dominate the battlefield, turning the Colosseum into a spectacle of magical power and combat prowess, but unfortunately, there was no one to witness this great spectacle, and no one could ever imagine such a thing happening at that moment beneath the feet of the citizens of Orario, as no one enters the Colosseum knowing the risk it represents. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 194, Feat of Strength. As Xin advanced through the Colosseum, the intensity of the battle increased exponentially. The air was now charged with the smell of ozone and burning, a constant reminder of the power of his lightning spells. Every step he took was calculated, each movement a deadly ballet among the monsters that surrounded him. Explosions not only lit up the inside of the Colosseum, fireballs shot out of it, hitting other parts outside with stray shots of lightning and fire. Stones fell. Anyone on that floor would know of the chaos happening there. The dynamics of the Colosseum changed, and a group that responded was now only of Violas, with 200 of them, agile and deadly creatures. Xin, with a determined smile, launched multi-fire bolts in rapid succession. The explosions illuminated the monsters' faces with a hellish glow, burning them to death. The heat of the flames contrasted with the coldness in his eyes as he advanced. Then came the parasitized mighty bulls, immense and intimidating beasts. Xin activated the gravitational spell/minor gravitational field, multiplying the gravity around him. The bulls, once fast and fierce, became slow and heavy, their charges becoming predictable. Xin dispatched them with precise strikes of his lightning-charged sword, taking advantage of the induced slowness. The Grand Treants were the next challenge. Immovable but powerful monsters that launched branches sharp as blades. Xin, with agility enhanced by his support spells, skillfully dodged, slicing them with his electricity-charged sword, cutting through the wood as if it were paper. Worm wells, serpentine and deceptive creatures, attempted to ambush him, emerging from the ground. Xin, sensing the danger, launched fireballs, turning the area into a fiery inferno. The serpents screamed as they were consumed by the flames, their attempts at attack turning into desperate struggles for survival. The battle became more challenging with the arrival of Spartoi, barbarians, and lizard elites. These warriors were skilled and organized, advancing in tactical formations. Xin, however, was prepared. He used quick dodge to avoid their strikes, countering with chain lightning that spread through their bodies, leaving them convulsing on the ground. The obsidian soldiers, with their bodies of solidified lava, advanced next, resisting his initial attacks. Xin, focusing, intensified the power of his lightning spell/thunder, piercing their rocky defenses and shattering them into pieces. Skull Sheep, Lu-Guru, and Furry Ones also joined the fight. The Skull Sheep, with their bony heads, advanced with a vacant look. The Lu-Guru, agile and lethal, tried to flank him, while the Furry Ones, with their thick fur, initially resisted the fire. But Xin was a whirlwind of power. He spun and slashed, his lightning sword and fire spells turning the battle into a deadly dance of light and shadow. As the minutes passed, Xin continued relentlessly. He was in his element, each movement a testament to his skill and power. The monsters fell at his feet, one after another, like dominoes in an endless chain. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 195, Unexhausted Amount of Monster. I've reached half the challenge. I still need to endure another 50 minutes, but I'm exhausted. I need to strengthen my magic with the mana zone. Fortunately, I received a stamina enhancement. Xin thought as he dodged the claws of a monster. He tried to dodge, but a monster was already waiting for him to do so. His reflexes sensed it, otherwise, he would have lost his arm at that moment. These monsters are adapting to me, that's why no one enters this place. He thought as he healed the arm injured by the monster. As time advanced, Xin maintained his strategy, adapting to each new wave of monsters as well. He was exhausted and his clothes were quite torn. He could not replace his leather armor, so he just had to rely on his defensive magic. Xin fought as if he were a storm personified, a warrior whose heart burned with the flame of determination. In this frenetic battlefield, with explosions and monsters everywhere, he was not just a fighter, he was a conductor, directing an orchestra of chaos and power. Time passed and exhaustion increasingly took hold of Xin. He might have infinite mana, but his stamina was not the same, and in a battle where he needed to move all the time, yet his determination remained unshakable. He was in the final stretch of his audacious challenge, to spend 100 minutes in one of the most dangerous places in the dungeon ever recorded. Each minute was a test of his endurance, skill, and will to win. The continuous sound of thunder and the intermittent glow of lightning became the constant rhythm of the battle. Xin, now a master at positioning electric traps, created a lethal barrier that decimated waves of monsters daring to approach, allowing him to breathe for a few seconds. His strategies and magical abilities, combined with his physical endurance, were the key to his survival. As time moved on, Xin continued to adapt to the ever-increasing challenges. Replenishing all his support and defense spells at this crucial moment was necessary to maintain the agility required to dodge and react quickly to the monster's attacks. His clothes were stained with ash and sweat, and his breathing was heavy, but his eyes shone with fierce intensity. He had not just survived, he had mastered the Colosseum. Finally, the moment arrived. The timer hit 100 minutes, and a wave of relief and satisfaction swept over Xin. He had achieved his goal. The Colosseum, once an unrelenting battlefield, had become a stage for the display of his strength and determination. However, the battle in the Colosseum knew no end. Creatures continued to emerge in endless waves, an inexhaustible supply of monsters generated by the dungeon. With each passing moment, new adversaries emerged, keeping the tension and danger at extreme levels. Xin realized that although he had achieved his goal, it was time to withdraw. There were no more points to be gained there, and each additional second was an unnecessary risk in his current state. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 196, First Real Wound. He began to trace his way back, cutting through the hordes of monsters with precise and calculated movements. As Xin advanced, he kept one hand on the control of the gravitational spell/minor gravitational field, using it to delay groups of enemies and create a safe path. His lightning sword cut through the air, an extension of his determined will, as he made his way through the chaos. Finally, after fighting through one last wave of adversaries, Xin reached the bridge leading out of the Colosseum. He crossed the structure with firm steps, each step taking him further away from the tumult and noise of the battle. As he left the Colosseum behind, the tension in his shoulders lessened. He had survived one of the most difficult challenges of the dungeon, a feat few could claim. As he walked away, Xin looked back one last time, contemplating the battlefield where he had left his indelible mark. "I finally did it!" he said excitedly. But what Xin did not know was that the dungeon did not like what happened at all, since he destroyed much of the Colosseum with his explosions, and even the ceiling collapsed with stray spells in places outside the Colosseum, and a specific monster was now waiting for him at that moment. In a hidden room within Orario, an old man sitting on a throne suddenly felt something coming from the dungeon. This! The dungeon activated that thing. How can this happen? He asked himself and looked forward. Fells, there's an emergency. Fells materialized from his invisibility. Aurano-sama. Go to the Ganesha Familia, a juggernaut has appeared in the deep floors. The floors below Reborn must be closed immediately. A juggernaut, that's terrible after so many years. I'm on my way. He left immediately. Meanwhile, in the deep floors. 16 million points of magic power. Ha ha ha. Adding to the ones I accumulated before, I'm ready to create a great repertoire of spells for myself. Xin couldn't help but celebrate. How strange, has this place always had this kind of atmosphere? Xin suddenly murmured, looking forward. Approaching the exit of the Colosseum, Xin felt a subtle change in the air. There was a weight, a pressure that wasn't present before. His instincts, honed by countless battles, alerted him to the imminent and hidden danger. He slowed down, his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword, still buzzing with residual energy. When he finally reached the exit, Xin found himself face to face with an imposing and threatening figure, a juggernaut. The creature was a colossal mass of muscles and armor, with eyes that glowed with inhuman fury. The juggernaut was a feared legend among adventurers, known for its brutal strength and almost unshakable resilience. Why is this here? Xin was stunned. Before he could react, the creature attacked him. He could only cast his ebony flesh and quick dodge before receiving direct damage, but that did not prevent him from being hit. He felt his rib being pierced by the claws of the creature while flying to the nearby wall. Crack! In the midst of the debris, Xin began to spit blood from the wound. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 197, Way Out. Damn, this hurts a lot. My sword. He saw his sword fallen under the creature while he tried to heal quickly, as the creature did not wait and attacked him again to kill him. Using quick dodge with boosters didn't seem to be enough, because the creature hit him again, making him fly to the center of the room while spreading more of his blood with new injuries. What is this? I can't even dodge this creature. He couldn't help but growl. Stay away! Xin shouted, seeing the creature advancing again, and launched lightning magic to hit it, but the juggernaut dodged the attacks. He took advantage of this time and summoned an Atronak. The flaming woman appeared and quickly ran to the creature, but in a second, she was cut in half. The creature didn't advance to Xin, at that moment, just looking at him as if he were easy prey. Xin clenched his fists tightly. He knew this battle would be different from all the previous ones. A juggernaut was not just a formidable opponent, it was a force of nature, a kind of dungeon defense trigger. Its goal is only to kill. I need to deal with this, he said in a serious tone while still dripping blood from his lips. Xin stood up. He summoned a sword he had in storage and prepared for the confrontation. The juggernaut advanced, each step making the ground tremble. Xin moved agilely, dodging the creature's devastating attacks by a hair. He knew he couldn't face the juggernaut in a direct confrontation. His strategy would have to be more cunning. Xin launched a series of fireballs and multi-firebolts, trying to find some breach in the imposing armor of the juggernaut. With the attack now being launched up close, some of them were caught by the monster. The creature roared, the rage in its eyes increasing with each attack that Xin delivered. The battle became a deadly game of cat and mouse. Xin used quick dodge to stay out of the reach of the juggernaut's powerful blows, while looking for an opening to attack. His lightning weapon spell transformed his sword into an electrified blade, each blow emitting sparks as it hit the beast's armor, but it hardly seemed to have any effect. Xin, in a moment of clarity during the intense confrontation, realized that, despite his Herculean effort, victory over the juggernaut was beyond his reach. The monster, although momentarily destabilized by Xin's attack, still possessed overwhelming strength and resilience. Xin knew he needed an alternative solution, a route of escape. Taking advantage of a brief respite, when the juggernaut regrouped for a new attack, Xin quickly accessed the class system. His mind was racing, desperately searching for a way out. That's when he found the solution, the teleport spell. Without hesitation, he used his accumulated skill points to acquire it, knowing this ability would be his only chance of escaping alive. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 198, Hooded Figure. When the juggernaut advanced again, its roar echoing through the dungeon walls, Xin was ready. The instant the creature was about to hit him, Xin activated the teleport spell. In a flash of light, he disappeared from in front of the juggernaut, reappearing at a safe distance holding his injuries. This gives me some advantage, cough. Xin, now far from the immediate reach of the monster, realized the gravity of his situation. He was severely injured, and even with his magical abilities, knew that facing the juggernaut was a risk that could cost his life. With labored breathing and his body covered in wounds, Xin made a critical decision. It was time to retreat, to live to fight another day. Juggernaut looked at where Xin had been a moment ago with a confused expression, quickly followed the scent of blood and found him dozens of meters away and ran to his side. With his heart pounding and mind spinning in search of solutions, Xin prepared to use teleport again. The juggernaut, unshakable and merciless, continued its relentless pursuit. With each teleport, Xin barely managed to maintain a safe distance, his strength rapidly diminishing with each movement. As he moved frantically, trying to gain time and space, a distant voice called out to him. Xin! An enigmatic voice shouted, coming from an unknown direction. For a moment, Xin hesitated, questioning whether the voice was real or just a trick of his exhausted mind. But then, he heard it again, clearer and more urgent. This way, quickly. Without thinking twice and knowing every second was precious, Xin directed his next teleport towards the voice. He entered inside a wall with a dark tunnel, searching for the voice, but this was interrupted by the juggernaut's claw penetrating the wall with force at that moment as he dodged at the last moment and used teleport again. Over here! The voice was heard again and Xin used teleport again in that direction. He reappeared near a secret entrance hidden in the shadows, a path he had never noticed before. From within the darkness, a hooded figure waved at him. Quick, before he gets to you! The figure whispered, with evident urgency in their voice. Xin, trusting his instinct, ran towards the secret entrance. Behind him, the sound of the juggernaut approaching was like thunder, each step resonating in the depths of the dungeon. Xin entered the dark passage, the hooded figure right behind him, closing the entrance with a quick hand movement. Crack crack! The juggernaut began to use its claws to pierce the wall at that moment. It tried to do so for dozens of seconds, but these walls were more reinforced, and the sound of it hitting them stopped after a while as if it had given up. Inside the passage, Xin finally had a moment to breathe. He leaned against the cold wall, trying to catch his breath while spitting blood. His body was in agony, each wound throbbing with pain. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 199, LYD. Who are you? And how did you know I was here? Xin asked, looking suspiciously at the mysterious figure. The figure lowered the hood, revealing a face that Xin recognized but had never met before. We don't have time for explanations now, the figure replied. You have healing ability, don't you? You need to heal. It's safe here, for now. He knows we're here and won't give up. Xin knew he had many questions, but also knew the figure was right. He needed to heal and prepare for what was to come next. Xin quickly rummaged through his dimensional arsenal, pulling out healing potions and consuming them urgently. As the liquid went down, bringing immediate relief to his wounds, he activated his intermediate healing magic, feeling the energy flow through his body, closing cuts and healing bruises, but his breathing remained labored, leading him to take even energy potions. We can't stay here, the mysterious figure said, checking the secretly closed entrance. We need to follow the hidden paths. The juggernaut might not enter here, but he will hunt us through the corridors. Xin, now a bit recovered, nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He followed the hooded figure through a labyrinth of narrow passages and dark tunnels. The path was complex, a tangle of routes that anyone would have found alone, he could have, but that was with his clairvoyance spell. As they moved, the sound of the juggernaut searching for them echoed in the distance, a constant threat that impelled them to move forward. At various points, the hooded figure stopped, listening, ensuring they weren't being followed. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they emerged into an open space, far from the usual corridors of the floor in front of the stairs to go up. "Are we safe now?" Xin asked, still panting. For a moment, the hooded figure remained silent, as if pondering the answer. Then, slowly, they lowered the hood, revealing their true identity. Xin stared, not surprised, at a Xenos lizard, a creature he knew to be intelligent and civilized like Marie, unlike the common monsters of the dungeon. Their eyes met, and Xin noticed an expression of wisdom and compassion in the Xenos' gaze. "My name is Lyd, but you don't seem surprised by that. It seems Marie has spoken about me and didn't lie when you didn't seem to reject us," the Xenos said with a voice that carried a tone of respect and seriousness. "Well, as you said, you're not the first Xenos I've seen and you saved my life at a critical moment. I couldn't be ungrateful, could I?" Xin spoke and Lyd nodded sympathetically. "I saw you fighting. You are strong, but even the strong need help sometimes. I had no idea that thing would appear anyway. But how did you find me? Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 200, Xenos. I visited Marie some time ago and she told me you came here. When I heard the explosions on the floor, I imagined it was you, but I never thought the mother would summon that creature to kill you. You must have enraged her a lot," Lyd said, and Xin sighed. "The chaos caused in the fight at the Colosseum must have summoned the juggernaut. What do we do now?" Xin asked as they ascended the dungeon. "I would like to introduce you to the other Xenos," Lyd continued. "You've proven to be a powerful warrior and a potential ally. Our goals may be different, but I believe we can learn a lot from each other." He seemed eager despite trying to disguise it. Xin pondered the proposal for a moment. The idea of connecting with the Xenos, of exploring this unknown facet of the dungeon, was intriguing. "I accept your offer, Lyd. I look forward to meeting your companions and learning more about you. I've already met Marie and you, I can say it wasn't a bad experience." Xin smiled at this. Lyd smiled, a gesture that conveyed a sense of genuine camaraderie. "Great! Follow me, then. We'll find a safe way out of here and then I'll take you to our meeting." Thus, both followed the stairs to the next floor. After the arduous and tense escape from the deep floors of the dungeon, Xin and Lyd finally emerged in the tranquil capital of waters. Lyd continued to lead the winding way, full of hidden routes, ensuring they avoided any unwanted encounters with other dangers of the dungeon. The soft light of dusk bathed the waterfalls at that moment, providing a stark contrast to the shadows and dangers of the depths from which they had just escaped. As they approached the meeting point, a familiar and energetic figure emerged in the distance from one of the currents. "Lyd, Xin!" Marie exclaimed, her voice filled with relief and joy. Despite the evident exhaustion on his face, Xin made an effort to clean his clothes, trying to disguise the signs of the recent confrontation and of nearly losing his life. Yet, it was impossible to completely hide his fatigue, reflected in his slightly downcast appearance and his tired smile as he looked at Marie. Marie ran towards them, her eyes shining with concern and happiness. She stopped in front of Xin, examining him from head to toe as if looking for injuries. "Are you okay? What happened down there?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. Before Xin could answer, Lyd intervened with a reproachful tone. "Marie! I already told you that you can't wait for us outside the hideout." Lyd looked around cautiously, making sure no suspicious person was watching. "It's dangerous. You know we must keep our location secret and always move in hiding." Marie lowered her head, realizing her mistake. "Sorry, Lyd. I was just worried and wanted to make sure you were safe." Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 201, Joining Xenos. Xin, observing the interaction, felt touched by Marie's concern. "We're fine, thanks to Lyd," he said, placing a hand on the Xeno's shoulder in a sign of gratitude. "Something terrible emerged down there, but we're here now." Marie looked at Xin, relieved, but still clearly eager to know more about what had happened. "Marie thinks it's better if we go somewhere safer, and Marie wants to know what happened," she suggested, looking around to ensure they were not being followed or observed. The trio then discreetly headed to a place among the safe zones that Marie knew, finally stopping at a location on floor 26. Xin, exhausted, helped himself to some quick ration food. Then, he used his magical abilities to create a comfortable bed, seeking a few hours of well-deserved rest. 3 hours of deep, restorative sleep allowed Xin to begin recovering from the physical and mental exertion of the battle in the deep floors. Upon waking, still feeling the weight of fatigue but more refreshed, he joined Marie and Lyd, who were waiting patiently. "What do we do now?" Xin asked, rubbing his eyes and trying to organize his thoughts. "I was planning to take you to Rivera," Lyd replied. The suggestion was logical but also risky, considering the presence of the Juggernaut in the lower floors. "With that thing down there?" Xin raised an eyebrow, the memory of the Juggernaut still vivid in his mind. The prospect of returning to the dungeon so soon, especially with the threat of the Juggernaut still lurking, was daunting, not to mention that the creature might develop a will of its own and start feeding on other monsters to evolve. He had the war game right on his doorstep, which he planned to return to in order to prepare, yet Xin pondered the situation with a grave expression. The threat of the Juggernaut in the deep floors was something he could not simply ignore. "This monster, it's a danger to everyone in the dungeon, including the Xenos," he said, looking directly at Lyd and the innocent Marie. Lyd nodded, agreeing with the seriousness of the situation. "Fells will probably contact us soon, and then we'll act. But until then, we are all at risk. That thing will smell us at any moment and come to the upper floors. Even you, Xenos, will be in danger," Xin argued, his voice clearly worried. "We can't do much," Lyd admitted, with a worried look. "The Juggernaut is a force of the mother, a threat feared by everyone in the dungeon. We can fight that thing. There are more of you, aren't there?" Xin asked, his voice carrying a tone of challenge. "We can't just sit and wait. We need to act." Lyd looked at Xin, surprised by his determination. "Yes, there are more of us, but, would you fight with us, Xin? Would you join us in this battle?" Xin fixed his gaze on Lyd. "Yes, that thing was summoned because of me. I can't turn my back on it, can I? If I'm the reason for this threat, then I'll be part of the solution." Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 202, Joining Xenos 2. Lyd felt a wave of respect and gratitude for Xin. "If we ask for help from all the other Xenos, we might stand a chance. Would you really fight alongside us? Would you be our friend in this battle?" Xin nodded firmly. "We're here, aren't we? I already said you saved my life, and I'm already a friend of Marie. I will fight by your side. If there's a chance of winning, then we need to seize it." Lyd, visibly moved by Xin's willingness, nodded in approval. "Your courage and willingness to fight alongside us mean a lot to us, Xin. We'll talk to the other Xenos. Your help could be the turning point we need." "But will they accept help from a human?" Xin asked, aware of the complexities of the relationships between Xenos and adventurers. Lyd offered Xin a reassuring smile, an expression that conveyed understanding and trust. "The Xenos know how to assess intentions and character," he said, his gaze serene. They will see in you what I see, an honorable warrior and a friend, just as Marie saw. You're not someone who fears us or calls us monsters. Besides, we already have some allies among the surface dwellers, like Fells. Your presence will only strengthen this bridge between our worlds. Xin, feeling the sincerity in Lyd's words, nodded with determination. That's good. Then we should go, he said, his voice reflecting seriousness and a commitment to the cause. Marie, who had been watching the interaction attentively, felt a mix of sadness in her. So you're already leaving? She asked, the concern evident in her voice. Lyd turned to Marie, his expression softening. Don't worry, Marie. We'll sort out one thing and then we'll be back here, he reassured her, trying to alleviate her concerns. Marie sighed slightly, a sign of her resignation mixed with hope. Okay. She murmured, still worried, but confident in Xin and Lyd's ability and determination. Xin observed Marie with a thoughtful look, pondering an idea that had come to his mind. I think she can come with us, he said suddenly, breaking the silence. Before Marie or Lyd could respond, he continued, let me do one thing here. Quickly, Xin accessed the magical bag and take out a grimoire. With intense concentration, he flipped through the pages, quickly absorbing the knowledge contained in them. Then, he burned the book, the flames consuming the paper quickly and disappearing without a trace. Turning to Marie, Xin extended his hands toward her. Neutral element, soap bubble. He pronounced with conviction. A bubble began to form around Marie's waist, slowly expanding into a shimmering, ethereal ring. What is this? Marie exclaimed, surprised and fascinated by the magical bubble that enveloped her. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 203, The Adventure of 3. Xin smiled, pleased with the success of the spell. With this, you can float in the air. This is your access to live with the Xenos from now on and not be isolated anymore, he explained. His voice carried a tone of satisfaction, as he didn't like the idea of Marie being alone in the water capital. Marie, moved and enchanted by the gift, threw herself into Xin's arms, crying with joy. This. Thank you, Xin. Thank you. Tears streamed down her face, expressing gratitude and relief as she tried to fly with it. Lyd, watching the scene, laughed joyfully. Xin. Do you have any idea how much this will help Marie? His expression was one of admiration and surprise, impressed by Xin's skill and generosity. Xin, feeling warmth in his heart seeing Marie's joy, nodded. Well, we're done here. Now that Marie can join us, shall we continue? He looked at Lyd, ready to move forward. Yes, please follow me, Lyd said, still smiling. He led the way, with Xin and the now floating Marie following. Lyd, Xin, and Marie, after the magical support that allowed Marie to float, set off toward the 23rd floor of the dungeon. As they ascended the water capital, Lyd led with caution, continuing to avoid the inherent dangers of the dungeon. Marie, still marveling at her new ability to float, followed Xin with a smile on her face, enchanted by the spectacular views of the water capital from above for the first time. Upon reaching the 23rd floor, he skillfully guided them along the river that cut through the landscape, flowing with a constant murmur that accompanied each step of the trio. The clear and tranquil waters contrasted with the usual tension of the dungeon, offering a brief respite on their journey. Lyd stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary rock formation, but a closer look revealed much more. With a subtle gesture, he moved a rock, revealing a narrow passage that opened into an underground corridor. This is the way, he whispered, gesturing for Xin and Marie to follow. Descending through the corridor, the trio arrived at a spectacular cave. It was vast, with irregular walls that glimmered with the soft light emitted by embedded crystals. The light reflected in multiple colors, creating a visual spectacle that captured their attention. It was an underground sanctuary, a refuge of the Xenos. "Here we are safe," Lyd stated with a tone of pride. "This is the heart of our community, a place where we are free from the dangers and curious eyes of adventurers." Xin examined the environment with admiration, impressed by the ingenuity and beauty of the hideout. Marie, still floating thanks to Xin's spell, couldn't hide her fascination. "It's incredible, Lyd. Is this where you and the others live?" she exclaimed, her eyes shining with joy. Lyd smiled, pleased with their reaction. "Let's see the others. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you here, Marie," he said, encouraging her. Reaching a wider area of the cave, Lyd stopped. "Here, you will meet other members of our community," he announced. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 204, Xenos Camp. The place was dark, but soon began to light up and all the eyes shining in the darkness began to take shape. As Xin and Marie entered the main hall of the hideout, surprise and awe took over the expressions of the gathered Xenos. The creatures, accustomed to the presence of each other, had never seen a human walk freely among them, let alone accompanied by a floating mermaid. The sight of Marie, serenely suspended within her magical bubble, drew looks of admiration and enchantment from many. Some of the Xenos creatures approached, their eyes glowing with gentle curiosity. One of them, a Xenos with translucent skin and aquatic features, tilted his head to the side, fascinated by the way Marie moved through the air. "Marie! Can you fly now?" he said in astonishment. "Hello! I'm flying because of Xin's magic," she said excitedly. "It's extraordinary magic," others commented, their voice a fluid murmur reminiscent of the sound of running water. Inside the crystal-lit hall, the meeting of Xenos with Xin and Marie was full of tensions and wonders. The feline Xenos, whose fur was soft to the touch and striped with shadows, approached Xin, their curiosity evident. "And you, human, have an aura of strength," he said, a whisper almost inaudible amid the surrounding conversation. "How is it that you do not fear our presence? No one of your species dared to enter this place that is our home, and even less alongside Lyd." Lyd looked at Xin with a hint of pride. "Xin is not just any warrior, he is a friend," he began, his voice resonating with conviction. "I heard him alone in the deep floors facing a terrible monster that the mother invoked to test him, saw his courage in facing that creature. His bravery proves that he is different." The creatures around them murmured, their gazes fixed on Xin oscillating between distrust and respect. The surprise was palpable, but there was also a glint of interest, especially when they noticed the mermaid Marie floating among them, as serene as the water itself. Suddenly, a white gargoyle emerged from the crowd with the fury of a storm about to burst. "Lyd, what do you think you are doing?" Gro exclaimed, his finger pointed as an accusation towards Xin. "You revealed our refuge to a human. He might bring others to hunt us down." Lyd stood firm, facing Gro. "It's not like that, Gro. Xin is different, he won't betray us and helped protect Marie. I trust him, just as I trust all of you," Lyd defended, his voice full of sincerity. An ant-like creature, whose wooden branches seemed to whisper with the wind, stepped forward with slow but firm steps. "Consider the nature of this meeting," he spoke, his voice laden with the wisdom of the ages. "This moment signals a promising change, the possibility of an unprecedented union." Xin, noticing the distrust still present in some gazes, decided to intervene. "I understand the suspicion my presence causes," he said, with an imposed calm. "But we face a common danger in the floors below, a threat that requires the strongest among us to unite to confront it and forget our differences. It's an enemy too powerful to be left alone, and he might be getting stronger every moment that passes." "An enemy? Is he strong?" A voice suddenly came from the entrance, and Xin turned towards that voice. You are. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, he couldn't imagine that thing had also become a Xenos. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 205, Erebus. You. Xin murmured, unable to hide his surprise upon encountering the Xeno that resembled the attack titan from Shinjiki no Kyojin. The creature before him was as black as the deepest night, with an imposing presence that made the air around seem to tremble. What surprised him most was not just the frightening appearance of the Xeno, but an uncomfortable sense of familiarity. Erebus, the newly arrived Xeno, studied Xin with almost palpable interest. Yes, Xin, he said with a voice that resonated like an echo from a deep abyss. I remember you. We fought before, when I was just a wandering and untamable Goliath when you fought with me alone. Your victory was transformative for me. Xin found himself a bit odd with this, not just from the surprise, but from the revelation that their past fight had been the catalyst for the birth of a new Xenos. The other Xenos watched in silence, equally intrigued by the unexpected connection between the human and the dark creature before them. Have you been reborn as a Xeno? Xin asked, trying to reconcile the beast he had faced before with the speaking and seemingly conscious entity in front of him. Erebus nodded slowly, his eyes glowing with a light that wasn't there the last time Xin saw him. Death was not the end for me, but a new beginning. Here, among the Xenos, I found a community and a purpose. But my transformation was unique. The energy I absorbed during our fight with those falling crystals was the trigger for my evolution. Lyd intervened, looking at Erebus with a mix of caution and interest. He appeared among us a short while ago. His strength and his story are unusual, but he has demonstrated a willingness to coexist and learn. He has become a good companion. Xin was still processing the information, realizing the complexity of the world of Xenos and how his actions had consequences he could never have imagined, just like his fight, where he had to opt for radical things to the point of modifying the 18th floor to survive, and somehow that led to the birth of a new Xenos. So, what do you want now, Erebus? He asked, his posture rigid, but his mind open to the possibilities. Erebus stepped forward, his stride like that of a titan. Despite him being only 5 meters now, it was heavier and more powerful than it seemed. The shadow he cast seemed to dance and contort. I want to understand what I have become and what my place is in this new and strange world. But I want to grow and get stronger. I want to fight with you again, Xin, so I can help combat greater threats, like the monster you and Lyd faced in the deep floors. Our previous fight showed me the power and determination of adventurers. I want to be like that too. Maybe I can learn more from you, Xin. Erebus's proposal left Xin thoughtful. The idea of an old enemy becoming an ally was strange but not without merit, even though he said he wanted to face him again. After all, the world was full of nuances, and the struggle for survival and understanding was common to all. Marie, still floating in her magical bubble, watched the scene with an expression of wonder and concern. Does this mean you're going to fight together? She asked, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and fear. She hadn't seen the creature yet, but could feel the tension in Xin in the air. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 206, Astrias. Xin looked at Erebus, then at Lyd and the other Xenos. If Erebus is willing to fight by our side, then I am willing to accept his help. We all have a common danger, and if we don't deal with it now, it can be harmful both to adventurers and to Xenos. Erebus nodded, the decision in his eyes as firm as Xin's determination. Then, let's face the enemy together, not as enemies, but as allies in the fight against this powerful foe. And with those words, a new alliance began to form. Many Xenos looked on with approval. That's good. I saw the monster and Xin Chi is right. Lyd spoke to everyone. I still think it's not a good idea to join with a human. Grow grumbled. Stop being grumpy, Grow. Aren't you seeing that Xin wants to join the fight too? This is our chance to fight for the first time alongside an adventurer. Ray landed next to Grow. Xin Chi. Xin asked about the new nickname given by the lizard. Are you what they call a human? Another Xenos approached Xin. As the group contemplated the newly formed alliance with Erebus and the others in the middle of the cavern, a subtle but perceptible disturbance began to infiltrate the air. A sense of weight and an imposing presence approached, causing even Erebus to turn to identify the source. Without warning, a massive figure emerged from the shadows of the cave entrance as Erebus had done. It appeared as a formidable black minotaur, with defined muscles and horns that reflected the little light of the environment. Its eyes glowed with deep recognition and determination, witnesses to countless battles and challenges overcome since it was reborn. It was Astrias, the Xeno who was reborn after Bel defeated him. Astrias! Lyd exclaimed, a mix of respect and surprise in his voice. We didn't expect to see you so soon. Just like Erebus, everyone decided to show up. Astrias stepped forward, his gaze moving from Lyd to Erebus, and finally landing on Xin. I felt a change in the air, he said, his voice like distant thunder. And it seems I have found the source of this unrest. Erebus faced Astrias firmly. Astrias, you've finally arrived. It seems we have a new enemy to face. This is Xin, the human who defeated me before I turned into a Xenos like your dream. You've finally found your champion. He said calmly and looked at the human in question. Tell me, human, do you know a human who looks like a rabbit? I dream of him every night about a battle between us. My dream is to find him so I can have a rematch with him. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 207, Sensing the Depth of the Question. I know who you speak of, Astrias. I know him, his name is Bel Cranel. Xin spoke, there was no reason to hide this information from the Xenos, they would meet anyway. Bel Cranel? Can you show me this human? The Minotaur asked with a curious voice. Yes, but that will have to wait a bit, I have some problems on the surface and I have to resolve some things first. How about you meet him in a month? You will need to train before meeting him anyway. Xin imagined that Astrias is not as strong as in the fight against Bel Cranel, since he was a level 7 at that time. Ans he is sure Freya will do everything to protect her new toy. I can accept that, but tell me about the challenge you encountered in the deep floors, I'm interested in it too. Astrias accepted Xin's words and asked about the monster they faced. That's very good, Astrias. Lyd celebrated as other Xenos. Marie looked at Astrias with obvious admiration. You are so big and strong, just like Erebus. She murmured, her voice filled with a mix of awe and curiosity. Astrias offered Marie a slight nod, a gesture of recognition and respect. We all have our roles to play, Little Mermaid, he said. My style is to fight alone, but if necessary, together, we are stronger. With the arrival of Astrias and Erebus and the alliance with the other Xenos, the group felt a new wave of determination and purpose for this challenge. Xin and Lyd knew that fighting the Juggernaut would not be easy, but with the group in front of them, their chances would be much greater. Let's get ready for the fight then. Lyd announced, and all the Xenos made their own sounds with that. A small group of Xenos, with appearances resembling terrestrial creatures but with fantastic colors and characteristics, approached Xin. One of them, similar to a white rabbit, looked up with big, bright eyes. Human, is it true that you have vast green fields and skies that change color? He asked, his voice as soft as his appearance. Xin smiled, surprised and delighted by the innocence of the question. Yes, it's true. We have many places on the surface with green fields and a sky that transforms from blue in the day to a starry black at night. Several Xenos gathered around to listen, their gazes fixed on Xin with a mix of amazement and dreaminess. A Xeno resembling a cat but with small translucent wings tilted its head. And the stars, are they as beautiful as they say? I once dreamed of the sky full of shiny little dots. They are the stars you spoke of, they are wonderful, Xin replied, remembering the nights he spent looking up at the sky. They shine like little lights guiding dreamers and travelers. A Xeno with skin that resembled autumn leaves approached, a bit shy. Human, Xin, do you think one day we might see that world too? Xin looked at the Xeno, sensing the depth of the question. I hope so. Perhaps one day, when there is enough peace and understanding between us, we can share the beauty of both worlds. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 208, Ferocious Appearance with Childlike Heart. Xin understood somewhat the weight of staying in this place, unable to interact with many people because they would be treated as bloodthirsty monsters from the dungeon, a sad reality for them, but Xin couldn't blame the adventurers for that, he just didn't like the families that tried to sell the Xenos as slaves and cage animals. Do you really think we can go to the surface together? Xin heard one of the Xenos look at him with hope. Marie, floating nearby, smiled at Xin. She approached a group of Xenos that seemed particularly enchanted with Xin's idea. Xin helped me to fly. She said to them. Maybe one day he can help all of us too. Can you make me fly too? The rabbit looked hopeful at Xin, and the human mage cast his spell on him. Ha 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 ha. I can fly. The rabbit, inside the soap bubble, started laughing loudly and having fun with it while trying to swim in the air with Marie clapping for him. I want to fly too. Another one said, hoping Xin would do the same for them. Xin, moved by the joy and curiosity of the Xenos, began to weave his magic around them, and in an instant, several of them were floating in the air like joyful children. Laughter and cheerful conversations filled the air as the Xenos flew, continuing to ask questions and share their own stories and dreams. Surrounded by these fascinating creatures, Xin felt an unexpected connection and a new determination. He realized that his fight was not just for his own pleasure but also it seems he need to add for the chance of a future where Xenos and humans could explore and enjoy the beauty of their worlds together, not as enemies, but as friends and allies. 23 Floor, Dungeon. After the surprising events and alliances formed in the underground hideout of the Xenos on the 23rd floor, Xin realized that the tension of the impending battle had given way to a sense of camaraderie at this moment. The Xenos, creatures that many adventurers feared or misunderstood, were now sharing moments of lightness and laughter with him, something that Xin seemed to be enjoying like a bunch of kids having fun with him. The Xeno rabbit, still floating inside Xin's magical bubble, laughed and performed aerial acrobatics, enjoying the sensation of freedom. Marie watched, enchanted, clapping and laughing, her melodious laughter echoing through the cavern walls. Lyd approached Xin, a genuine smile on his lips. I never thought I'd see the Xenos so happy alongside a human, Xin, he said, watching the rabbit do a somersault in the air. You really are unique as Marie told us. He said. Xin. Xin raised an eyebrow at the nickname given by the lizard man. Don't worry about it. It's a good omen for what we have ahead of us soon. He said with a smile. While they talked, a Xeno resembling a wolf with colorful feathers approached hesitantly. Xin, right? He asked with a gentle grunt. I've heard of your feats. Could you give me one of those floating bubbles? He asked expectantly. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 209, Preparation. Xin smiled and agreed, extending his hand to conjure another magical bubble around the Xeno-wolf. With a wave of his hand, the wolf began to float, his face expressing pleasant surprise. "This is amazing!" he exclaimed, moving cautiously in the air trying to swim with his paws. Marie laughed and encouraged the other Xenos to ask Xin to make them float too. One by one, several of them approached, curious and eager for the experience. Xin attended to each one, filling the cave with floating Xenos and a feeling of lightness and joy. Grow the gargoyle, still with a scowling look, watched from afar. "I can't believe I'm seeing this. Let them play, Grow. They seem to have made a fun friend." Ray spoke, flapping his wings. Astrius and Erebus, the newest and most notable members of the community, watched the scene with distant interest. "Let's get ready for the fight." Erebus spoke, and Astrius agreed. Meanwhile, amidst the laughter, Xin turned his attention to Lyd. "It's good to see everyone having fun. But soon we'll need to focus on the task at hand. We better prepare for the fight." Lyd nodded, and his gaze met Xin's. "It's true. We better be ready to face the juggernaut that Mother summoned." As the fun dissipated, the reality of the challenge awaiting them began to firm up in the minds of those who would fight. The relaxed atmosphere in the Xenos' hideout gave way to a growing tension, mixed with fierce determination. Xin, Erebus, Astrius, Lyd, Grow, Ray, Ranyi, Let, and 4 were selected to gather against the juggernaut, each aware of the weight of the fight. Xin chose not to use a weapon from his dimensional storage. He lost the sword created when the juggernaut attacked him. Now he must prepare by purchasing new grimoires that would help him in the fight. Erebus, whose presence was almost as imposing as the juggernaut itself, nodded silently, his eyes shining with an intensity that reflected the lava within him. Astrius spun a large sword, the metal singing a deadly warning to those who dared face him. Lyd, the leader of the Xenos, checked his equipment meticulously, ensuring that each item was in perfect condition. Grow, Ray, Ranyi, Let, and 4 exchanged understanding glances and confirmed among themselves their readiness for what was to come. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 210, Come to Challenge Again. Xin appeared in front of everyone. "I know I'm a stranger to most of you, some don't trust me and I can understand that, but I believe that I'm not wanting to go back to the deep floors just for myself. I know the danger that monster represents, and if we don't destroy it at this moment, it will attack anything in the dungeon, so I want us to join forces to face it together." Xin said sincerely, believing this is the best solution for them. Liu Qi is right. I myself saw the monster and know I can't face it. He is too powerful, he will surely come after us and we can't just wait for Fells to appear. We must act. Life spoke for Xin at that moment, and many nodded, although some remained neutral and others scowled. "Let's face this monster." The goblin spoke. Erebus approached Xin. "As expected from the human who defeated me, I hope that after all this, we can have our fight so I can prove my strength." His voice, though somber, carried its own determination. Astrius raised his gaze to Xin. "We'll bring down the juggernaut and then, I hope, my fight with Bell Cranel the next time we meet." Lyd placed his hand on Xin's shoulder. "Together," he said, "for both us Xenos and adventurers like Liu Qi, let's unite our forces for the first time. For a better future." With the preparations made, the team of Xenos and a human moved out of the hideout, leaving the other Xenos there, as this fight is too dangerous for most of them. The group moved like a silent shadow through the dungeon, sliding toward the deep floors. There were no words now, just the sound of determined footsteps and the collective heartbeat of a group ready to face one of the greatest threats the dungeon had ever unleashed in this era. The journey to the deep floors was marked by a disconcerting quiet. The team advanced cautiously, prepared for any surprises, but what they found was a sepulchral silence as soon as they passed the 28th floor. The path was devoid of monsters, an unsettling sign that something terrible had occurred here. Each one's breath echoed off the empty walls, anticipation growing with every step taken toward the White Palace. "It's too quiet," Erebus murmured, his deep voice resonating through the empty corridor while the sound of his heavy steps was the only thing that echoed through the corridor. Something happened here. Xin, leading the group with caution with his clairvoyance magic, felt a strange sensation in the air. "Be prepared," he warned, his hand firmly gripping the hilt of the sword. Whatever could have done this might still be nearby. Xin was mistaken because this atmosphere continued as they descended further and further floors until they reached the 37th floor, encountering some monster here and there, but most were hiding, and all the Xenos noticed this when they reached the Colosseum floor. The atmosphere became even stranger because they couldn't find any more hidden monsters. "My sword is no longer here." Xin spoke, looking at the place where he lost the sword outside the Colosseum when the Juggernaut attacked him. "Was this your battle against that monster?" Erebus spoke, analyzing the fight marks and even Xion's own dried blood on the ground. "I thought I was going to die for a moment," Xion admitted. "What should we do now?" "There's no sign of that monster." Lyd appeared next to Xion. "It's better if we continue. I feel that it's still here and my clairvoyance points to the White Palace. It's there." Xion spoke, and everyone agreed. "How scary." The goblin spoke trembling. "It's going to be okay, Lyd." Lyd tried to calm the goblin. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 211, Juggernaut. Now they continued their way. Upon arriving at the entrance of the White Palace, the group encountered a scene of destruction and carnage everywhere. What was once a magnificent hall was now bathed in shadows and stained with the blood of those who fell there. The bodies of monsters were scattered, a silent testimony to the fury that had passed through there. "The monster Rex," Lyd whispered, horrified by what his eyes saw. The Juggernaut attacked it. Following the battle marks and destruction, they approached the center of the palace, where monster Rex Hideous usually resided. There, the Juggernaut stood, imposing and terrifying, devouring the remains of what was once the ruler of that floor. Its presence emanated an aura of dominion and brutality, the sheer force of the monster they had come to face. Astrius gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, his eyes fixed on the monstrous creature ahead. "So this is it," he said, his voice determined. "He's becoming even stronger." Gross looked at Xion with a serious gaze. "Human, how are we going to deal with this? This monster is beyond what we expected. It really is consuming other monsters to evolve. This will be too much for us. Maybe we can't even fight this thing without losing some of us. Lyd, what do you think? It hasn't noticed us yet or hasn't shown interest in us. Do you still want to risk your people against this thing?" Xion couldn't remember using such a serious tone since he came to this world. "If that thing goes to the upper floors, it will hunt us. Until Fells comes, this thing will be even more powerful," he said, and Xion nodded. "I won't force you to fight against this thing, as you may die here, but this thing will be an even greater threat if it continues consuming old monsters," Xion warned, and one by one, all the Xenos nodded, understanding the situation. "Let's fight." Ranyi, the Xenos spider spoke. Lyd, Gross, Ray, Lyd, 4, and Erebus nodded. Astrius showed no expression, but that said a lot. Xion still observed the Juggernaut, assessing the situation and forming a plan in his mind. "We can't attack rashly. We need a strategy, one that uses all our combined strengths." Erebus came to Xion's side. "I'm ready to face it. Our attacks must be coordinated and precise." Astrius spun a large sword, the metal singing a deadly warning to those who dared to face him. "This will be a test of true strength and courage. I am ready for this battle." Lyd, the leader of the Xenos, checked his equipment meticulously, ensuring that each item was in perfect condition. We need to be united like never before. Cooperation will be our greatest weapon. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 212, Juggernaut 2. Xin then addressed everyone. Let's focus on distracting and reducing the Juggernaut's attack capability first. Erebus, Astrias, you will lead the frontal assault. Lyd, Gross, and Ray, you will be our support, attacking from the flank and helping with healing and defense. Ranyi, Let, and 4, use your skills to confuse and disorient our enemy. I have my ability to change the battlefield, I will manage them to help anyone in danger. The group nodded, understanding the gravity and necessity of each planned action. We fight not just for our lives, Xin continued, but for the safety of everyone in this dungeon. Today, we fight not as separate Xenos and humans, but as allies with a common purpose. With the preparations made, the team positioned themselves, each assuming their role with precision and efficiency. The silence of the White Palace was broken by the sound of weapons being unsheathed. Xin began to warp the air around him, ready to start using his new powers. He would finally use real abilities that befit the true Wizard King from Black Clover. With one last look of shared determination, Xin gave the signal, and as a single being, the team advanced toward the Juggernaut. The battle that would follow would test each of them to the limit, but together, they would face the terror that threatened everyone in the dungeon. The atmosphere was charged, the air as dense as lead as Xin and his Xenos allies. A coalition of creatures once feared and misunderstood, gathered at the threshold of the White Palace. This place, known as the home of Monster Rex Udius, a formidable level 6 being, now displayed a macabre scene. Udius, the undisputed ruler of this domain, lay defeated, his imposing body reduced to nothing more than a carcass being voraciously devoured by the Juggernaut. Xin, with his brow furrowed in a mix of disgust and determination, watched the Juggernaut intently. The creature was an abomination of the dungeon, a monster that fed on its own to evolve at that moment. With each passing moment, Xin could feel the growing threat. The monster devouring Udius's corpse might well be ascending to the terrible levels 7 or 8. Despite the tension spreading through his nerves, Xin remained unshakable. Beside him, the Xenos shared a look of resolution mixed with a touch of fear for some. They knew what was at stake, the threat the Juggernaut represented not just to them, but to the entire dungeon, as the monster now seemed uncontrolled. The Juggernaut, in all its monstrosity, seemed to sense the presence of the intruders. For a brief moment, it lifted its head from its grotesque meal, its eyes burning with an inhuman fury. But then, with evident disdain, it returned to focus on devouring Udius, as if the observers were nothing more than annoying mosquitoes he could hunt down once he finished his meal. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 213, Juggernaut 3. Xin, feeling the monster's contempt, he can't help but to feel amuse. He's not even seeing us as challengers, he's mocking us, he thought. Xin turned to his companions, each with their own abilities and determinations, and nodded. They had discussed this, weighed the risks and consequences. It was time to act. Lyd, the leader of the Xenos and Xin's ally, stepped forward. His usually relaxed and friendly posture now displayed a seriousness that was rarely seen. He looked at his fellow Xenos, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. Let's go, attack! With a collective roar of courage and fury, the Xenos advanced. They knew they were facing a threat beyond anything they had ever faced before, but the need to protect their home and their dear friends was the channel for this fight. The Juggernaut, sensing the approach of the attackers, finally stood up from his macabre meal. His gaze, filled with a savagery that chilled the blood, fixed on the group advancing in his direction. Xin, strategically positioned behind the more direct fighters, focused his attention and magical power on Juggernaut. He knew that his lightning bolts, though powerful, would be just a nuisance to the colossal creature, but even a nuisance could create an opening for his new allies. With a decisive gesture, he launched a continuous beam of lightning, which collided with the Juggernaut, making it waver and divert its gaze for an instant by the flash in the darkness, an opportunity that Astrias and Erebus did not let pass. Astrias, with his sword in hand, advanced with the determination of an ancient warrior, the blade singing a battle hymn as it cut through the air towards the monster. Erebus, with the brute force emanating from his imposing being, delivered a powerful punch that reverberated with the energy of a volcano about to erupt. For a moment, the Juggernaut was pushed back, surprised by the sudden and coordinated attack. However, the creature recovered quickly, revealing the extent of its terrifying strength. With a quick and brutal move, it flung Astrias and Erebus away, as if they were nothing more than rag dolls. "He's incredibly strong," Astrias murmured, rising with difficulty. But his gaze remained unwavering, fixed on the monster. "But it's a worthy challenge," Erebus exclaimed, the enthusiasm of a warrior thirsty for a worthy fight shining in his eyes, unlike Astrias, who was bleeding from the wounds made by the Juggernaut at that moment, began to heal his own wounds. Meanwhile, Lyd, Gross, and Ray moved in a fluid pattern, trying to surround the Juggernaut and attack its vulnerabilities. Lyd, with his reptilian agility, dodged the sharp claws, while Gross, with his robust strength, attempted to hold and deflect the devastating blows. Ray, with his ability to fly, hovered over the creature, launching rapid and precise attacks with his claws. Ranyi, Let, and Four, although apprehensive, did not let fear paralyze them. They moved with almost supernatural synchrony, attacking from the flanks and seeking to distract the Juggernaut in any way possible. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 214, Juggernaut 4. Xin, seeing his companions fighting bravely, knew he needed to create a distraction to help them. Focusing intensely, he conjured a giant fireball, a pulsating sphere of energy that grew with each second. With a determined motion, he launched it against the Juggernaut, aiming for the creature's head as it focused on repelling the Xeno's attack. Boom! 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 The successive explosions lit up the palace hall, each detonation sending shockwaves through the air. For a brief moment, the Juggernaut seemed to waver under the continuous attack, smoke and fire obscuring its monstrous figure. Xin watched attentively, ready to intervene and conjure more of his powerful magic. "Let's go, attack!" Lyd shouted, and all the Xenos advanced toward the Juggernaut again. The monster paused for a moment, staring at the Xenos with a cold intensity. Xin took advantage of this moment of distraction to launch a series of lightning bolts against the Juggernaut. Although they didn't have much effect, they served to divert its attention, allowing Astrias and Erebus to get close again. Xin continued to conjure a series of fireballs and launched them against the Juggernaut, causing explosions that served to distract it. For a moment, it seemed that the pressure on the Xenos had lessened. However, with a deafening roar, the Juggernaut spun its body, hitting everyone within its reach. Ah! The screams of pain from the Xenos filled the air as they were violently thrown away. The Juggernaut hadn't finished, with Ranyi lying on the ground wounded. The monster advanced to finish its prey, but at the last moment, Erebus appeared and let his body be pierced by the beast's claws. "Ah!" he groaned, beginning to spit blood, but his body did not move to protect his companion. This gave time for Astrias to appear and strike the monster's face, causing it to recoil and relieve the pressure on Erebus, who began to heal the next moment with his regenerative ability. Xin, seeing his allies in danger and that the situation was not positive even with various Xenos of levels 4, 5, and 6, knew he needed to act quickly. Opening the job system and with the cancellation card already prepared, he activated a spell called Chronostasis, a complex magic that manipulated time around a selected target. With a precise gesture, he cast the spell over the Xenos, Ranyi, Lyt, and 4, who were more injured, enveloping them in a sphere of time that, in an instant, teleported them to a safe location near him while he cast healing over the wounded. Now, Erebus, asked Rias, can you distract them a bit? Xin shouted while healing some of the fallen Xenos. The two Xenos in question positioned themselves again, nodding, facing the overwhelming attacks of the creature's claws. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 215, Juggernaut 5. The Juggernaut, realizing the resistance of its opponents, roared with wild disdain. It was a force of nature, an entity born to dominate and destroy. But Xin and the Xenos were not ready to give in. Quickly, Xin analyzed the situation, his mind working frantically to formulate a new plan. Erebus, asked Rias, focus on dodging and attacking in gaps. We won't beat him with brute force. He shouted, casting a series of spells to create distractions and open opportunities for more effective attacks from the Xenos while he healed the others who were close. Erebus, recovering from the impact, nodded in agreement and repositioned himself, using his agility and strength to avoid the blows of the Juggernaut and look for weak points in its defense. Astrias, with a determined roar, followed suit, swinging his sword with lethal precision. Lyd, Gross, and Ray, though shaken after that spin from the Juggernaut, gathered their strength and continued the fight with Erebus and Astrias, supporting each other and using their unique abilities to confuse and weaken the monster. Ranyi, Lyt, and 4, though injured, began to recover thanks to the healing magic of Xin and returned to the battle. Xin, meanwhile, remained a step behind, his mind and magic fully focused on supporting his allies and looking for any possible advantage. With a gesture, he created spheres of time to protect them from direct attacks while teleporting them to another safe location, combining his chronostasis spell and teleport. The battle continued with increasing fury and intensity. The Juggernaut, though visibly bothered by the change in tactics, continued to be a formidable threat, its devastating attacks and unshakable fury. In a critical moment, Xin saw an opportunity. Now! He shouted, casting spells to make the Juggernaut shrink for a moment and signaling to Erebus and Astrias. The two Xenos, understanding immediately, combined their attacks in a coordinated assault, hitting the Juggernaut in a vulnerable area with concentrated force. The monster roared, shaken by the combined attack, and for a brief moment, seemed to waver. But the fight was far from over, however. Xin and his Xenos allies would not back down. With the battle unfolding frenetically around him, Xin saw that Lyd was about to be hit by a devastating blow from the Juggernaut. Without hesitation, he quickly used chronostasis. A bright ball of blue time energy emerged with ancient scriptures, spinning as they defied comprehension. The ball quickly expanded and enveloped Lyd, paralyzing him in time and space for a crucial moment. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 216, Juggernaut 6. The blow from the Juggernaut passed where Lyd had been just a second before, hitting only the void. At the same moment, the chronostasis teleported Lyd to a safe location next to Xin, away from the immediate reach of the monster. Lyd, surprised and disoriented but unharmed, looked at Xin with gratitude and admiration. Xin. That was amazing. How did you do that? Xin, focused on the battle, quickly replied, no time to explain now. Stay alert and ready to dodge. I'll use chronostasis to protect any of you in imminent danger. Yes. Lyd said, inspired by how useful Xin was being while the rest of the Xenos surrounded Juggernaut. Xin, with his attention divided between attack and defense, remained alert to any sign of danger to his allies. Whenever a Xeno was about to be hit by a potentially fatal attack, he launched the chronostasis, freezing them in time and teleporting them to safety. The battle was becoming a game of cat and mouse, with Xin using all his skill and strategy to keep his companions safe from the overwhelming power of the Juggernaut, while the latter was receiving more and more wounds from the Xeno's attacks. "We can win this fight," Xin murmured, looking at the Juggernaut being pressed. The battle against the Juggernaut was reaching a critical point. Human and Xenos were facing the colossal beast amidst its continuous onslaught, but it was clear that the creature was becoming increasingly furious and unpredictable. Until now, Xin had managed to skillfully intervene, using his time magic to manipulate the position of the Juggernaut's tusks, saving Xenos from fatal attacks several times. The Juggernaut, with its primitive yet cunning intelligence, realized that Xin was a greater threat than it had initially anticipated. It let out a deafening roar that echoed through the area, shaking the ground beneath their feet, and then, with surprising speed for its size, turned towards Xin again, leaving the Xenos behind as they continued to wound its body and tried to reach it. Xin, whose eyes never left the beast, immediately noticed the monster's shift in focus. He knew he needed to act quickly. As the Juggernaut charged, Xin concentrated and activated his teleport ability. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot he had been just a moment before, reappearing in a safer position several dozen meters away. The Juggernaut, confused by the sudden disappearance of its target, paused for a moment, its burning eyes scanning the area in search of Xin as before, but now it seemed to be starting to find Xin faster. Even with little time, this pause gave the Xenos a precious opportunity to attack, and they did not waste this moment. With a series of quick and precise movements, Xenos delivered several powerful strikes to the creature, each hitting the Juggernaut with devastating force. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 217, Juggernaut 7. Xin didn't fall behind. He began to cast bolts onto the Juggernaut continuously to obscure its vision with the glare of the spell. The Juggernaut was increasingly wounded by the physical attacks of the Xenos. Irritated by this, it launched its claws and Ray, without being able to react, was the target this time, but a blue sphere enveloped him with strange symbols, and it disappeared before the Juggernaut's claws could hit him. Ray looked at Xin for a moment as he emerged from the sphere. He couldn't help but thank him for being saved by the human wizard's spell. A moment later, Juggernaut's bony head received massive damage from Asterius's sword. Roar! The monster groaned in pain, throwing punches in all directions while spheres continued to cover the Xenos to keep them away from the blows. "Damn magic-resistant creature!" Xin murmured as the only thing he could do was help with support magic. The Juggernaut tried once more to launch an attack on him and he teleported once again, appearing in a safe place. "You are persistent," he thought, as he watched the creature find him and growl at him. "Is he getting used to my magic teleport and even predicting where I will appear?" Xin couldn't help but worry about this a bit. The Juggernaut was adapting to Xin's fighting style. As the battle unfolded again, the Xenos surrounded it and held their position, attacking with coordination, injuring the creature more and more. Meanwhile, the Juggernaut, despite being wounded and enraged, continued to be a formidable threat. Xin continued to provide crucial support, saving them from deadly attacks and confusing the Juggernaut with his spells. At that moment, Gro was saved once again by Xin. "Xin, your magic is what keeps us alive." "Thankful," Gro said, his deep voice resonating with sincerity. Xin, surprised by the unexpected gratitude, just nodded in acknowledgement. "Let's continue. It's not over yet." At that moment, Asterius, the strongest among the Xenos, with his great sword, delivered a powerful blow to the Juggernaut's ribs, while Erebus punched its belly, making the creature roar in agony. "This monster may be tough, but it's not invincible," Asterius shouted. "Come on, brothers, let's bring him down," Lyd exclaimed, as he continued to attack with renewed vigor. The Xenos increased their attack. The battle unfolded with wild fury, each Xenos throwing themselves against the Juggernaut with a combination of primal ferocity and meticulously planned tactics. Xin, in turn, wove his magic with precision, each spell a crucial line of support in the web of the fight. The Juggernaut, even amidst its screams of pain, continued the fight, trying to hit the Xenos the whole time. Xin felt the weight of reality, the monster's resistance was nearly insurmountable. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 218, Juggernaut 8. This way, we'll be here for hours. Xin thought, looking at the resistant creature. It was being defeated, but it wasn't close, they were just depending on luck, and it was only a matter of time until a Xenos was killed by its claws. Folks, we need a new approach, Xin called out, his voice an anchor of calm in the chaos. I have a spell, but it's a risk. I need time to cast it, and during that, I'll be vulnerable. I need you to keep the Juggernaut busy and away from me. Astrius, whose stature was only eclipsed by his bravery, looked at Xin with a firm nod. We are ready to follow your strategy. Astrius's determination was a reflection of the resolve of all the Xenos present. Xin, seeing this, nodded and teleported to a more distant location, his lips beginning to move in a chant. The energy around him pulsed, a prelude to what was to come. Meanwhile, the Xenos redoubled their efforts. The Juggernaut, the target of the Xenos' wrath and desperation, found itself increasingly cornered by the storm of fury. Xin chanted the ancient incantation, his voice rising and falling with the rhythm of the spell, each word vibrating with power and purpose. By the power of the sun that burns in the sky, by the eternal flame that never dies, he continued, the intensity of his magic growing with each verse. The Xenos focused on facing the Juggernaut with renewed ferocity. They knew the importance of distracting the creature while Xin prepared his attack. The energy around Xin began to swirl, the magical particles with the monozone ability reacting to his summoning along with the spell, strengthening it with each passing moment. The atmosphere around him pulsed, as if the very air were alive with anticipation of what was to come. Xin could feel the magic flowing through him, a powerful current seeking release in an act of pure destruction. Let this sphere of light, born of my will, be the herald of my enemy's defeat, Xin proclaimed, his words echoing like a divine decree. Let it shine more brightly than the noonday sun, let its light be the ruin of the evil we face. As the spell neared its completion, Xin could feel the energy reaching its apex, a power so immense it seemed almost unbearable. He knew he was about to unleash a force like never before, a magic that could change the course of the battle in a single decisive moment. And then, with the last word of the chant uttered, Xin raised his hands to the sky, the accumulated energy beginning to grow at that point. As the Xenos distracted the Juggernaut with a relentless offensive, the creature, driven by a wild instinct, realized the growing threat that Xin posed. With a thunderous roar, it abruptly turned and charged towards Xin, determined to interrupt the spell before it could be completed. Xin, focused on his chant, sensed the imminent danger and, in a quick reflex, interrupted the enchantment to teleport away from the direct attack. But the Juggernaut, in a display of surprising cunning, scratched the ground with its powerful claws, launching a swarm of stones and debris in the direction where Xin would reappear. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 219, Juggernaut End. The mage appeared at the predicted point, only to be greeted by a shower of stones. Ah! Xin screamed, the searing pain piercing his body. The sudden attack wounded him, but he remained steadfast. Lyd saw Xin's moment of distress and shouted worriedly, Xin chi. But Xin, although injured, refused to give in. Spitting blood, he resisted the urge to use healing magic, knowing that any distraction could cost the battle, and continued focusing on the magical solar ball above his head. "Don't stop, I'm almost finishing!" Xin roared to the Xenos, who, despite their own struggles and wounds, redoubled their efforts, launching themselves at the juggernaut. Xin, gathering the last of his strength, resumed the chant, his voice echoing with a power that defied the pain. "Let from my being, light be made, let from my heart, fire crackle, in the battle that looms, may my magic not fail. And at the end of this chant, at the end of this rite, may my name be remembered, my power be spoken. I'm going to cast the spell," Xin announced, and at the climax of the incantation, a bright and pulsating sphere of energy formed completely, resembling a legendary yellow Genkidama. A wave of light and force burst from him, speeding with devastating velocity towards the juggernaut as he launched it with his arms. In the instant before impact, Xin, with the last effort of will, enveloped each of the Xenos in spheres of time, pulling them out of range of the impending attack. The creature, now the sole target of the glowing sphere, looked at the incoming attack, its expression a mix of rage and confusion, as it could sense the danger of the attack and its targets had vanished, leaving it alone with the bright ball of light and heat. As Xion's solar ball advanced towards the juggernaut, the air around began to vibrate with palpable energy. The monster, realizing too late the deadly threat approaching, attempted to retreat, but the glowing sphere was too fast, too relentless. At the moment of impact, an explosion of light and heat erupted with blinding intensity. The force of the collision released waves of scalding magic that spread in all directions, making the ground shake and the air hum. The light was so bright, so encompassing, that for a brief moment, all that existed was an overwhelming white. At the center of the explosion, the juggernaut was engulfed by the devastating force of the solar ball. Voracious flames, fueled by Xion's pure and powerful magic, enveloped the creature, burning and consuming every inch of its imposing form, surpassing all its defenses against magic. The monster's roar, a sound that had once resonated with fury and threat, was now a scream of agony, muffled and distorted by the firestorm that surrounded it. Xion, even tens of meters away, was caught by the impact, destroying the entire room. In a last act to move away from danger, he used his teleport along with the Xenos in their spheres to retreat immediately while the whole place was being destroyed. As the light began to dissipate and the vision of those present adjusted again, it became clear what had remained of the juggernaut. The creature, which had once been an unstoppable force of destruction, was now little more than a charred shadow of its former self, disintegrating. Exhausted, wounded, but alive, the Xenos emerged from the time spheres, their gazes turning to Xion with a mix of admiration and deep respect. Together, they had faced a terrible threat and emerged victorious. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 220, Aftermath. Xion, exhausted and injured beyond measure, paused to contemplate the consequences of his magical offensive. Despite the victory, the personal cost to Xion was evident. He had pushed his limits to the extreme, even channeling the energy of the Mana Zone and using sequentially high-caliber spells like Sun Ball, Chronostasis, and Fast Teleport. Xion felt his body tremble, his mind, which had been a focus of clarity and purpose during the battle, now was blurred and on the verge of collapse, a state that mages feared, Mind Zero. It was the price of pushing his magical capabilities beyond safe limits, a mental overload that left the practitioner extremely vulnerable and disoriented. He passed out the next moment. Xion woke up slowly, his first sight being the rocky ceiling of the floors before the capital of the waters. As his eyes opened, he was greeted by a blurred vision that gradually adjusted to the near darkness surrounding him, with only a few rocks illuminating the place, revealing the familiar interior of the Xenos base on the 23rd floor. He was lying in a bed made of straw, something quite primitive, but he could not complain. He realized that his body was wrapped in cloths and bandages, indicating that he had received care since his fall. The tranquility of the environment was broken by a cheerful and relieved shout. Xin. You woke up. It was Marie, appearing in his ceiling vision with enthusiastic and relieved eyes of the young Zeno who had become fond of Xin during their days together. She went to his side, her eyes shining with a mix of happiness and tears. Marie had spent countless hours by his bedside, eagerly waiting for the moment he would regain consciousness. Marie. Xin murmured, his voice weak and hoarse. He tried to sit up, but a wave of dizziness made him lie back down. Concern was evident on Marie's face, who promptly helped him settle. He first used his magic to heal some still open wounds, quickly improving his condition from then on. You don't know how much we were worried. Everyone feared the worst after you fell exhausted from that powerful magic they said you used, Marie said, holding Xin's hand between hers. But now that you're awake, everything will be fine. She said relieved. Around them, the Xenos base was calm, there was no bloody fight with any of them dying from a failure of Xin, nor a sign of a monster like Juggernaut trying to kill them. Xin could feel the peace that permeated the place, a welcome contrast to the intensity of the battle he had fought until his last moment before losing consciousness. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 221, Aftermath 2. Am I okay? Did everyone survive? Xin asked, since he couldn't tell how the others were as soon as his magic exploded. As Xin recovered, he did not know how deeply he was connected to the Xenos and how his actions had impacted everyone at the base. Marie, with her caring presence and words, spoke. Everyone survived, thanks to you. They all talked about how you saved their lives. Where are they? Let's talk to them. Xin said, getting up. Are you okay to get up? Marie asked, a bit worried. Yes, I used healing magic on myself, I'm improving quickly. He said as he stood up with some difficulty. He and Marie floating in the air beside him followed the corridor out of that room and walked slowly through the Xenos base on the 23rd floor, supported by Marie who offered a friendly shoulder. The human woke up. He heard a Xenos shout in the corridor and run out to warn the others as Xin approached. Xin reached a larger area with all the Xenos waiting for him to arrive. The sight of everyone looking at him instead of being cautious, looking with gratitude, was quite a contrast to the first time he met the group with Lyd and Marie. He could have helped Marie and have Lyd's trust, but he was still a stranger, which didn't seem to be the case at that moment. Along the way, he met several members who had fought bravely by his side against the Juggernaut. They were also bandaged, recovering from the fight, and despite their own injuries and exhaustion, there was a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect that filled the air. Xin saw the relief and gratitude in the eyes of Marie, and the other Xenos filled the atmosphere. He had fought not only for himself but for those he now considered friends and allies. Lyd, with a visible bandage on his arm, was one of the first to approach Xin. You really surprised us, Xin, he said with a crooked smile, admiration evident in his voice. Your magic and courage. You saved many of us. It was amazing. Xin nodded humbly. I did what needed to be done, he replied, but it wouldn't have been possible without all of you fighting by my side. Other Xenos gathered around, each expressing their gratitude and admiration in their own way. Even those who did not witness the battle, rubbed their heads against parts of Xin's body as a form of thanks. Gross, the robust Xenos who had been saved by one of Xin's magic spheres, pounded his chest in a gesture of respect. Xin, I may not have liked you and always treated you as a threat, but I can't deny that you saved my life along with the others. Your fight will not be forgotten. Even in danger, you helped us. Ray spoke, flapping his wings as a gesture of gratitude. In the end, we managed to win the fight, that's all that matters, and we didn't suffer any fatal loss despite the danger. Erebus commented nearby, he had regeneration, so he was the least injured looking among those who fought. Where is Astrias? Xin asked, not seeing the iconic Minotaur with his large sword. He went to train, said that this fight showed how weak he was. Lyd spoke, and Xin nodded. It was incredible, I thought I was going to die. Led appeared with the other two weaker companions who fought in the battle. Yes, I can't believe we won. The Spider Woman spoke beside him. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 222, Huge Problem. Xin listened attentively to the stories of those Xenos, how they experienced the battle, the moments of fear and triumph. He shared his own insights, explaining the reasoning behind his actions and the risks he took. In each conversation, there was an exchange of respect and understanding. As Xin and the Xenos shared their experiences and words of encouragement, an additional presence made itself known at the end of the cave. The air around seemed to vibrate slightly with ancient and wise energy. Fels, the mysterious and powerful skeleton mage, appeared in that corridor, his imposing figure bringing with it an aura of immense power and knowledge. Fels. Xin murmured, seeing Auranos's most loyal agent. The Xenos, recognizing the figure, made way, respect and curiosity evident in their looks. Fels was known to all the Xenos, as he was the bridge between the guild and the Xenos, doing the will of Auranos. God Xin, Fels began, his voice as strange as Xin remembered from that episode in the guild. I was surprised, and I must admit, impressed, when I learned that you fought alongside the Xenos to defeat a great danger to everyone in the dungeon. I never imagined you would have contact with the Xenos in this way, since no one besides me has done it before. Even the people who know of the existence and follow the established orders of Auranos like the Ganesha family, haven't had the contact you have here. Xin, somewhat surprised by Fels's appearance and words. Fels, this is the second time we've met. I believe these are better conditions than the last time. Xin spoke with a hint of jest, as the last time he was almost wanting to kill the elf leader of the guild and needed Fels appearing to prevent Xin from doing something like that. Indeed. Fels nodded within his cloak, his empty but somehow expressive eyes sweeping the group. You, Xenos, and you, God Xin, have demonstrated a rare unity and determination, something I didn't imagine seeing at least in this era and for a god. Together, you faced a threat that could have brought great danger not only to the dungeon but also a danger to the outside world, as according to you, that juggernaut was not ordinary and was strengthening itself by eating other creatures from the dungeon. Therefore, you have the gratitude and respect of Auranos-sama. The Xenos remained silent, absorbing the words of the skeleton mage, a mix of pride and surprise on their faces. Xin silently nodded. It was necessary, and I'm sure I found good friends thanks to it. Xin spoke, looking at the Xenos with a smile, as after what happened, Xin could consider them allies from that moment on. Thank you, Xin, you can't imagine how pleased Auranos-sama will be with this. Fels commented and continued, but unfortunately, we couldn't help you as much as we wanted. Auranos tried to delay the war game, but the guild has to remain neutral. Fels suddenly spoke, making Xin look at him stunned. Xin, feeling a wave of panic upon realizing the time that had passed, asked urgently, how long have I been unconscious? The answer came from Marie, who murmured with a worried expression, 3 days, Xin. You've been sleeping for 3 whole days. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 223, War Game. Immediately, Xion's mind raced with the memory of the war game, a critical event that was happening on the surface. The war game! He exclaimed, rising up with a sudden movement, ignoring the dizziness that threatened to knock him down again. It's happening now. I have to get to the surface immediately. Wait, God Xion, are you in a condition to participate in the game? Fels asked. Damn my condition, it can be fixed with some potions or my magic. Xion growled urgently, he could not afford to be late for the war game. Without wasting another second, Xin began to cast healing spells on himself while his clothes regenerated with simple magic. The Xenos and Fells watched, stunned by the sudden change in behavior and the unrestrained haste of Xin. Xin, are you sure? You're still recovering? Marie exclaimed, clear concern in her voice. Xin, however, barely listened. I can't waste time. I have to be there to help my comrades and my family. With that, he finished getting ready and positioned himself. He turned for the last time to exchange a few words with all the Xenos looking at him at that moment. Goodbye guys, we'll talk later, now I have to go. Goodbye. And then, with the thought command, Xin activated the magical teleport, his most expensive skill that allowed traveling great distances instantly. With a flash, Xin disappeared, appearing 50 meters away through the corridor's exit and activated it again, running through the floor with teleportation making him disappear and reappear every 50 meters. The Xenos and Fells remained silent for a moment, impacted by Xion's abrupt departure. Will he be okay? Lyd asked, stunned. I think so, he has a war game right now, I hope his family wins, as I'm sure they will be a powerful ally for you. Fells spoke while still looking in the direction where Xin disappeared. As Xin traveled through the dungeon, leaping from floor to floor with vertiginous speed, his heart pounded with the urgency of reaching the surface in time. His family and comrades needed him, and he would not fail to be by their side when it mattered most. As Xin teleported through the dungeon, on the surface of Orario was in a state of agitation and anticipation. Several giant screens had been set up throughout the city, each displaying the imminent opening of the war game. Citizens, adventurers, and gods crowded the streets and squares, all with their eyes fixed on the screens, eager for the spectacle about to begin. In the heart of the city, the goddess Hestia was among her fellow gods, most gathered to witness the event together. The tension was palpable among them. The war games were not just a competition but a demonstration of power and strategy among the families. For Hestia, however, the concern was much more personal. She watched the screen with a tense look, searching for any sign of Xin. Asia and the other new members of the family were ready to start the game, their expressions determined, but Xion's absence was a shadow that loomed over them. Hestia knew how crucial Xin was to the team, not just for his strength but also for the spirit and leadership he brought. As the announcer declared the imminent start of the war game, Hestia's heart beat faster. Asia and the others were prepared to fight with everything they had, but the uncertainty about Xin cast doubts on their chances of success against two families at that moment. For everyone, Xion's absence was part of some strategy of the Hestia family, however, for the goddess herself, it was a shadow of concern. Hestia murmured a question that echoed in her mind. Where is Xin? He should be here with us. As the final seconds before the start of the war game passed, Orario remained in suspense, everyone waiting to see how the events would unfold. The city of Orario prepares to witness the war game. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 224, Expectation. As the sun rose over Orario, its golden rays bathed the field where the battle location would be. The war game was a siege dispute. It demanded strength, strategy, and determination, a spectacle where courage and cunning would be as important as any weapon. The Hestia family, after the meeting of the gods, assumed the role of the attacker. The tension among the members was palpable, each breath and movement charged with the awareness of what was at stake. The absence of Xin, their most powerful member, was a blow to their forces. However, a spark of hope remained. Hestia could feel Xion's absence, a sign that he was still alive, somewhere beyond their reach, so they still had hopes of him appearing. Despite the uncertainty, the Hestia family was not discouraged. With their heads held high and determination shining in their eyes, they advanced to the game location. Armor was adjusted, weapons sharpened, and potions prepared. Each action was a step toward the imminent confrontation, each gesture an affirmation of their will to fight and win against all odds. The city of Orario was in a frenzy. Hermes, with his whimsical arcana, had created screens throughout the city, turning every corner into an amphitheater. Citizens of all classes and races gathered at these points. It was a unique event after a long time. The war game, after months without such a spectacle, had captured everyone's attention at that moment. The fact that God Xin had touched a god and declared war against two families was unprecedented, a feat that made conversations buzz with speculations and theories. His audacity had awakened a voracious curiosity. Everyone wanted to know what would happen next, how the Hestia family would face such a colossal challenge. Despite expectations, the vast majority in the city considered the final outcome unchangeable. The Hestia family, a small family established a few months ago, against two medium-sized families seemed an unequal fight, a battle doomed to failure. But in Orario, a city where the impossible happened frequently, there were those who held their breath, waiting for a miracle, for a turnaround that would defy all expectations. In the bustling square, a group of onlookers discussed fervently. Some expressed skepticism, others hope. Some talked about strategy and tactics, while others recounted legends of past battles and unlikely heroes. Each voice added a note to the symphony of anticipation that enveloped the city. As the moment for the start of the war game approached, Orario held its breath. Soon, the battlefield would reveal this event, and everyone, from gods to mortals, from warriors to spectators, waited to see what would be revealed when the fight began. Do you think the Hestia family has any chance? They are going against two families at the same time. A citizen asks, looking anxiously at the screen. Their chances are very slim. It's madness to fight against two families. The absence of God Xin only worsens the situation, another responds, shaking their head. I still haven't seen that God everyone's talking about. Could this be part of the strategy? A secret move, perhaps. A third speculates, looking around to see if anyone agrees. Even with him, it makes no difference. I don't see how the Hestia family would win this game. It was suicide just to start it. A fourth citizen murmurs, receiving nods of agreement from some around. Let's just watch. We might be surprised, who knows? Miracles happen, especially in Orario, a fifth says, with a hopeful look. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 225, Expectation 2. Meanwhile, in a dark tavern filled with adventurers and bettors, the atmosphere is charged with expectation. I'm putting my money on the Apollo family for the best performance. They have high acanthos Cleo, and he's a fierce warrior, a man announces, throwing some coins on the table. His kids is just a level 1 adventurer. Heimdall has 2 level 4s. Your bet seems misplaced, another retorts, laughing as he counts his own money. I bet on the Hestia family. A third exclaims, attracting surprised looks. Have you gone mad? That's the same as throwing your money away, a fourth man mocks, shaking his head. Don't underestimate that family like that. I met them in Rivera. Mage Utah is known for exceeding expectations. And I'm curious to see that crazy mage who broke the crystals on that floor too. A fifth defends, with a glint of excitement in their eyes. The discussion is heated, with money changing hands as bets are made. Some seek logic, others follow intuition. In the Twilight Mansion, anxiety and excitement are palpable as the group watches the war game preparations on the magical screens. Tiona, with eyes shining with excitement, can hardly stay still. What's going to happen? Can we see Xin do that thing again? She jumps from her seat, reminiscing about the previous moments of silence. Riveria, with her usual composure, responds calmly, but with a note of expectation in her voice. I believe Xin can handle this after what we saw on the 27th floor. Her eyes don't stray from the screen, capturing every movement. Tioni, with an eyebrow raised, asks with a perceptive look. That event? You've only been talking about it since you went out with that mage. Curiosity touches her words. Tiona, unable to contain her excitement, describes the scene with dramatic gestures. That's because you didn't see what we saw, sister. Xin suddenly went boom. And then a kaboom happened. It was so cool. She explodes her hands in the air, imitating the grandeur of the moment. Tioni, with a sarcastic smile, responds. I got everything. Her reply is laden with irony, as she shakes her head. Bet, always the most reserved, merely clicks his tongue with his eyes closed, his expression a mix of disdain. Eyes, beside Lefia, remains silent, her expression inscrutable, but her eyes fixed on the screen reveal her concentrated attention, wanting to know how those hero would fare in this fight. Gareth, with a hearty laugh, comments. Seems like it was quite the adventure. His voice resonates in the room. Tioni, looking at Finn, asks with anticipation. What do you think, Captain? Finn, with his gaze firm on the screen, remains silent, his mind clearly analyzing the possible strategies and outcomes of this fight. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. Chapter 226, War Game is about to begin. At the hostess of fertility, Mamma Mia, and her waitresses are also gathered around the screen, each expressing their concern and curiosity. Where is God Xin Niahu? One of the waitresses asks, her tail swishing with anxiety. I also wanted to see him Niahu. Another echoes, sharing the sentiment. Mamma Mia, with a serious expression, comments. I hope the boy shows up soon, because this won't be easy. Her voice carries a mix of concern, despite seeming serious. In the reserved area for the gods, an opulent and elevated environment overlooking the battlefield, the atmosphere is charged with a mix of amusement, anticipation, and tension. Each god and goddess, with their distinct personalities and interests, watches the war game preparations attentively, commenting among themselves. Apollo, with his usual air of superiority, laughs loudly to draw attention. Ha 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 ha. Hestia and her family are brave, I'll give them that. But bravery alone won't win this game. His gaze briefly passes over the other gods, seeking approval or challenge. Heimdall, beside Apollo with a forced look of disinterest, comments dryly. You don't even need to talk about it. However, his eyes remain fixed on the screen, betraying his curiosity. Freya, with an enigmatic smile, leans forward, her eyes sparkling with interest. Don't underestimate your opponents so easily, Apollo. And God Xin have a tendency to surprise us as always. Her voice is soft, but carries a weight that draws glances from other gods. Loki, with a sharp laugh, adds. It's going to be a good spectacle. Let's see if the midget's children can give us a good show. He claps with a mischievous expression, clearly delighting in the prospect of chaos, but deep down she wanted to see Xin and was almost asking Hestia where he is, but her pride prevented her from doing so. Meanwhile, Hestia, a little distant from the others, looks at the screen with an expression of concern and hope. She murmurs a prayer, almost inaudible, but laden with emotion. Please, let Xin show up soon. Her voice is a low whisper. And so, with each god and goddess immersed in their own thoughts, desires, and games, the stage is set for the war game. Their conversations and disputes reflect the drama that is about to unfold below, a drama in which they most entertained themselves in their infinite lives. In the war game itself, the two families, Apollo and Heimdall, are positioned within their respective castles, their imposing fortifications casting threatening shadows over the terrain. All their soldiers, wearing the colors and insignias of their family, move with a mix of determination and confidence. For them, the game is more than a competition, it is a demonstration of power and a prelude to an anticipated massacre. Want more advanced chapter? Please visit https://www.patreon.com/apple695. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.